Banks says. You need to talk to the White House, Bolton says, and produces the sat phone. Now. He means inside now, Joshua says, as another round of roars fill the air. Hurry, Banks says, and motions for them to follow. The group quickly get inside the facility through the small door. Once they're inside and the door is closed, a secondary, then a tertiary metal door slide into place to seal off the facility from the outside. The group strip off their suits and gear and stow everything in lockers that have been placed by the entryway. Bolton can tell the lockers aren't normally located there and had been put in place recently. The fresh scratches and gouges in the concrete floor make it obvious. Sergeant, Banks says and holds out a hand. Welcome to Diamondback. Bolton shakes and nods at Joshua. This is Joshua, Bolton says, and smiles at the lieutenant commander's quizzical look. Just Joshua. He does, or did, wet works for the agencies. Which agency? One of the group asks. All of them, Joshua says. If you say so, Banks says. This is Corporal Hines, Corporal Dens, Corporal Rowan, and Private Quint. Hines and Rowan are male, and Dens and Quint are female. They all nod to Bolton and Joshua. What's the command structure? Bolton asks. Is this a call for you to make or for your superior officer? This is it, Banks replies. We're what's left of the Diamondbacks personnel. Shit, Joshua says. 3 of those things got in here, Dens says, along with about 200 chipmunks. Damn Disney rats are all over this mountain, Hines says. When they went bad, it was like a flood of death pouring down on us. By the time we realized we could take them out with fire, we'd lost 2/3 of the personnel inside here, Banks says. And the surviving third? Joshua asks. Most slipped out in the night. Deserted. We're what's left, Banks said. It's all clear now, but the wildlife outside hasn't stopped trying to get in. Why not leave? Joshua asks. And go where? Banks replies. You're the first evidence we've seen that anyone in the government is left alive. This place should be shielded, Bolton says. Why haven't you answered when the White House calls? Most of the systems are out due to the ooze, Banks says. The EMP took out only 1/4 of our capabilities, but once that ooze got into the systems, they started going offline one by one. Their components melted into noxious piles of shit. Bolton swallows. Tell me there's aircraft here that's still operational, Bolton says. We have something that might fit what you need, Banks says. Manned or unmanned? Bolton asks, hope constricting his chest like a sudden heart attack. Both, Banks says. Follow me. He holds out his hand. I'll make the call on the way. Bolton gives him the sat phone. Banks nods, then gestures for the group to move out. Bolton and Joshua follow the others as they make their way through several checkpoints that show evidence of the battles that have taken place inside Diamondback. By the time they reach the command center, Bolton is amazed anyone lived at all. Water? Rowan asks. That'd be great, Bolton says. Joshua nods. Waters are handed out all around. Banks ends the call and hands the sat phone back to Bolton. I spoke with a VanderVoort, Banks says. She's different. Understatement, Bolton says. She told me what the original mission was, but said you had the call on the ground, Banks says. I'm to do what you say and give you what you need. Not exactly following the chain of command, but VanderVoort didn't sound like she cares too much for chains and prefers solid results instead. That's her, Bolton says. So, what have you got for us? Where are you going? Banks asks. Seattle, Bolton replies. Long way, Banks says. How fast do you need to be there? Yesterday, Bolton says. I figured as much, Banks says. I think we can make that happen. How many seats does the craft have? Bolton asks. Seats? 2, Banks says. 2 benches also. They're in the small cargo hold and can seat 8 operators. You have to hunch over, but the craft will get you where you need to go and back. Do you need bigger? We have bigger, but no, the smaller aircraft is perfect, Bolton says. He raises an eyebrow. But this other aircraft? How much bigger are we talking? That's a conversation I can only have with the president, Banks says. Or VanderVoort now, I guess. Bolton nods. I get it. I do. The smaller one will be fine. Do you fly? Banks asks. I do, Joshua states. He does, Bolton says. Then no time to lose, Banks says. I should make a call first, Bolton says, then sighs. We left the radio in the Striker. Relay a message through the White House, Joshua says. Good idea, Bolton says, and activates the sat phone. The tech that answers understands Bolton's message and says he'll relay it to Terry and the kids. Hopefully they make contact and get us an exfil point, Bolton says. What's so important about these people? Banks asks. One is basically like my mother-in-law, Bolton says. Former U.S. Marshal Terry Morgan. Then there's a kid who built a device that should get all comms back online. The third is a teenage girl who's been with them for a while now. And the dog, Joshua says. There's a dog, too, Bolton says. So, family with advantages, Banks says. The device is the mission, Bolton says. But yes, this is about family. Copy that. Say no more, Banks says, and nods at a door on the far side of the command center. Come on, you're going to like what you see. Soaked to the bone as gray rain pours down on them, Terry, Chrissy, Tony, and Biscuit skulk through the gloom, dashing from one hiding spot to the next in their desperate flight away from the battle that rages in the harbor behind them. The mutant orcas finally appeared when the boat was close to a semi-intact marina. That was when the shadowy escorts revealed themselves to be humpback whales. Terry barely got the boat to a half-collapsed dock and everyone out before one of the mutant orcas attacked the vessel, shredding its hull and sending it sinking to the bottom of the harbor. As the humpbacks breached the surface of Puget Sound, slamming down onto the mutant orcas, Terry and the rest raced away from the marina as fast as they could. All of their gear, except for Tony's radio and device, the Barrett strapped to Terry's back, a duffel of ammunition, and a backpack with very little water and food on Chrissy's back, was lost when the boat went down. As Terry motions for Chrissy and Tony to hustle over to a school bus on its side, Terry is kind of glad they aren't encumbered by too much weight. They need to move as fast as possible, and even the Barrett is almost too much for Terry's legs to handle. A far-off screech emphasizes why they have to move fast. Ooze creatures of all types stalk the cracked and broken roadways, hunting, searching. They reach the fallen school bus and rest for a few seconds against the ash-stained yellow metal. Terry studies the skyline, searching for what Tony says will be the perfect antenna array. The Space Needle. There, Terry says, and points into the gloom. Fog-shrouded and almost impossible to see without its iconic red light blinking on top, the Space Needle can just be made out far off in the distance. That's miles away, Chrissy whispers. It'll take us all day to get there. We'll look for a working vehicle, Terry says. EMP, Tony says. There are no working vehicles. This is Seattle, Terry says. There are bikes everywhere. Biscuit can't ride a bike, Tony says. Stop being a bummer, Chrissy snaps. A screech fills the air, much too close for comfort. Shh, Terry warns, then gestures for them to move. They leave the shadow of the bus and hurry around a mangled Starbucks, then down the street to an open storefront, where they duck inside and stay in the shadows as their ears hunt for threats. After a minute of silence, Terry leads them away from the store and down the street once more. They navigate Seattle for most of the day, hiding and running from the constant hunt that dogs their heels. Finally, after searching for hours and a lot of zigzagging and backtracking, Terry spots what they need. That, Terry says, and points at what look like oversized tricycles with covered back seats. Rickshaws? Chrissy asks. They're called pedicabs, Tony says. Rickshaw is an antiquated and possibly racist term. Two of the pedicabs lean against a shattered brick wall, but both look operational with fully inflated tires and chains still attached. Terry cautiously moves toward them, a pistol in one hand, her eyes checking every shadow, every nook and cranny where an ooze creature can hide and ambush her. She makes it to the pedicabs, inspects them closer, and smiles. Then she gestures for the others. Chrissy and Tony hustle over with Biscuit right behind. The teens get the pedicabs upright and each go over them to make sure they truly are operational. "I'll ride back here with Biscuit," Terry says, and pats one of the pedicabs. "Chrissy can drive. Tony, you'll drive the other one with all the gear." "That is an acceptable plan," Tony says. Chrissy nods and shrugs. "Then we execute the acceptable plan," Terry says. Tony and Chrissy hop into their respective pedicabs, wheel around the street for a few seconds, then both stop and get everything loaded into Tony's pedicab while Terry and Biscuit climb into the back of Chrissy's. Then they're off. The journey is difficult, to say the least. The fact that most of the streets are destroyed, along with the buildings surrounding them, coupled with the fact that Seattle is an extremely hilly city, make the going rough. Not to mention that several times they have to abandon the small vehicles and hide to avoid being caught by packs of ooze creatures. Hours go by before they get to the outskirts of the expansive Seattle Center Park that houses the Space Needle. Terry's face falls as she sees what lies before them. Once a thriving center of activity and entertainment, the Seattle Center is now overrun by ooze creatures and covered in mounds of ash. "Great," Chrissy whispers. Terry pats Biscuit, making sure he doesn't start barking and give them away to the ooze creatures. "What do you need, Tony?" Terry asks quietly. "I need to connect the radio to the Space Needle's frame," Tony says. "It should act as a huge antenna, giving us range enough to communicate with most of the Western Hemisphere, possibly the entire world, if my calculations are correct." "Shoulds and ifs are going to get us killed," Chrissy says. "None of us are getting killed," Terry says, and points to a few intact maintenance buildings. "We move quickly and quietly from building to building. The last stretch will be wide open, but we can make it." "Then what?" Chrissy asks. "Then we do whatever it takes to get Tony's device hooked up and working," Terry says. "After that, we do whatever it takes to keep the device working so we can help save the world." "What's left to save?" Chrissy asks. Terry fixes her gaze on the teenagers. "I'm looking at it," Terry responds. "Enough questions. Let's go." 11. "Ma'am! Miss VanderVoort!" a tech shouts. "A satellite picked up movement in Antarctica. We have a kaiju on the move." "Show me, don't tell me," VanderVoort replies, setting her plate of food down and hauling herself up off the couch. She moves closer to the main monitor and gasps at the sight. She's not the only one. Others either set their plates down or cease loading their plates from the buffet line set up on the conference table. The Situation Room goes deathly silent. "What's the scale of that thing?" VanderVoort asks. About 0.85 miles, ma'am," the tech replies. "Fuck me," Director Miles says. "I'll second that thought, Gordon," President Nance says. "Where did it come from? Was there an eruption in Antarctica?" "No eruption," Dr. Hall says, his head turning back and forth from an array of monitors. "It came out of here." A secondary monitor shows the massive chamber the kaiju had crawled out from. "This kaiju was prepped and ready," Dr. Hall continues. "Look at the space. It's like a stasis chamber. To use government speak, this kaiju was off books." "So is that Lowell?" VanderVoort asks. "It'd fucking better be Lowell. Has anyone heard from him?" Everyone responds in the negative. "Of course not," VanderVoort says. "Why would a convict report in and let us know he's walking away from the South Pole in a giant gorilla suit? That'd be too convenient." "What is it?" Alvarez asks. "It looks like a cross between an ape and some sort of lizard." "More a cross with a snake," Dr. Hall says. "See the scales? They're shaped and overlap like a snake more than a lizard. Except..." Dr. Hall fiddles with the controls, and most of the room starts shouting at him as he zooms in on the kaiju, distorting the main monitor's view. "Relax!" Dr. Hall yells. "You're going to want to see this." The sharpened edges of the scales become terrifyingly large, and the complaints come to a full stop. "That'll mess up your day," Alvarez says. "No shit," VanderVoort says. "How do you fight something like that? Another kaiju can't get in close." "To defeat it, the other kaiju would need to have a projectile ability," Dr. Hall says. "Fire or flying spikes or the sonic blast the Wyoming kaiju had. If you get in close, then that thing will shred you fast." "Where is it going?" President Nance asks. "What is there to fight in Antarctica?" "It's leaving the continent," Dr. Hall says. "Don't ask me where. I know as much as you do, but it's for sure leaving. Look at it. The kaiju is limbering up, stretching its arms and legs." "For what?" Alvarez asks. "A swim," Dr. Hall states, as if that should have been obvious to everyone. "He isn't going to fly off the continent." In minutes, the kaiju proves Dr. Hall right as it dives directly into the ocean and is lost from sight beneath the ice shelves. "Can we track it?" VanderVoort shouts. "Yes, ma'am," a tech replies. "We have a lock on it and are tasking all satellites to track it as it moves." "Good," VanderVoort says. "Wherever that thing pops up, all hell is going to break loose." "Ma'am, Sergeant Bolton is calling in again," a tech states. "Tell him we still haven't made contact with Terry Morgan or the kids," VanderVoort says. "And I'm sorry I can't talk. We're a little busy." "He says he's ready to leave Diamondback, ma'am," the tech relays. "Put him through," VanderVoort replies. "Bolton, what you got for me? Make it quick." "Quite a lot, Ms. VanderVoort," Bolton replies. "The aircraft is operational and will be leaving Diamondback within the hour with several drones in tow." "Great," VanderVoort replies. "You couldn't have told the tech that?" "I could have, but we do have an issue," Bolton responds. "We need you to authorize weapons free on the aircraft and the drones." "Authorize?" VanderVoort says. "Why are the weapons on lockdown?" "Ms. VanderVoort," a voice interrupts. "This is Lieutenant Commander Banks again, ma'am. While I am the acting officer now for the Diamondback facility, I was not the senior officer in charge of these projects. I don't have the clearance to unlock the weapons." "You're authorized to go weapons hot at your discretion, Lieutenant Commander Banks," President Nance says. "We'll have a tech send you the authorization codes now." "Thank you, Mr. President," Banks replies. VanderVoort glances over her shoulder and nods at the president. He nods back. "Is that all, Sergeant?" VanderVoort asks. "That's all, ma'am," Bolton replies. "Then get your asses in the air and go get us that kid and his device," VanderVoort says. "Good luck." "Godspeed, soldiers," President Nance says. "Okay, back to Great Ape," VanderVoort says. "Huh, the scales do have a purple sheen to them," Dr. Hall says. "Ma'am, we have another call coming in," a tech says. "Jesus, jumping up and down on a pogo stick while twirling fire batons!" VanderVoort exclaims. "Who else is there? Tell me it's the kid." "No, ma'am, it's Anson Lowell," the tech replies. "He says he could have overridden our protocols and forced the call through to the main monitor, but he wanted to be polite." "How nice of him to finally give us a report," VanderVoort says and twirls her fingers. "Put him through." "Hey," Lowell says as his image comes up on a secondary monitor. "Whoa, how come I'm not the main attraction?" "You can tell from where you are that you're not on the main monitor?" VanderVoort asks, her eyebrows raised. "Neat trick." "It is, isn't it?" Lowell responds. "This facility has way more bells and whistles. Once I'm fully attuned to its workings, I think I'm going to have fun here." "Good for you, Mr. Lowell," VanderVoort says. "As long as you're having fun. Were you calling in to tell us about the new kaiju?" "Well, yeah," Lowell says. "I thought I should since I didn't want you to think it was me. Because obviously it's not." Reality slams into everyone at once. VanderVoort steps back and lowers herself back onto the couch, her hand across her swollen belly. "Wait. What?" is all VanderVoort can say. "Yeah, that's an appropriate response," Lowell says. "Mr. Licorice pulled a fast one on me. Looks like he was just hitching a ride to Antarctica and sort of set things up so he could take control once he got here." "Then the kaiju currently swimming away from Antarctica is controlled by the Ebony Man?" Dr. Hall asks. Correctamundo, Doc, Lowell replies. The guy gave me a serious beatdown, then jacked my ride. Where's he going? VanderVoort asks. Fuck if I know, lady, Lowell says. Maybe he's hitting the Dunkin' in Patagonia because he has a hankering for a Boston cream and a macchiato. Mr. Licorice didn't give me his day's itinerary. Do they have Dunkin' Donuts in Patagonia? Dr. Hall asks. Maybe, maybe not, Lowell says with a shrug. But the guy's going somewhere. I have no idea where, but I'll keep tracking him. Track him? How? VanderVoort asks. Oh, I got the hookup to all the satellites down here, Lowell says. Seriously, I'm really liking the Antarctica facility. Why didn't anyone tell me about this place before? Because we didn't know about it, VanderVoort says. That facility has been hidden from us. Then I call dibs, Lowell says. And we all know that dibs is binding during an apocalypse. When the world goes to shit, dibs rules. Mr. Lowell, can you please be serious? VanderVoort pleads. Tell me you know how to stop the Ebony Man. I don't have a fucking clue, Lowell says. But I'm working on it. I made Mr. Licorice a promise I'd come for his ass. And Anson Lowell keeps that kind of promise. My record stands for itself. There are more than a few shivers in the Situation Room at the statement. Bringing up your record may not be the best move, Mr. Lowell, VanderVoort says. Just keeping it real, VanderVoort. Just keeping it real, Lowell says. How about you just keep me posted when you figure out how to stop that thing, okay? VanderVoort says and rubs her face. If that's all, Mr. Lowell? Oh, fuck no, that is not all, Lowell says. Has no one there noticed that a really big spider with some serious acne just climbed out of the ocean and is heading my way? What? VanderVoort exclaims. Get me an image now. Let me, Lowell says, and the main monitor switches to a view of the freezing landscape of Antarctica. Through the constantly blowing snow, a giant form can be seen. That's Africa, Dr. Hall exclaims. It did swim from the Cape to Antarctica. Well, this guy has a doctorate in obvious, Lowell says. Africa, huh? Anyone care to tell me what's on its back? Villages, Dr. Hall says. It spun webs and wrapped entire villages up, then affixed them to its back. Seriously? Lowell asks. Seriously, VanderVoort says. Someone get me a better image of that thing. Hold on, Lowell says. No need to yell. I wasn't talking to... Oh, thank you, VanderVoort says as the image clarifies. See those white lumps, Lowell? Those contain people. We believe the Kaiju trapped the villages and is keeping them as food for later, Dr. Hall says. Food for later? Lowell shakes his head. You're an animal doctor, right? I'm not a veterinarian, if that's what you mean, Dr. Hall says. I'm a zoologist, though. A shitty one, Lowell says. Excuse me? Dr. Hall snaps. How many fucking villagers do you think it would take to fill this guy's belly, Doc? Lowell asks, then smiles, leans back, and waits. Dr. Hall sputters for a couple seconds, then deflates into his chair. You're correct, Dr. Hall admits. Fatigue has clouded my thought processes. Good of you to own up to it, Lowell says. There aren't even close to enough snacks on Spidey's back to tackle the energy needs of a creature that large. Then what are you saying, Mr. Lowell? VanderVoort asks. I think it's trying to save those people, Lowell says, by bringing them here. Bringing them there? VanderVoort pauses, then nods up and down. It knows the only safe places are the facilities, and it brought people to you. But why not use the facility it climbed out of? Why not use Africa? Maybe it was compromised, Dr. Hall says. Or it's too small. Or the facility isn't built for long-term use, Alvarez adds. Lots of good brainstorming there, folks, Lowell says. Doesn't really matter. What does matter is I'm about to have company, so I think I'll get off this call and go prepare some snacks. Maybe mix up some country time lemonade. Is that still a thing? I've been in prison a long time, so maybe it's not a thing anymore. It is a thing, VanderVoort says. And I could really go for a glass right now. Gordon? On it, Director Miles says. Mr. Lowell? VanderVoort says. Ms. VanderVoort? Lowell responds. Figure this out, VanderVoort orders. Do that, and I'll make sure you're granted a pardon. A pardon? Well, gee whiz, Ms. VanderVoort, you sure do know how to take care of a fella. Lowell laughs. We're kind of past pardons at this point, don't you think? I suppose we are, VanderVoort says with a sigh. I will figure this out, though, Lowell says, suddenly very serious. I kind of have to so the planet doesn't get destroyed. You know, the planet I'm on, too? We're all in this together, VanderVoort, old sport. You are infuriating, VanderVoort says. Good luck. Thanks, Lowell says, and cuts the connection. Anyone care to see if the Wyoming facility will answer now? Might as well do the full round, VanderVoort says. I'll try to reach them, ma'am, a tech says. Super-duper, VanderVoort replies, as she sinks into the couch cushions. Maybe they have some boring news. I could go for boring right now. I almost have the connection, Dr. Probst says, her eyes glued to her laptop screen. Push a little harder, Kyle. He's going to get hurt if he keeps pushing, Lou snaps, her eyes glued to her son. All three of them are in a room extremely similar to the one Lowell is occupying in Antarctica. 2 chairs, 2 pedestals, and blank walls. Kyle is seated in one of the chairs, his hand on a pedestal. The air in the room crackles with electricity. He's strong, Lou, Dr. Probst says. He can do this. I know he's strong, Cheryl, Lou snaps. That's not what Mom, Kyle says through gritted teeth. I got this. Back off and let us work, please. Lou's eyes widen and she takes a step back. Then she nods and smiles at her son. Okay, she says. Just be careful. I am, Kyle says. There, Kyle, there, Dr. Probst says. 1,000,000 holographic images explode into the air, then coalesce into a single blue orb. Before anyone can say or do anything, the orb slams into Kyle's chest. Lou screams, and Dr. Probst almost drops her laptop. I'm good, Kyle says, holding up his free hand. Like, really good. Kyle, what just happened? Lou asks. I'd like to know that too, Dr. Probst says, her attention back to her laptop. These readings are off the charts. What are you seeing, Kyle? Everything, Kyle says. I can feel the entire facility. He pauses and his face scrunches up tight. And I think I can see another facility. Maybe if I try... Kyle goes silent. Then his entire body arches and stiffens. Kyle! Lou cries. Disconnect him! Cheryl! Disconnect him now, goddammit! I don't know how, Dr. Probst says. I helped make the connection, but now I'm locked out. Kyle! Lou yells. I'm okay, Mom, Kyle says, but his voice comes from speakers set into the room's walls and ceiling. Then he opens his eyes and speaks with his mouth. We're in, Cheryl. I'm connecting to Antarctica now. You are? Lou asks. That's brilliant, Dr. Probst says. The wall in front of the chairs comes to life with a very large image of Lowell. Oh, shit! Hey, guys! Lowell exclaims. Kyle, my man! Way to go, kid! Good job! This is nuts, Kyle says. Like really nuts. Want to see nuts? Lowell says. Images stream across the walls of the room. What is that? Dr. Probst asks. Big spider, Lowell says. I think it's friendly. You have to be shitting me, Lou says. How can something like that be friendly? We're friends, right? Lowell says. Lou laughs. Point taken. Lowell fills them in on everything. Lou and Probst share a frightened look. Kyle only nods. I can keep working on connecting all of the other facilities together, Kyle says. You focus on that kaiju. Took the words out of my mouth, kid, Lowell says. Let me know if you need anything. I have to leave this room, but I think I can maintain a link. I think. You can, Kyle says. The orb is the connection, the room is control. Does that make sense? Totally, Lowell says. It does? Lou asks. It does, Kyle says. Trust me, Mom. Not like I have much choice, Lou says. Hey, Lowell, Kyle says. Yeah, Lowell replies. What's up? There's another facility, Kyle says. It's in the Mariana Trench, Dr. Probst says. Mariana Trench, Kyle says with a nod. It's not connected to any of the facilities at all. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm pretty sure we don't want the Ebony Man to get there. Lowell doesn't respond, only stares out from the wall. Lowell? You good? Kyle asks. Sorry, I was trying to see if this facility knows what's up, Lowell says. I see hints at the facility, but no info. Try to connect to the other facilities first, then see if you can dive into Bikini Bottom. Is that a SpongeBob reference? Kyle asks. You watch what's on in prison, kid, Lowell says. Gotcha, Kyle says. I'll see what I can do. And what are you going to do? Dr. Probst asks Lowell. Me? Gonna get the country time ready, Lowell says. No one responds. Sorry, inside joke with VanderVoort. We're tied. That's a scary thought, Dr. Probst says. It is what it is, Lowell says. Listen, I gotta go. I think I heard the doorbell. That facility has a doorbell? Dr. Probst asks. Everyone stares at her. Sorry, I'm so tired. The motto of the day, Doc, Lowell says. Keep at it, kid. You all stay safe. Lowell's image disappears, and the walls go blank once more. Kyle lets out a deep breath and pulls his hand away from the pedestal. What are you doing? Dr. Probst asks. We still need to connect to the other facilities. I have to pee, Kyle says. Is that okay, or should I see if this chair also has a toilet? No, go pee, Dr. Probst says, her face red. That'd be best. I think so, Kyle says, and gets up from the chair. He wobbles a bit, but holds up a hand before his mother can say anything. I'm good. Just getting used to not being everything. Bodies are small and fragile. Did you know that? Yes, son, I know that, Lou says. I hope it goes all right for Lowell, Kyle says. This shit is nuts. Big nuts shit, Dr. Probst says, then rubs her eyes. Sleep. I think we all need sleep. You two sleep, Kyle says. I'm not tired. The orb, or whatever it is like a jolt of adrenaline. Dr. Probst and Lou share a look. I'll keep an eye on that, Dr. Probst says. Thank you, Lou says. But first, you get some sleep. We'll take shifts. Kyle, the second you feel like this is too much, you tell us. You need to rest too. I know, Mom, Kyle says. So do you. I'll rest after Cheryl, Lou says. Can I go pee now? Kyle asks. Oh, sorry. Yes, of course, Lou says. Lou and Dr. Probst watch him leave. Tell me not to worry, Lou says. Don't worry, Dr. Probst replies instantly. Lou laughs. You're getting good at that. At what? Dr. Probst asks. Bullshitting, Lou says. Dr. Probst sighs. These are bullshit times. Go find a bunk, Lou says. Thank you, I will, Dr. Probst replies and shuffles out of the room. Lowell moves from what he calls the meth room, due to the connection to the blue crystal, to a massive observation deck set against the gigantic chamber where the Ebony Man's new Kaiju crawled out from. Not that the chamber is empty. Far from it. There's a giant spider inside, easily 2,000 feet across at its thickest point, meticulously clearing out all the debris that fell in upon the Ebony Man's exit. Chunk by chunk, the spider cleans the chamber until there's barely any dust left inside. Then it settles down, tucking its legs up underneath itself, and turns its head to face the observation deck. Hey there, Lowell says, raising a hand in greeting. The spider kaiju nods. Whoa, that's fucking cool, Lowell says. Can you talk to me? The spider shakes its head, then cocks it to the side. No, but, Lowell says. One leg slips out from under the kaiju's body and taps one of the observation deck's windows. You can talk to me once you're in here, Lowell asks. The spider nods. Hate to break it to you, buddy, but I don't think you'll fit, Lowell says. The spider shakes. Ha! Made you laugh, Lowell says. Then how are you going to talk to me in here? The spider stares. Lowell smacks his forehead. Of course, he shouts and holds up a finger. Hold on, I'll be right down. Lowell races out of the observation deck and finds the closest elevator. The Antarctica facility has a lot of elevators, according to the facility map in Lowell's head. He finds it easier just to take the closest one and get off on a level that connects to the one he needs. Hoppin' elevators, Lowell says to himself. Old Lowell is just hoppin' elevators. He pauses, glances around the elevator, and cringes to himself. Yeah, that's enough of that, Lowell says. He gets off at the lowest level the elevator goes, then jogs to the next one and rides that all the way to the very bottom. Lowell can feel the pull of the substance even before the elevator doors open. When they do fully open, it's like a hot breeze from the beach hits him square in the face. Beer, Lowell says. I really want a beer. His stomach grumbles. And nachos, Lowell says. But first, let's see what crazy shit comes walking out of the substance this time. There is no cart hold with ready and waiting vehicles, but Lowell doesn't really need one. Unlike at the Wyoming facility, the bulkhead covering the substance area in Antarctica is only about 50 yards from the elevator doors. He crosses the distance and places a hand on the outside of the bulkhead. A grating noise fills the air, and the bulkhead slowly rises. Waiting on the other side is a being. Lowell blinks a few times, then shrugs. Not sure what I was expecting, Lowell says. He holds out a hand. Anson Lowell, welcome to Antarctica. The being is humanoid in shape, but that's about as far as the similarities go to anything even remotely human. With two long, thin legs holding up a torso that looks like it's made of bright orange cotton candy, the being extends one of its many arms and clasps Lowell's hand with a three-pronged claw. A bulbous head at the top of the torso blinks all 100 of its eyes and nods. It is good to meet you, Anson Lowell, the being says, a mandible-dominated mouth clicking out the words. My name is... A name shoots into Lowell's mind, and he grins. No way I'm going to be able to pronounce that, Lowell says. I don't think human vocal cords can tackle that one. How about I call you Trey? That cool? Trey will do nicely, the being says. Cool, Lowell says. Call me Lowell. Everyone does. Thank you, Lowell, Trey says. I can tell from your aura that you have integrated with this facility nicely. That is good. A native should be connected to all of the facilities. Not a word that conveys the depth of these structures, but it will do nicely. You're big on that word, aren't you? Lowell says. I do not understand, Trey responds. Nicely, Lowell says, then shakes his head. Never mind, not important. The two beings stare at each other, although Trey has the advantage in that activity. What's next? Lowell asks. Next, we free the refugees I was able to rescue on my journey here, Trey says. I would appreciate your assistance. Works for me, Lowell says. I'm still working out how I'm going to kick Mr. Licorice's ass, so I have some time to kill until then. Mr. Licorice, Trey asks. I do not understand this name. Oh, right, sorry, Lowell says. The Ebony Man is what we've been calling him. It translates as... Lowell thinks the being's true name, and Trey nods. He still lives, Trey says sadly. I had hoped you had dispatched him. Nope, no dispatching yet, Lowell says. Come on, I'll show you around and we can go free some refugees. I'll also fill you in on everything that's gone down here on little old Earth. That will do nicely, Trey says. Thank you. You're a polite bunch of floss, aren't you? Lowell laughs. Kinda refreshing. All us humans have been snapping and biting at each other like caged dogs. Why would you cage a dog? Trey asks. How very cruel. I can relate to that sentiment way too much, Trey, my man, Lowell says. Come on. Lowell fills Trey in on everything as he leads the being to the elevators. Once back above, they take a circuitous route to a hatch that leads directly into the Kaiju chamber, where the resting and waiting giant spider sits, its many webbed pods hanging tight to its back. So this facility is not integrated fully into the network yet, Trey states, repeating out loud what Lowell has told him. This must be fixed immediately. You must integrate with Quetzalcoatl in order to stop the Ebony Man from reaching the core. Couple things you just said I'm going to have to unpack after we get all these good folks out of your web condos, Lowell says. Where do we start? Place your hand to that panel there first, if you will, Trey says. We need to close and seal the chamber. Your body is considerably more hardy than most humans due to the substance, and you have adjusted to the cold. They will freeze to death within minutes if they are left exposed to the elements. Close the moonroof. Got it, Lowell says. How? Mr. Licorice sort of ripped the top off when he went bye-bye. Use your connection to the facility, Trey says. You will see. Lowell connects with the facility. In seconds, 1,000,000 small bots swarm up out of the chamber's walls and quickly stitch the top of the chamber back together. That is so cool, Lowell says and snaps his fingers. The chamber seals off from the outside elements. Despite being more hardy than the average human, Lowell is glad the top is closed. Fucking cold is still fucking cold, even if his body can survive it. Nicely done, Trey says. Now, please activate the extraction platforms. That's what those are? Lowell responds, pointing to the sides of the chamber. I couldn't figure them out. Lowell does as asked, and several platforms extend from the chamber's wall and over to the spider's back. Arms that appear to be both organic and robotic extend from the platforms and slice into the webbing, then hold the material open, allowing thousands upon thousands of traumatized people to walk slowly and groggily onto the platforms. For their own safety, I needed to sedate them while traveling, Trey says. You understand. Been on both sides of that scenario before, Lowell says. Now what? That's a lot of people. What do we do with them? How the fuck do we feed them? Let me take care of that, Trey says. You should get some sleep. Sleep? Lowell laughs. Trey, my new friend, I don't think sleep is in the future. You must rest, or you will not have the fortitude needed to take the reins of Quetzalcoatl and defeat the Ebony Man, Trey says. If that being reaches the core, then all is lost and your planet will be destroyed. He has made a pact. A pact? Lowell asks. A pact, Trey says with a nod. Oh, right. A pact, Lowell sighs. He's going to let the big aliens take Earth in exchange for a ride off this planet, isn't he? Of a sorts, yes, Trey says. Shit. Yes, shit. Care to explain the sorts part? I will once you rest, Trey says. Let me facilitate the settling of my ward while you sleep. Then we shall prepare you for your transference to Quetzalcoatl the second the connection to that facility has been made. About this quesadilla thing, Lowell says. Quetzalcoatl, Trey corrects. Yeah, that, Lowell says. Why does that sound familiar? You do not know Quetzalcoatl, Trey asks. He pauses. Ah, yes, humanity's intentional separation of cultures for the purposes of greed and selfishness. A species with so much potential wasted. Preaching to the choir, brother, Lowell says. Quetzalcoatl? When you have rested, Trey says. Go, go. You have done nicely, but I have this under control. Lowell glances up at the thousands of confused people standing on the many platforms. Yeah, I think I will let you handle this, Lowell says. I'd probably get in the way. Wake me if something big happens or Earth gets invaded by aliens. Earth has long been populated by aliens, Trey says. The big ones. The ones coming to destroy us, Lowell says. Oh, there will be much fighting before they arrive. Do not worry, Trey says. And you will be part of all of it. Awesome, Lowell says and yawns. Need me to show you where the cafeteria is? There are 36 feeding areas in this facility, Trey says. I know the locations of all of them. Then you're all set, Lowell says and claps his hands together. Gonna go sleepy time. Chat with you later. Yes, Lowell, we will most definitely chat later, Trey says as Lowell leaves the Kaiju chamber. You good? Bolton asks Joshua. The two are seated in the small cockpit of the experimental aircraft, with Joshua in the pilot's seat and Bolton in the co-pilot's. You want a jolt? Bolton holds up a canned coffee. I'm fine, Joshua says. How are the drones? Bolton sets the canned coffee down and checks the readings on the screen in front of him. The aircraft is flanked by 12 drones on each side as they fly over what was once Utah, but is now just a landscape of broken earth blanketed by ash. All systems looking good, Bolton reports, then leans forward and peers outside. Visual check shows the same. He taps at the headset he's wearing. Diamondback, this is Bolton. How are the drones looking from your end? Bolton, this is Diamondback, a voice responds. Corporal Dens here. 0 connectivity issues. All readings are nominal. Copy that, Bolton says. We're about 3 hours out from the target. Be careful, Banks interrupts. Don't push the bird too hard. This is only the 4th field flight it's taken. No need to remind us, Bolton says. But I gotta say, for its 4th flight, this bird is smooth as butter. Magnetic propulsion is vibration-free, Banks says. Air turbulence is all you need to worry about, and even that is minimized by the bird's connection to the Earth's magnetic field. It really is a bird, Joshua says. Sounds like it, Bolton says. How are your eyes? We'll need cover once we reach Seattle and start hunting for Terry and the kids. There are some big bastards in that area. Eyes are clear, Corporal Dens says, taking back the comms. It'll be good to have ears up, too, once you find that kid. Hopefully everyone is all right and his device is still operational. That's my hope, too, Bolton says. For many reasons. A warning klaxon erupts in the cockpit. On it, Bolton says to Joshua. I assumed so, Joshua replies, his focus fixed solely on flying the aircraft. Bolton touches a flashing icon on the screen before him, and a display considerably more complex than simple radar appears. Bogey on R2, Bolton says, and looks up and out in that direction. I see it. Going weapons hot. Copy that, Joshua says. Weapons hot. Bolton engages the weapons system, and a joystick extends from a slot just under the screen. The image on the screen becomes a targeting system that shows a panoramic view of the air in front of the aircraft. Red crosshairs fly about the screen, then lock onto a shape diving in and out of the ash cloud above them. One of the flyers, Bolton says. Stands to reason, Joshua says. Weapons locked, Bolton says. Firing. Just pull the trigger, Joshua says with a smirk. Bolton squeezes the trigger, and a bolt of what looks like lightning shoots from the aircraft directly at the winged monster. The beast is enveloped in electricity and curls in on itself before plummeting to the ground far, far below. Direct hit, Bolton cheers. Not done, Joshua says. 4 more winged monsters dive out of the ash cloud and speed straight for the aircraft. Bolton opens fire, hitting 3 of the beasts. The 4th avoids the strike but doesn't engage. Instead, it retreats back into the ash cloud. I'll keep an eye out for that one, Bolton says. Good idea, Joshua replies and smiles. Pretty nice bird. Yeah, Bolton says. It is a pretty nice bird. 12. Having made the arduous climb from ground level all the way up to the famous rotating restaurant at the top of the Space Needle, Terry is exhausted. But her job isn't done yet. How's it coming, Tony? Terry calls out, the Barrett aimed at the barricaded stairway doors, waiting to see if any ooze creatures, or worse, have followed them up. Biscuit lays nearby, fast asleep. Any luck? I'm very close, Tony says, as he and Chrissy work at stripping away wall paneling in order to get directly to the Space Needle's frame. Tony glances at Chrissy. We are very close. I think we've got it, Chrissy says, pushing past wires and pipes to pry a piece of metal open. Got it! That's exactly what I need, Tony says, smiling at the exposed piece of steel girder. Here, take these leads and attach them to the frame. Does it matter where? Chrissy asks. No, Tony says. I'll do the hard part from my device. Chrissy attaches 4 alligator clips to the Space Needle's frame, then sits back on her butt and sighs. I'm fucking pooped, she says. We sleep when we're dead, Tony says. Jesus, Chrissy exclaims. Roy used to say that, Tony says. Oh, Chrissy responds. Sorry. Me too, Tony says, and pauses his work. I miss my mother. Terry takes her eyes off the stairway doors and watches the 2 teenagers. I miss mine too, Chrissy says quietly. I miss my dad and my little sister. Chrissy sniffles and wipes at her eyes. She pauses and laughs. I miss my face most, she says. Tony studies her. I like the bandages, he says. You look scary and mysterious, like an Egyptian mummy queen. Thank you, Chrissy responds. Terry returns her attention to the doors. Something gnaws at her guts. How long do we need to be here? Terry asks. "Once you connect your device, how long until we can leave?" Tony shakes his head. "I don't understand." A chill runs up and down Terry's spine, adding to the unease her guts are already dealing with. "What's not to understand?" Chrissy asks. "You hook that up, turn it on, and we go, right?" "No," Tony says. "I'll need to maintain the connection. The device is new and there could be bugs. I'll need to be here to fix the bugs." "Shit," Chrissy says. "I reluctantly agree with Chrissy," Terry says. "Tony, Connor is coming to get us. The plan wasn't to stay here." "This structure is the most efficient way to send the signal and connect all communications across the globe," Tony says. "I know," Terry says, "but we need to get to the Wyoming facility where my daughter and grandson are. We need to get there and take shelter because we cannot survive on the surface much longer." Tony frowns at Terry, looks to Chrissy, then looks back at Terry. "A bunker is below ground," Tony says. "My device needs to be above ground." "We can figure that out later," Chrissy says. "But we can't stay here forever." "Then why are we here?" Tony asks. "So we can connect everyone's communication systems until we're rescued," Terry says. "Then, once we're settled in the Wyoming facility, we can reconnect your device and restore communications again." "We should have discussed this plan in greater detail," Tony says. "I agree with being rescued, but the second part is unacceptable. My device will not work underground." "I'm sure the place has some type of big antennas you can connect to," Chrissy says. "It's a government facility that may have been built by aliens." "I'm not familiar with alien technology," Tony says. "I doubt anyone is," Terry says. "But we'll figure it out." "I will be the one to figure it out, and I'm not happy about that," Tony says. Biscuit wakes up and whips his head around to face the barricaded doors. Terry gulps. "We'll settle this discussion later," Terry says. "Focus on the now and get your device working." "This is highly inefficient," Tony says, returning to his work. "To connect here, calibrate the device, then dismantle it and reconnect underground with possible alien technology is just not efficient." Terry keeps her mounting annoyance in check. She can tell Tony is getting worked up into one of his episodes. Not quite a tantrum, but just as unreasonable. "We do not have time for this," Terry says. "Connect your device, get it working, then we'll discuss what to do once we're rescued." "I would prefer to plan," Tony begins, but he doesn't get a chance to finish. Terry is about to explode at him, her exhaustion making it impossible to think straight, but she doesn't get the chance to rage at Tony. Chrissy opens her mouth to add sarcasm to the mix, but her chance is lost too. Everything comes to a stop when Biscuit leaps to his feet and unleashes furious barks at the barricade. "Tony," Terry says calmly, instinct kicking in as she relaxes her body and positions the Barrett so the recoil doesn't shatter her shoulder. "They're here. Connect the device." A keening wail can be heard over Biscuit's barking. Okay," Tony says, the fear that fills his eyes driving him to reason. "But I'm not happy." "No shit," Chrissy says. "Terry, focus on the job," Terry says. "I'll focus on what's on the other side of the doors." Terry knows the 50 cal rounds can explode the ooze creatures into a million pieces. She also knows the ooze creatures have the ability to reassemble. Personally, she's hoping one of the non-ooze monsters comes for them. She's considerably more confident with the Barrett's abilities against real flesh and blood. Biscuit's hackles are fully on end, and saliva sprays from his muzzle as he snaps and barks at the barricade. Terry does nothing to calm him down. She'd be doing the same thing if she were a hybrid dog-wolf. The keening wail intensifies. Then it stops. "Keep working," Chrissy says without Terry saying a word. Tony nods and continues working. "I'm almost finished," Tony says. The doors behind the barricade shudder once, then still. Biscuit's barks intensify. Terry slows her breathing, preparing herself for what's coming, if that's possible. "Almost," Tony says. The doors do more than shudder. They crack and shatter, sending debris flying over the barricade directly at Terry. She's forced to roll out of the way and let go of the Barrett so she can cover her head. The doors were metal, and pieces of shrapnel pelt Terry's body. She feels the gashes in her scalp and along her cheeks start to bleed instantly. She also hears the barricade being torn apart as the creatures fight their way into the restaurant. "Tony! Chrissy! Run!" Terry yells. "Done," Tony says. "Come on!" Chrissy shouts, grabbing Tony's shoulder. Tony shakes her off and points at the device. "It's connected," he says. "We have to go!" Chrissy yells. "Let me turn it on first," Tony says. "Run now!" Terry yells as she gets herself together, retrieves the Barrett, and levels it at the multitude of ooze creatures that were once birds, squirrels, chipmunks, dogs, cats, and various other types of animals that have been morphed into nightmarish simulacrums of their former selves. Terry is ready to open fire, but there's a serious obstacle in her way: the still barking Biscuit. "Biscuit, move!" Terry shouts. "Biscuit, here, boy!" Biscuit does not move. 10 feet, 5 feet. The ooze creatures are about to overwhelm Biscuit, and Terry has to make a hard decision of whether or not to open fire. Then a vibration starts to work its way through Terry's body. From the tips of her toes all the way to the couple of fillings in her teeth, Terry feels a sort of electricity flow through her. Biscuit must feel it too, because he stops barking, lets out a loud howl, and retreats behind Terry's legs. "Good boy," she says, her voice taking on a tinny quality to her ears. Terry is about to open fire, but she hesitates. So do the ooze creatures. Every last one of the abominations are frozen in place. Although, as Terry stares at them, frozen isn't accurate. The ooze creatures are vibrating and beginning to come apart. Terry watches in fascination as the ooze creatures slowly break into smaller and smaller pieces, until all that is left is a huge puddle of greenish ooze seeping out from under and around the barricade. "Terry!" Chrissy calls, her voice tinny too. "Come here!" Terry's eyes are locked on the ooze puddle. "What is it?" "You have to see this," Chrissy says. "I'm watching the doors," Terry replies. "I don't think you need to anymore," Chrissy says. Terry frowns but slowly backs up until she's standing next to Chrissy and Tony. "What am I looking at?" she asks. "Outside," Chrissy says. Terry looks over her shoulder. At first, she doesn't know what she's looking at. Then it hits her that the ooze creatures by the hundreds are streaming out and away from the Space Needle until they're about 100 yards away. "The device? Is it repelling them?" Terry asks. "Yes," Tony answers. "They do not like the resonance the signal creates." "Yeah, well, it's not just repelling them," Chrissy says, and points toward the perimeter of Seattle Center. "It's also calling them." "Attraction and repulsion," Tony says. "Strange." Terry doesn't say a word. She's too busy worrying about how in the hell Connor will be able to get to them if all of Seattle Center is filled with ooze creatures. She returns her attention to the ooze puddle. "Tony, are we in communication with anyone yet?" Terry asks. "Yes," Tony says, and turns up the volume on the radio. 1,000 voices explode out of the tiny speaker, all talking over and around each other. "I need to tweak the filtering protocol," Tony says, and sits down next to his device. "Then the system will be more stable." "Do that," Terry says. "As soon as you have it stable, then you connect with the White House so they can do what they need to in order to save people." Tony doesn't respond. He's already lost in his work. "We aren't getting out of here," Chrissy states, reaching the same conclusion as Terry. "We'll get out of here," Terry replies. "Just not through the front door." "Ma'am!" a tech shouts. VanderVoort is getting tired of everyone yelling that, but she hasn't figured out a better way for them to address her. She just wishes it wasn't such a jolt each time they bark out "ma'am." "Yes," she replies. "I think," the tech begins. VanderVoort's patience nearly hits its breaking point. "You better finish that sentence," VanderVoort says. "I think we have comms, ma'am," the tech says. "You think? Either we do or we don't," VanderVoort says. "Which is it?" The tech types at his keyboard, and chaos erupts out of the Situation Room speakers. "Volume down," VanderVoort says, but the edge is gone from her voice. "What is that? It sounds like a whole lot of people trying to speak at once." I think it's every active comm signal out there, ma'am, the text says. That's a lot of working radios, Director Miles says. No, sir, it's not just radios, the text says. I'm seeing cell phone signals, television signals, Wi-Fi routers, landlines, everything. He turns away from his console, his eyes wide. Every possible way to communicate is now connected. The EMP didn't take it all out, Dr. Hall says. Why couldn't we hear these signals before? President Nance asks. My guess, Mr. President, General Azul answers. The communications infrastructure was taken out by the EMP, but that kid's thingamajig fixed all that. Yeah, it did, VanderVoort says, and points up at an inset speaker. And it's great to have full comms back, but how do we navigate that mess? The noise stops. Hello? Tony's voice calls out. Hey, kid, VanderVoort says. Good to hear your voice. It sounds, and I mean that literally, that you got us some operational comms. Good job. Thank you, Tony says. It was not easy, but it also was not difficult. A little of this, a little of that, VanderVoort says. What do we need to do on our end? I'm sending you protocols for configuring your communication system so you may utilize all capabilities, Tony says. Do you have the protocols? VanderVoort looks at the tech, who pauses, then nods back at her. We do, VanderVoort says. Thank you, Tony. You're welcome, Tony says. VanderVoort detects hesitance. What's the matter, Tony? VanderVoort asks. Ms. VanderVoort, this is Terry Morgan, Terry's voice calls out. Ms. Morgan, good to hear your voice too, VanderVoort says. What's your situation? Not ideal, Terry replies. We've taken refuge in the Space Needle, and Tony is using it as an antenna. Understood, VanderVoort responds. But there's good news, bad news, and probably worse news, Terry says. I'll let you choose the order, VanderVoort says. Good news is that the signal is vibrating through the Space Needle's structure, creating a resonance that is driving the ooze creatures away, Terry says. We were about to be overrun, but God had other plans. Bad news? VanderVoort asks. The bad news is the same resonance is also attracting the creatures, and not just the ooze ones, Terry says. There are big monsters down there now, too. I think it's drawing every single monster in the Seattle area. That's got to be a lot of monsters, VanderVoort says and rubs her forehead. But they aren't attacking? No, they can only get so close, Terry replies. And worse news? VanderVoort asks. Tony insists we have to stay here and keep the device connected to the Space Needle in order for communications to remain active, Terry says. We're sort of stuck, even if Connor is able to get to us through the thousands of things down there. Thousands? Dr. Hall asks. Thousands, Terry replies. And more are joining the horde. All right, Ms. Morgan, my turn for good news, VanderVoort says. Sergeant Bolton is utilizing an experimental aircraft that we'll not need to land in order to get you. I assume you are up in that nauseating restaurant, the one with nothing but glass walls and turns all the way around, making it impossible to keep a meal down? Yes, we're at the top, Terry responds with amusement. I'm sorry you get motion sick. I swear it's just that restaurant, VanderVoort says. Well, and all other turning things. Is it too much to ask for a fixed focus point while eating an overpriced meal? May we contact Connor directly? Terry asks. It'll be easier to coordinate our rescue that way. What about the device? VanderVoort asks. We cannot afford for comms to go down again. I have my people attempting to contact everyone we can so they understand that the evacuation plan has changed dramatically. We're going to have to guide hundreds of thousands of people to the different facilities across the globe. I understand, Ms. VanderVoort, Terry says. But we cannot stay here forever. Connor told us what's coming. We need to evacuate to Wyoming. I know, Ms. Morgan, VanderVoort says. But I need you to hang in there as long as possible. We will, Terry says. If by as long as possible you mean right up until it's time for us to escape to Wyoming. VanderVoort doesn't answer. She looks about the situation room. There are no helpful faces, only scared and expectant ones. "Miss VanderVoort?" Terry calls. "I'm here," VanderVoort responds. "We'll work the problem from our end and you work the problem from your end. We'll find a way." It is Terry's turn to pause. "I used to be a government employee, Miss VanderVoort," Terry says finally. "I understand what you're saying loud and clear." "I'm sure you do," VanderVoort says. "Good luck." "Thank you," Terry replies, and the communication ends. VanderVoort takes several deep breaths, avoiding the eyes on her. She pretty much just told Terry Morgan their sacrifices for the greater good. "Tell me you have communications established with at least some of the refugee ships," VanderVoort barks. She turns to President Nance. "I'll let you start talking to whatever world leaders are still alive and have access to comms. Everyone sitting at the conference table will help coordinate the evacuation to the facilities." "And what will you be doing?" President Nance asks. "I'm pretty sure the Kaiju didn't just magically go away, Charles," VanderVoort says. "Someone should probably stay on top of that issue, don't you think? That's what I'll be doing." She sighs. "Get me Sergeant Bolton," she says. "I need to make him aware of the situation in Seattle and make sure he's 100% clear on how important it is to keep the comms signal going." Bolton glares out the windshield of the aircraft. "That wasn't a good call," Joshua says after several minutes of silence. "You going to do what she said to do?" "You mean, am I going to not rescue Terry and the kids and also pretty much sacrifice our asses so that comms can remain up?" Bolton replies. "I'm a soldier and I've been given orders." "Not an answer," Joshua says. "Are you going to execute those orders?" "You think I shouldn't?" Bolton asks. Joshua only shrugs. "There are a million cons to not executing those orders," Bolton says. "And only one pro." "Might be a few more pros than one, but I get your meaning," Joshua says. "Jesus," Bolton says and closes his eyes. He presses his fists to his temples. "Jesus." "We're almost there," Joshua says. "You should probably get back on the horn and sort this out." "What does that mean?" Bolton asks. Joshua shrugs. "No fucking way. You don't get to shrug this off," Bolton says. "Tell me what you're thinking." "In my line of work, plans rarely, if ever, work out," Joshua says. "Same here. Plans are great the second until the op starts," Bolton says. "Then they're out the window." "Which means you have to use every opportunity to your advantage," Joshua says. "Like?" Bolton asks. "For me, it would sometimes be using local warlords or drug kingpins or less than ethical financial institutions as resources," Joshua says. "I've cultivated hundreds of high-level assets that I can call on at a moment's notice to get my objective accomplished or get my ass out of the fire. Some assets are close to as powerful as our own government, but minus the red tape." "Keep talking," Bolton says. "Who are your assets?" Joshua asks. "I don't have any right now," Bolton says. "Sure you do," Joshua says. "You have the most powerful assets on the planet." Bolton starts to argue, then realizes Joshua is right. Tony controls the comms device, and he's with Terry, which means Bolton has influence over Tony, which means he has influence over the device. "You working it out?" Joshua asks. "Shut up," Bolton says. Joshua nods, smiling. Kyle and Lou and Dr. Probst are in the Wyoming facility, which means he has influence, although how much he doesn't know, over the substance. At the very least, he has influence over one of the precious few facilities needed to help save humanity. Then there's Lowell, a man who has survived the substance, melded with a kaiju, and lived to tell about it. He's in Antarctica, in control of another precious facility. Joshua is right. Bolton has access to every person who truly matters. Bolton adjusts the aircraft's comms system and picks a frequency. Joshua's smile widens. "Terry," Bolton calls. "Are you there?" There's a crackle of static. Then Terry's voice comes out over the comm loud and clear. Connor! Terry exclaims. How far out are you? Minutes away, Bolton says. We should be in view of the Space Needle within the hour, maybe sooner. That's great, Terry says, and Bolton can hear something close to defeat in her voice. VanderVoort has already called you, though, right? She has, Bolton says. I've been given orders. Yes, of course, Terry says. Protect the device, but do not rescue us. That's the gist, Bolton says. Doesn't really matter. Excuse me? Terry explodes. It doesn't really matter? How can you— Hold on, Bolton interrupts. The orders don't matter because I'm not executing them. We're coming to get you and take all our asses to the Wyoming facility, where we'll hunker down and deal with this shit as a family. Language, Terry says with a relieved laugh. Thank you, Connor. Don't thank me, Bolton says. I had help getting to that realization. May I speak with Tony? Yes, of course. Hold on, Terry says. There's a pause. Yes, Sergeant Connor Bolton, Tony says. Tony, I need to know if your device can set up a closed channel that can connect just us, the Wyoming facility, and Antarctica, Bolton says. Antarctica? You want to speak to penguins? Tony asks. A sharp girl's voice is heard briefly. Oh, right, yes, Mr. Lowell, the convicted murderer. Joshua laughs. Is that Joshua? Tony asks. It is, Bolton responds. He's the one flying the aircraft. Tell him hello from me, please, Tony says. It'll be nice to meet in person. Same, kid, Joshua says. Oh, he's connected too, Tony says. Good. He has a perspective I relate to. I bet he does, Bolton says. How soon can you create the closed channel? Right now, Tony says. I've been working on your request while we've been speaking. We're connected? Bolton asks. Yes, Tony says. Would you like me to hail both facilities? That'd be great, Tony, Bolton says and waits. Who is this? Kyle's voice calls out. Connor? Hey, Kyle, Bolton says. How's your mom and Dr. Probst? Dr. Probst is sleeping and Mom is next, Kyle says. I'm looking at the connection and it's weird, which is saying a lot considering my life now. Tony connected us all together, Bolton says. Get your mom on the comms too. Hold on, Kyle says. I'm opening the channel. Connor, Lou almost yells. How's my mother? I'm fine, baby, Terry says. It's so good to hear your voice. Mom, Lou shouts. Wait, everyone, Bolton says. We do the reunion later. We have an op to complete first. A couple of them, Joshua says. What op? Kyle asks. Bolton relays the comms issue. Where's Lowell? Bolton asks. Why isn't he on the comm? I don't know how to connect to the Antarctica facility, Tony says. I'm on it, Kyle says. There, try now. Hello? To whom am I speaking? Trey's voice responds. You're not Lowell, Bolton states. Who is this? My name is not comprehensible to your minds, Trey says. Lowell has named me Trey, which will do nicely. Right, Bolton says. And you're part of the Antarctica facility's personnel? No, I am not, Trey says. My position is much more complicated. To simplify, you can consider me a pilot. Pilot of what? Bolton asks. I see who you are, Kyle says. Wow, you were in the Africa Kaiju. Joshua turns and stares at Bolton. Bolton stares back, then shakes his head. We deal with that later, Bolton says. I need Lowell on this call, too. I will wake him, Trey says. While he's doing that, we can talk about— Bolton starts. What the fuck? Lowell booms over the connection. I finally get a chance to sleep and you all wake my ass up? Of course it's Bolton, asshole. He chuckles, then yawns. Just kidding. How's everyone doing? Bolton explains the issue to Lowell. Not a problem, Lowell says. If you can get your asses to Wyoming, then Kyle can connect Tony's device to the facility, and that'll act as the conduit to— Conduit! Dr. Probst shouts, interrupting Lowell. I think I figured it out in my sleep. Cheryl's awake, Lou says. You figured it out? Lowell asks. Trey, see if we're connected to Wyoming now. I just woke up, Lowell, Dr. Probst snaps. Let me work first. Trey, hold that thought, Lowell shouts. Can we trust him? Bolton asks. Not sure if Trey is a him, but sure, Lowell says. The dude is solid. He's not raising any alarm bells on my end, Kyle says. I have no idea how either of you can know that for sure, but I'll trust you, Bolton says. I appreciate that, Trey says. Your trust will do nicely. He really likes that phrase, and he's now connected to the facility like I am, so he's always listening, Lowell says. All right, so we have comms figured out. Not quite, Bolton says. When Tony disconnects from the Space Needle, then all comms across the globe will go down again. Right, Tony? That is correct, Tony says. What about this bird? Joshua asks. What about it? Bolton says. Can we connect the device to this bird and use it to amplify the signal? Joshua asks. I thought of that, Bolton says. But there's very little metal in this aircraft because of the magnetic propulsion drive. Magnetic propulsion drive, Tony states. Everyone waits, but he doesn't elaborate. Anyway, Bolton says, that's the main issue. I have no problem disobeying orders and rescuing Terry and the kids, but severing the comms for the whole planet is not an option. Tens of thousands could die. I gave the solution, Tony says. Was no one listening? What solution? Bolton asks. Magnetic propulsion drive, Tony states again. I can connect the device to that and the signal will be even stronger than using the Space Needle. It will piggyback on the Earth's magnetic field, which is everywhere at once. Anyone disagree with that theory? Bolton asks. It's not a theory, Tony says. Lowell? Kyle? Bolton asks, ignoring Tony's statement. What do you think? Trey? Does that sound, Lowell asks. The human adolescent is quite ingenious, Trey says. It will work. Good, Bolton says. Because we're here, Terry. Show us where you are. Joshua circles the huge disc-like top of the Space Needle until they see Terry and Chrissy waving at them. What's going to be the easiest way to do this? Bolton asks. Let me circle a couple more times, Joshua says. All right, everyone, this is go time, Bolton says. The comms will go down briefly while we load everyone up and take time to reconnect the device to the aircraft. Ask questions now. I have one, Lowell says. Does anyone know who Quetzalcoatl is? Of course, Dr. Probst says. It's a mythical creature, I believe a god, one of the Toltecs and Aztecs. Is that the last kaiju? Kyle asks. The one in the Mexico City facility? It is, Trey answers. It is Mr. Anson Lowell's destiny. Look at you, Lowell, Bolton says. An Aztec god is your destiny. Cool, Lowell says. I'll read up on it before I have to leave. You know we're not even close to finishing this conversation, Joshua says. But we have to. I'm going to land on the roof. There should be space right there. We'll have a limited window. Joshua looks up at the ash clouds covering the entire area. There are obvious shadows and shapes inside the ash cloud. Folks, we have to go, Bolton says. Terry, we'll see you shortly. Bolton disconnects as Joshua puts the aircraft down on top of the Space Needle. It's a precarious landing spot, but the aircraft's landing gear locks onto the roof like massive raptor talons. Handy, Bolton says. Ready? I'm not going anywhere, Joshua says. My hand stays on the stick the whole time. Good idea, Bolton says, and grabs gear from behind his seat, especially a small flamethrower like the ones the personnel at Diamondback used. We'll be back in 10 minutes tops. I'll be here, Joshua says. Good luck. Bolton nods and jumps out of the aircraft, careful of his footing as he slowly makes his way to an access hatch. He has to pull his sidearm and fire at the lock 3 times before he's able to open the hatch. Bolton is very aware of the keening wails that answer the noise of the gunshots. Dropping down the ladder inside the hatch, Bolton slides to a maintenance catwalk, then navigates his way to a door that leads to a maintenance corridor, followed by another door that leads into the kitchen. The sidearm put away, Bolton readies the flamethrower. Despite the sight of the ooze creatures and other monsters keeping clear of the Space Needle, Bolton isn't taking any chances. Terry? Bolton calls quietly as he moves quickly past the kitchen equipment to the wait station, then out into the restaurant. Terry? Here! Terry exclaims. The woman rushes over as fast as her body will allow and wraps her arms around Bolton, squeezing him hard enough that he has to grunt to get her to let go. I never thought I'd see you ever again, Terry says, wiping away tears. Same here, Bolton says. Except Kyle actually thought you were dead, so we had a pretty good reason to give up on seeing you. There's a quiet woof, and Bolton looks past Terry to the huge hybrid. Biscuit, Bolton says. You're the only dog I've seen in weeks. Dogs sense danger and hide, Tony says from where he's crouched over his radio and device. That's a smart thing to do. That's what we're about to do, Chrissy says. Go run and hide in a giant bunker. It's really a little more than just a giant bunker, Bolton says. You must be Chrissy, and you are the famous Tony. I'm not famous, Tony states. Oh, that's not true, kid, Bolton says. You've got a huge fan base right now. How do we do this? Terry asks Bolton. I was about to ask Tony that same question, Bolton says. I disconnect the leads, Tony says. Then we get to your magnetic propulsion-driven aircraft and I reconnect the leads. That's all. How long will it take to reconnect the leads? Bolton asks. I will not know that until I see the magnetic propulsion-driven aircraft, Tony says. It would be best if there were schematics. Bolton grins and presses a finger to his ear. Joshua, call Diamondback and see if the aircraft has schematics in its system. If not, then see if they can send them over the comms. They can, Tony says. My device works for data, too. Did you hear that? Bolton asks. Loud and clear, Joshua says. Bolton frowns at Joshua's tone. What's wrong? Did I say something's wrong? Joshua replies. No, Bolton says. Then don't worry about it, Joshua says. Just get back here. We're on the way, Bolton says. Are you all ready? You have no idea, Terry says. Tony, you'll be in charge of your device, Bolton says. There's some climbing involved, so you may... Tony holds up his backpack. It's also a wet bag, so it'll keep the radio dry. We aren't planning on going swimming, so I think we're good, Bolton says. It's Seattle, Tony says. There's always precipitation. He pauses. Although weather patterns have been severely altered. No shit, Chrissy says. Are we unplugging the superphone and going, or what? She fits right in, Bolton says to Terry with a smirk. At times, Terry says. Chrissy rolls her eyes. Do it, Tony, Bolton says. Tony nods, kneels, and disconnects the leads from the Space Needle's frame. Instantly, a hum Bolton hadn't noticed before is gone. Then 1,000 screeches fill the air all around the Space Needle. Bolton, Joshua shouts. I gotta move. They're dropping out of the clouds. Then they all see the aircraft plummet past the windows, lost from sight in less than a second. That sight is then filled by the nightmare view of several winged monsters plummeting after the aircraft. No, Bolton says, just before a winged monster slams directly into one of the windows, shattering what should have been shatterproof glass, sending shards everywhere. Get down! 13. What the fuck just happened to the comms? VanderVoort shouts. Get me that Tony kit now! We've got a bigger problem, Dr. Hall states, staring up at the main monitor where he transfers a satellite feed he's been watching. The Chile Kaiju is leaving Mexico City. Of course it is, VanderVoort shouts. Why the fuck not? Ma'am, we have another Kaiju, a tech yells. I'm standing right here, VanderVoort says, only a couple feet from the tech. The startled man looks over his shoulder and grimaces. Sorry, ma'am. VanderVoort stares at the tech. You were yelling? Yes, ma'am. The Antarctica Kaiju is now moving up Argentina, the tech says. Dr. Hall spins around in his chair and locks eyes with VanderVoort. They're going for each other, VanderVoort says. It looks like it, Dr. Hall says. He spins back around and studies a screen. At the current rate of movement, they'll meet in Venezuela in less than an hour. Sure would be nice to have one of those things on our side for a change, VanderVoort says. They could pick up all the refugees and just drop them off. "Someone get Lowell!" Director Miles yells and smiles at VanderVoort. "I saw where you were going with that one." In seconds, the Antarctica facility is up on the screen. But it isn't Anson Lowell everyone sees. "Hello," Trey says. "Sweet mother of the Elephant Man, what are you?" VanderVoort blurts out. She holds up both hands. "My apologies. That was rude. We're in new times and I need to adjust accordingly. Hello, I'm Adriana VanderVoort. I'm in charge. And you are?" "Trey," Trey says. "I am a pilot." "Of what?" Dr. Hall mutters. "An easy question to answer," Trey says, and the view instantly changes to the Antarctica facility's Kaiju chamber. "I have been in stasis within this living vessel for millions of years. To me, it is like a home. To it, I am simply a pilot." "Fair enough," VanderVoort says. "May I speak with Lowell, Trey?" "I am afraid not," Trey says. "He is currently busy working with a Dr. Probst in order to fulfill his destiny." "Lowell has a destiny?" VanderVoort asks. "That he does," Trey responds. "Every host planet needs at least one pilot of its own. The substance believes Anson Lowell will do nicely." "Didn't the Wyoming Kaiju die?" Alvarez asks. "What's he going to pilot?" "Quetzalcoatl," Trey states. "No way," Dr. Hall says. "There is a way," Trey says, "which is what Anson Lowell and Dr. Probst are working on now. The way. Since Anson Lowell is currently occupied with his destiny, perhaps I could be of service. What may I assist you with?" "You're a pilot," VanderVoort asks. "I am," Trey replies. "And you pilot the Africa Kaiju?" VanderVoort asks. "I do," Trey replies. "How would you like a job going around and picking up refugees and taking them to secure facilities around the globe?" VanderVoort asks. "I already have that job," Trey says. "I rescued many villagers from the African continent. Unfortunately, I could not gather them all, but I did my best. Who else would you like me to rescue?" "Charles, you're up!" VanderVoort shouts. "Trey, I'm going to let you speak to the President of the United States." "I do not know who that is, but it sounds like it could be a great honor," Trey says. "Is this president a human of great action and know-how?" "He sure as shit is," VanderVoort replies. "Then he will do nicely as a partner on this mission to rescue more refugees," Trey says. "Great," VanderVoort says. "I'll transfer you over to him and his team." VanderVoort twirls her fingers, and the image on the main monitor returns to tracking the Chile Kaiju. "That went well," VanderVoort says. "Weird, but well. Is it a bad thing that I'm really not affected anymore by aliens and giant monsters?" "Depends," Director Miles says. "It could be that you're accepting reality, or you could be going into minor shock, which would be a bad thing. Knowing you, just good old acceptance." "Thanks, Gordon," VanderVoort says. "Anyone have Tony on comms yet?" No one answers. "Then get me Bolton," VanderVoort says. A minute passes before a tech informs her that Bolton can't be reached. "You tried that new aircraft and the sat phone?" VanderVoort asks. The tech nods nervously. "Shit. Okay. Not good, but not going to panic. All chill." She rubs her belly. "Hey, you in there. It's all chill, so stop kicking the shit out of my guts, will ya?" VanderVoort turns to see President Nance and his people gathered around a monitor, all talking at once, while the placid alien face of Trey looks on patiently. "Wait a second," VanderVoort says. "What was that shit about Lowell and Dr. Probst fulfilling some destiny?" "Dr. Hall." "Yes?" Dr. Hall replies. He shakes his head and yawns. "I haven't been up this long since I binged Twin Peaks nonstop." "Jesus, man, that had to mess with your head," Alvarez says. "I think I had mild hallucinations for weeks after," Dr. Hall replies. "Are you two done?" VanderVoort asks. "Dr. Hall, what did Trey mean by Lowell fulfilling his destiny with Quetzalcoatl?" "I have no idea what he means," Dr. Hall says, "at least the destiny part. But if what we know now about the Kaiju needing pilots is correct, and what Trey said about each planet needing its own pilot, then it stands to reason that what lies beneath Mexico City is Quetzalcoatl, waiting for Lowell to pilot it. It explains why Chile went to protect that site and the kaiju below never entered the fight. Does it make sense? Director Miles asks. It does, Dr. Hall replies. As much as any of this makes sense. But Lowell is in Antarctica, VanderVoort says, and Dr. Probst is in Wyoming, neither of which is anywhere close to Mexico City. How the fuck is he getting there? He doesn't have a shuttle anymore. We could call Dr. Probst, Dr. Hall says. Make it happen, VanderVoort shouts to the room. The Wyoming connection comes up instantly. Thank you. Miss VanderVoort, Lou says. She rubs her eyes. What now? It's good to speak to you too, Marshal Morgan, VanderVoort says. Can we skip the niceties? Lou responds. What do you want? I need to speak to Dr. Probst, VanderVoort says. She's busy, Lou says. Interrupt her, please, VanderVoort says. No, Lou says. She's helping Lowell, and that's more important than anything you need her for. I'll be the judge of that, VanderVoort says. Need I remind you that you work for me, Marshal Morgan? As a law enforcement officer of the federal government, I quit, Lou says. Anything else? Ms. Morgan, VanderVoort says. That facility you are in is under my jurisdiction. It's one of the few refuges left in the world. If you'd like to remain there, then I suggest... The connection ends and the monitor goes blank. She hung up on me, VanderVoort says. She fucking hung up on me. She sure did, Director Miles says. Ballsy. The monitor comes back to life and Kyle is sitting in front of the screen. Kyle, VanderVoort says. I need to speak to Dr. Probst. That can't happen, Kyle says, and holds up a hand before VanderVoort can protest. Do you want to know why? Because everyone has gone rogue, VanderVoort replies. I'm going to explain this once, then I need to get off the comms and help Dr. Probst, Kyle says. No questions afterward, so listen up. Ready? Kid, you and your family are really pushing it today, VanderVoort says. When this is done and we sort this all out, you better hope I'm in a good mood. Kyle rolls his eyes as only a teenager can. First, all governmental authority is over, Kyle says. You folks get to help save people and oversee the organization and administration of the new unified civilization when this is over. But you're no longer in charge. Lowell is. Then Trey. Then me. Sort of. I'll be more in control than in charge. Dr. Probst will be too, but not the same way at all. That part's complicated. I'll write it all down later. Gee, thanks, VanderVoort says. Don't get upset, Kyle says. You're going to be glad you aren't in charge. Can I keep talking now? Little shit, VanderVoort mutters under her breath, then smiles wide at the monitor. Keep talking, Kyle. Lowell and Dr. Probst are reestablishing the Blue Crystal Conduit Network, Kyle says. This will allow instantaneous travel between the facilities, kind of like teleportation, but not. It's very hard to explain, so I won't. I'd really like to hear the explanation, Dr. Hall says. Later, Kyle says. The BCCN, which is what I'm calling it because who has time to keep saying Blue Crystal Conduit Network, right? VanderVoort only glares. Right, Kyle says. Lowell will transport to Mexico City and take control of the Quetzalcoatl Kaiju and use that to stop the Ebony Man before he reaches the core. I'm sorry, what's the core? VanderVoort asks. Still talking, Kyle says. The core is what powers all of the facilities. I thought the substance did that, Director Miles says and looks at VanderVoort. Hasn't that been established? The substance comes from the core and travels through its own network between the facilities, Kyle says. Or it did until the Ebony Man messed it all up. He was supposed to be isolated, but things broke at some point and the entire network got messed up. Which is why Dr. Probst is fixing it, Dr. Hall says. What else does the core do? Still talking, Kyle says. But good question. The core is the main facility. It's what controls and powers the defense system for Earth, which is currently offline. We need it online. But the Ebony Man is heading toward the core to destroy it, which will also destroy all the facilities, and then the big aliens heading our way will rip the planet apart and rebuild it as their military outpost for the intergalactic war that's raging out in space. No one says a word. Then Dr. Hall raises a hand. Go, Kyle says. Where is the core? Dr. Hall asks. The Mariana Trench, Kyle says. Dr. Hall raises his hand again. Just talk, bro, Kyle says. If the Ebony Man is in the Antarctica Kaiju, then why is he heading to engage with the Chile Kaiju? Dr. Hall says. That's the wrong direction. It would have been much faster if he crossed the Antarctic continent and swam over to Australia instead of going to South America. He's an asshole, Kyle says with a shrug. That isn't helpful, VanderVoort says. No, seriously, the guy is an asshole, Kyle says. There's a reason he was imprisoned here. He's a fucking psycho asshole. Even aliens think he's a fucking asshole. I think he's going to kill Chile just to prove something. Or he could be hungry. The Antarctica facility let loose some smaller kaiju early on, but they took off after Wyoming fell. Antarctica was supposed to eat those just like Wyoming did. The Ebony Man has to fuel the kaiju he's piloting or he won't make it to the core. If he doesn't make it to the core, then he's as good as dead when his new pals show up. Whoa, Dr. Hall says. Cool. No, not cool, VanderVoort snaps. None of this is cool. I'm going to ignore the bullshit about not being in charge anymore and focus on this alien war and the aliens coming to Earth. Tell me about them. That'll take too long, Kyle says. But if the Ebony Man gets to the core and shuts it down, then we're all dead. All life on this planet will be adios. Getting Lowell to the core first is how we win this. He can defend it against the Ebony Man while we activate the planet's defenses. Kyle blinks a few times and shakes his head. That's the first time I've said that out loud, Kyle says. I guess I'll be going to the core. Shit, I should probably tell my mom. Once again, a Morgan hangs up on VanderVoort. Dr. Hall raises a hand. I'll fucking cut that hand off, VanderVoort snaps. I'd like to volunteer to go to the Wyoming facility, Dr. Hall says. I have to experience all of this firsthand. Before VanderVoort can explode at the scientist, President Nance speaks up. We're all going to the Wyoming facility, President Nance says. Oh, cool, Dr. Hall says. Well, shit, good to know, VanderVoort says. Talk to me, Charles. Trey will be coming for us so he can move us to Wyoming, President Nance says. We've decided it'll be better for us to be safe there so we can coordinate the rescue of as many people as possible. Before VanderVoort can respond to the latest bombshell, a tech shouts, Antarctica and Chile are nearing each other. VanderVoort sighs, takes a deep breath, then turns with everyone else to face the main monitor. With zero regard for the destruction it's causing, the Ebony Man stomps Antarctica across the Amazon rainforest toward the Chile Kaiju that is just cresting the horizon in Venezuela. The two behemoths pause as they come within sight of each other. Then the pause ends, and they rush across the landscape at a speed that causes the earth beneath their feet to ripple. Swaths of rainforest are obliterated. Entire rivers are cut off, diverted, turned into apocalyptic lakes instead of arteries of life. Chile rears up on its hind 6 legs, raising the 4 6 legs before it, claws extended, strange stone mouth open in a wide roar of rage and anticipation. Antarctica flexes, and all the sharpened scales covering its arms and torso curve and extend, turning the monster into a charging slice-and-dice nightmare. The two monsters cover the remaining distance between them in a matter of seconds, then come together in a collision of violence. One of Chile's forearms is severed instantly as it tries to strike Antarctica, the limb falling to the ground and crushing a long line of oil derricks, sending black crude spewing high into the air. Antarctica lifts its right fist into the air and brings it down hard and fast on top of Chile's head. The Ebony Man's kaiju is much taller than Chile, so the blow obtains a good deal of momentum before connecting. The smaller kaiju collapses to the ground, its legs buckling under it. It shakes off the blow quickly and blocks the next blow once again aimed for its head. Its spindly forearms shake and shudder as it presses up against the strength of Antarctica. Antarctica roars down at Chile and gives it a shove, putting distance between the two again. The larger kaiju lifts its upper lip in a snarl, revealing a set of canines, each bigger than a city bus. All the sharpened scales lift and lock in place. Antarctica sprints forward, then launches itself into a spinning leap. Chile cries out as 4 of its remaining forearms are sliced to ribbons. Bits and pieces of the monster's appendages litter the trampled landscape, and it scuttles backward on its hind legs, desperate to get away from the walking food processor. Then it does something that seems to take Antarctica aback. Chile shoves its single good forearm into the vast lake of crude oil that now covers a good portion of Venezuela. 2 of the severed limbs begin to regenerate immediately. The rest grow too, but much slower. Antarctica roars and throws itself at Chile, the scales still locked into place, their sharpened edges aimed directly for Chile's body. Chile screeches, ducks, and rolls away from Antarctica's attack, just missing having its weird Easter Island head sliced right off its body. Antarctica lands in the oil, splashing the crude hundreds of feet into the air. It slips and slides, finds some traction, and turns to attack again. But Chile is waiting. Trees that were hundreds upon hundreds of years old, that once provided needed oxygen to not just the continent they grew upon, but the entire world, are now massive batons gripped in 4 of Chile's claws. Antarctica narrows its eyes and watches Chile closely as it slowly moves sideways, trying to flank the smaller kaiju. But Chile turns and counters the maneuver, making sure it's facing Antarctica at all times. Then they move at the same time and collide in an explosion of giant flesh, wood, crude oil, and blood. The roars and screeches are powerful enough to knock down what few trees had still been standing. Chile scrambles away, cuts and gashes covering its body, 2 of the newly formed forearms once again nothing but nubs. Yet the huge head has an unmistakable grin on its face. Antarctica growls and lunges, then stumbles and goes down on one knee. The monster looks down at its abdomen and bellows with rage and pain at the 2 trees sticking out from under 2 sharpened scales. Blood pours from the wounds. Keeping its distance, Chile circumnavigates the wounded kaiju and returns to the lake of crude oil. It plunges into the fossil fuel, rolling over and over to coat its entire body. The gashes turn to cuts, and the cuts seal up. Then regeneration begins again, and fresh limbs start to form. Chile wastes no time and extracts itself from the oil to hunt down more trees. While Chile heals, Antarctica tends to its own wounds and snaps the trees off just under the scales. It doesn't remove the trunks that penetrate its body, leaving them there to act as agonizing stopgaps, maintaining the slow leak of blood instead of creating lethal rivers. Then Antarctica faces Chile and licks its lips. Chile pauses, trees held up and ready for battle. Antarctica takes a step toward Chile, its rage-filled eyes locked onto the smaller kaiju. Chile takes a couple of steps back. Antarctica matches the movement, keeping the distance between the 2 monsters constant. Chile flings the trees at Antarctica and runs, scrambling toward the Pacific Ocean. A huge trunk nails Antarctica in the chest, but only sticks to the sharpened edges of a couple of scales, doing no damage. Antarctica's eyes burn with hunger and homicide as it takes off after Chile. Everything in the beast's path is destroyed. All that's left is a trail of churned earth. On Chile races, scurrying as fast as its intact legs will carry it, Antarctica on its ass the entire way. The monsters reach the coastal range and clamber up over the mountains, then Chile leaps out into the air, its legs propelling it toward the ocean and possible safety. But Antarctica leaps as well and manages to catch hold of one of Chile's back legs, sending the 2 monsters into a diving spin, then a brutal collision with the rocky coast. Ancient lava rock is turned into gravel as the kaiju slam into the ground. Chile cries out in pain as it's impaled by one of its own legs. The limb is twisted around backward and embedded in the kaiju's right side. Sticky blood oozes from the wound, and Chile desperately tries to drag itself out from under and away from Antarctica. The larger kaiju is having none of that. It grabs the twisted limb and shoves it deeper into Chile's body. Chile screams and flails, but it's too weak to fight off the superior weight of Antarctica as the monster shoves and shoves and shoves until the leg snaps and stabs all the way through Chile's body. Antarctica slowly gets to its feet and stands over Chile in triumph as the smaller kaiju thrashes impotently in the surf. The huge monster glares down at Chile, watching it perform its death throes. Then it snorts, lifts a leg, and stomps down on Chile's head, cracking the stone-like skin down the middle so giant brains leak out into the water. With a roar of triumph, Antarctica grabs Chile's corpse and drags it up out of the water and back onto land. Then it settles down on its haunches and attacks the corpse, cracking the dead kaiju's body like a tourist digging into a Dungeness crab. Antarctica scoops flesh into its mouth, letting the blood and juices slop down over its scaled torso. After a few seconds, the kaiju pauses in its gluttony and yanks out the 2 tree stumps still embedded in its body. It flicks the wood to the side and smooths down the scales, grinning at the already healing wounds. After feasting for hours, making sure it strips the dead kaiju's corpse entirely of all flesh and edible components, Antarctica stands and walks into the water. It washes itself off, rinsing the blood and offal, the dirt and oil from its scales, before it stands fully upright and stares out into the ocean. Then it fills its lungs, turns to the north, and roars, a single fist thumping its chest before it turns back to the ocean. Once more, the kaiju fills its lungs, then dives into the water, lost from sight in seconds.
"Something just happened," Dr. Probst says. "Lowell, are you all right? I saw a spike in energy in the blue crystal. Then it went away."
"Yeah, I'm good," Lowell says, standing in a space about the same size as the kaiju chamber, but nowhere as technical looking. In fact, to Lowell, it's like standing in the middle of a geode the size of a massive football coliseum. All around him are nothing but stone walls veined with blue crystals. Antarctica's BCCN terminal.
"Are you sure?"
Dr. Probst asks, her voice echoing around the huge space.
"That spike makes me nervous. Maybe we should wait to try—"
"We can't wait," Lowell says, and closes his eyes. "Other than Trey, I think I'm all that's left."
"So the spike was—"
Dr. Probst asks. "I'd say it was Chile going down hard," Lowell says. He shakes his head. "Man, I really hope all this shit gets easier to process. It's like thoughts and images get shoved into my head anytime anything major happens. Kind of like text messages going straight into my brain."
"Kyle feels the same way," Dr. Probst says. "But I don't think he's at a level you are."
"Not yet," Lowell says, then regrets the response instantly.
"What does that mean?" Dr. Probst asks. "Lowell?"
"Never mind," Lowell says. "We don't have time to get into it. Are you ready on your end?"
"I guess," Dr. Probst says. "It's not like I know what the hell I'm doing. How will I know when it's time to make the connection?"
"You'll know," Lowell says. "It'll be like that spike of energy you just saw, except more like a wall or wave. It'll just keep coming, and when it takes over everything, I need you to open the bulkhead doors so the substance is exposed to the facility. Can you do that?"
"Is that going to be safe for us?" Dr. Probst asks.
"Doc, baby, we've been through this," Lowell says with a sigh. "You and Lou are already so exposed it'll feel like a fun little tickle."
"You lying sack of shit," Dr. Probst says. "It's going to suck, isn't it?"
"Totally," Lowell says. "Did you go pee before hooking the sensors up?"
"What? Am I going to piss myself?" Dr. Probst cries.
"Lowell!" "Just fucking with you, Cheryl," Lowell says. "I think." Lowell takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and lets his body become attuned to the vibrations of the terminal. He nods to himself, then opens his eyes. "Here it comes," he says, and pushes his consciousness into that vibration. "Here I come." Lowell is gone. He isn't gone. He still maintains that sense of self, but the sense of place he had inside the terminal is no more. Lowell is a passenger along for the ride. He bought the ticket, now he has to take the journey. Despite being attuned to the crystal, to 2 of the facilities, Lowell is not prepared for the stress of the travel. His substance-altered body handles the transformation from solid matter to pure energy without a problem, but his mind struggles. Thoughts he's kept buried for most of his life claw their way to the surface. Memories of violence and torture fill his mind's eye, and he cringes away from them as if they're happening to him right now. Phantom pains stab and cut, slice and whip at him, causing him to cry out. The cry is metaphorical only. He has no throat or vocal cords in his current state. The only sounds made are strictly in his mind. But since Lowell is nothing but mind at the moment, the cries double, triple, quadruple in strength until the sounds echo and reverberate so powerfully that Lowell is afraid his currently non-existent brain will explode as soon as it becomes flesh again. Which doesn't happen. Lowell stumbles and falls to the ground, his hands out to catch him, but not quite fast enough. He cries a real cry as his elbow turns to road rash when one arm collapses under his weight. "Ow!" Lowell says, and slowly picks himself up. He isn't surprised that he's in a terminal almost exactly like the one in Antarctica. The only difference is the terminal he's standing in is smaller. What really surprises him is there's a Dr. Probst standing by the entrance with her eyes wide, mouth open, and laptop precariously balanced in one palm. "Hey, Doc," Lowell says. "This isn't Mexico. I've seen pictures, and it doesn't look anything like this." Dr. Probst continues to stare, then shakes her head and turns away. "Could you wear clothes next time?" Dr. Probst says. "What?" Lowell responds and looks down at himself. No jumpsuit. "Huh. We'll need to prep for that. Maybe keep a few extra outfits in a locker or something." "You're saying you had a jumpsuit on when you left Antarctica?" Dr. Probst asks. "Interesting. Not as interesting as why I'm here in Wyoming and not in Mexico," Lowell says. He waves a hand at Dr. Probst before she can reply. "Don't worry, Doc. You did everything right. I screwed up somehow. I was thinking of you and this place when I left Antarctica." "So you need to think about Mexico instead?" Dr. Probst asks. "How do you do that when you haven't been there before?" "I haven't been here before either," Lowell says. "Or not in this terminal before. It's not about physical location so much as it is about mental focus. I gotta keep my mind on the margarita. Focus on some delicious salsa verde. That should get me south of the border." "Oh. Okay," Dr. Probst says. "Do you want to take a break? Come up for something to eat and maybe touch base with Kyle?" "No time, Doc," Lowell says. "If Mr. Licorice killed Chile, then that means the fucker is already taking a long swim toward the core. I have to beat him there, or we're royally fucked." "Yes, that's what Kyle says too," Dr. Probst says. "I still don't fully understand it all." "Me neither," Lowell says. "I just sort of get it. If I try to really think on it all, then it becomes muddled. Human brains aren't built to comprehend everything that has been shoved into mine." "Again, Kyle says the same too," Dr. Probst says. "So, what now?" "For you, nothing," Lowell says and closes his eyes. "You already activated the terminal here, so all I need to do is concentrate." "Oh, all right. I'll just stand here and be quiet," Dr. Probst says. Lowell concentrates, then frowns. "Maybe step out of the terminal for a second," Lowell suggests. "Your quiet is really, really loud." "What does that mean?" Dr. Probst asks. "I can feel you wanting to rip everything apart and study it," Lowell says. "It's kind of distracting." "Right. Sorry," Dr. Probst says. "I'll leave." "All good," Lowell says. "No need to apologize." Lowell waits until Dr. Probst's presence barely registers in his consciousness. Then he thinks about fresh masa and street tacos, and he's gone. When he opens his eyes a millisecond later, there's no stumbling, no tripping, and thankfully not another bloody elbow. "Now this is what I'm talking about," Lowell says as he looks about the Mexico BCCN terminal. The space is even larger than Antarctica, which bodes well for Lowell. He's figured out from mental impressions and good old deduction that the size of the terminal is in direct relation to the size of the Kaiju the facility houses. "Let's go find the big boy and see how I turn it on," Lowell says. He moves to the closest wall and places his hand directly against the blue crystal. Instantly, he's attuned to the facility, and a map of the place fixes in his mind. Lowell exits the terminal and walks the length of a massive tunnel for what feels like forever, until he comes to a set of bulkhead doors that are a couple 1,000 feet high. He'd make some Lord of the Rings joke, but he's in too much of a hurry and only places a palm against the bulkhead doors. Instead of moving apart as a single unit, the doors break into segments and quickly retract one by one into the tunnel's walls. Lowell smiles at the massive Kaiju chamber before him. He smiles even wider as he sees what the chamber holds. "Well, ain't you gorgeous," Lowell says, and steps up to the huge Kaiju that slumbers inside the chamber. Since the Kaiju is coiled around itself like a serpent, which it is, Lowell isn't completely sure how long the body is, but some quick calculations give him an estimate of around 3,000 feet from snout to tail. The monster is a deep, iridescent blue on top, with a blue-gray underbelly. All across the body are scales as well as feathers in a rainbow of colors that brighten the chamber, even though there's no actual illumination that Lowell can see. The head rests on 2 arms that look more like wings, the creature's chin atop feathers that look to be the softest ever created. "All right, baby," Lowell says, and quickly works his way around the Kaiju's body to a set of bulkhead doors opposite the ones he'd just come through. "Time to wake up and get to work. We've got a Mr. Licorice to kill and a planet to save." Lowell gets to the bulkhead doors and places his palm against them, then steps back as they do the same segmented opening process as the other doors. Once open, Lowell is faced with another massive tunnel and another long walk. "Jumpsuits and carts," Lowell says. "Gotta remember to set that up for all the facilities. This walking shit is getting old." But Lowell does walk, and eventually he's standing in front of another set of bulkhead doors, these considerably smaller than the ones to the Kaiju chamber. "Open sesame," he says, and the bulkhead doors open up to reveal the Mexico facilities portion of the substance. Lowell takes a step back from the heat. Spicy." He lets the warmth wash over him until his body feels attuned to the specific vibrations of the Mexico substance. Then Lowell walks into the chamber and directly into the substance. The orange glow becomes a brilliant flash, and Lowell is gone. Minutes pass by, and nothing happens. Then a huff of breath and a stirring is felt in the Kaiju chamber. Quetzalcoatl's eyes open and blink, the slitted pupils narrowing and widening until they stabilize. The head lifts and glances around. "Oh, fuck," Lowell thinks, as his consciousness takes over the massive monster. "Wyoming was like a shitty Ford Pinto compared to this baby. Q, my new best friend, you are the Cadillac of Kaiju, no doubt." Lowell raises his serpent head and roars up at the top of the Kaiju chamber. The ceiling obeys and begins to retract. Lowell lifts his entire body and stretches as far as he can in the confined space. Then he looks down. "No legs? Well, this should be fun," Lowell says. As soon as the ceiling is wide open, Lowell narrows his wings and raises them directly over his head. Then he whips them downward and lifts into the warm, inviting Mexican air. In less than a couple of seconds, Lowell is away from land and flying over the Pacific Ocean, his shadow surfing the waves below him as he aims his new body straight for the South Pacific. He's got a Mr. Licorice to find and kill, and exactly 0 time to waste. 14. The flamethrower sputters and dies in Bolton's hands. So he throws it at the 4th winged monster that's tried to clamber inside the Space Needles restaurant to get at him, Terry, Tony, Chrissy, and the perpetually barking Biscuit. The scorching hot metal of the flamethrower's nozzle singes the winged monster's snout, but doesn't do any real damage. The beast's shriek, though, nearly bursts Bolton's eardrums. "Joshua, how are you holding up out there?" Bolton calls. "Any progress?" "I'm alive and still flying," Joshua responds. Bolton waits, but there's no other response. "Connor?" Terry shouts from her spot by the stairwell doors.
"They're going to be up here any second. We have to do something or we'll be trapped."
Bolton holds his tongue. The joy of finding Terry Morgan alive is beginning to wear off, and memories of the domineering and imposing woman he's known since he was in high school with Lou come flooding back.
"Work the problem, Terry,"
Bolton shouts and grabs a grenade from his belt. He pulls the pin and chucks it at the winged monster, knowing the explosive won't even come close to killing the beast.
"Fire in the hole!"
But like with the other monsters that had breached the restaurant, Bolton uses the explosion as a distraction to disorient the beast. He grabs the last magazine of M4 ammunition from his vest and waits for his opportunity. The flames and smoke clear, and the winged monster roars at Bolton. With a quick snap of his wrist, Bolton flings the magazine underhand into the beast's open mouth. Its jaws snap closed, and it gulps instinctively.
"Gonna have more foam!"
Bolton yells and retreats back to everyone huddled close to the barricade by the demolished stairwell doors. The winged monster belches, then shrieks just before gray foam bursts from its esophagus.
"Joshua!"
Bolton yells over the comm.
"You have to pick us up."
"Not up top," Joshua replies. "They're swarming over the needle."
"Shit,"
Bolton says.
"Wait, what about the drones?"
"Banks and his team are doing what they can to take out as many of these assholes as possible," Joshua says. "But the lasers are only wounding them, not killing them."
"Exactly. The lasers!"
Bolton shouts.
"Can Banks zero in on my signal?"
"I'll ask," Joshua responds, sounding like that's the very last thing in the world he wants to do. A few seconds later, he's back.
"The comms system with this bird isn't strong enough for him to lock onto you. It's taking everything they've got to stay connected to the drones and fight these bastards off."
"He's much more talkative with you," Tony says to Bolton.
"You can't clam up during an op," Bolton says. "Communication is key."
Bolton pauses and looks about the restaurant. He gauges the size of the interior and smiles.
"Okay, I have a very bad idea," Bolton says, "but it may be our only chance."
"I do not like bad ideas," Tony says.
"Do you like being eaten by fucking monsters?"
Chrissy snaps. "Not particularly," Tony says.
"What's your idea, Connor?"
Terry asks, her eyes never leaving the stairwell.
"I'll explain it to Joshua," Bolton says. "You all listen."
Bolton explains his idea to Joshua.
"That's a very bad idea," Chrissy says. "Probably the worst idea I've ever heard."
"I warned you," Bolton says.
"We don't have a choice anymore,"
Terry screams as the stairwell fills with the unmistakable noise of thousands upon thousands of ooze creatures.
"They're here! Joshua, tell Banks to start now,"
Bolton yells, then waves for the others to get down.
"Duck and cover, people!"
Everyone hits the deck as a swarm of drones strafe the restaurant with their lasers, systematically slicing a full bay of the restaurant's windows into bits and pieces until an entire side of the restaurant is wide open to the elements. Tony starts to get up, his eyes wide with fear and amazement at the destruction, but Chrissy yanks him back to the floor.
"Stay down!"
Bolton yells at them both.
"I was!"
Chrissy yells back.
"Tell him!"
"They'll all get in now," Tony says.
"Nope,"
Bolton says.
"Here comes Joshua."
The aircraft drops below the window, out of sight, then reappears almost instantly, its body spinning around 180 degrees so that the small cargo hold is facing the restaurant. Joshua flies the aircraft backward into the open space, and the cargo ramp drops open.
"Get in!"
Joshua shouts. They don't need his urging. All of them are already sprinting toward the aircraft. Behind them, a multitude of ooze creatures lumber, scuttle, scurry, and slither after the retreating party. The cargo door slams shut as several dozen ooze creatures swarm up over the aircraft.
"Strap in,"
Joshua says, but doesn't wait for anyone to do so. The aircraft shoots out from the restaurant and plunges straight down, ooze creatures streaming out after it. Just above the Space Needle, half a dozen winged monsters catch sight of the aircraft and dive. Bolton gymnastically falls his way into the co-pilot's seat, while Terry, Tony, Chrissy, and Biscuit scream, shout, complain, and bark in the cargo hold.
"You got this?"
Bolton asks, fighting gravity as he straps in. "Maybe," Joshua says,
then pulls up, and the aircraft skims the tops of the few remaining outbuildings dotting the immediate area around the Space Needle. Thousands of ooze creatures had poured out of the restaurant after the aircraft. Now they splat against the outbuildings and the ground, coating everything in greenish ooze. The half-dozen winged monsters fare only slightly better. 2 manage to abort their attacks and lift back up into the air. The other 4 can't manage the maneuver fast enough and crash and collide with the ooze-coated outbuildings, ground, then each other. "Now what?" Joshua asks as he flies the aircraft away from the Seattle center. The Diamondback drones flank him on either side, firing laser bursts any time a winged monster from above gets too close. "Wyoming," Bolton says, then turns in his seat. "Tony, you're up." "Yes," Tony says, untangling himself from the safety netting he'd clung to as the aircraft was in freefall. "I'll need some help." Bolton makes eye contact with Terry, and she nods. "Show me what you need," Terry says. As those 2 work at connecting Tony's radio device to the aircraft's magnetic drive, Chrissy moves carefully to the front and leans in between Bolton and Joshua, her eyes staring out the windshield. She starts and shakes her head. "A lot, I know," Bolton says. "There are so many of them," Chrissy says, as they fly over a thick patch of ooze creatures that stretches on for miles. "They're like ants." "A fungus," Joshua says. Chrissy frowns at him. "What do you mean?" "I watched it happen," Joshua says. "Most of the ooze things to the east have started to melt and just be ooze, not creatures. But the ooze is working to break down whatever it melts on." "Terraforming," Bolton says. "They're helping to turn the planet into something else, for something else." "Aliens?" Chrissy asks. "Are there really aliens?" Joshua and Bolton both give her a look. She holds up her hands. "Okay, whatever," Chrissy says. "There are aliens." "How's it coming back there?" Bolton shouts. "Slowly," Terry replies. "This aircraft is confusing Tony." "It is not confusing me," Tony shouts. "I am simply unfamiliar with the technology utilized to power this vehicle." "Can we get Banks and his folks on the horn?" Bolton asks Joshua. "I told you comms are weak," Joshua says. "They're using everything to maintain control of the drones." "We'll need to risk it," Bolton says, and activates the aircraft's comms system. "Banks, come in." "Banks here," Banks replies, his voice staticky. "What's your sit?" "All accounted for and unharmed," Bolton says. "Tony is trying to connect the device to the aircraft, but he's having problems." "I am not having problems," Tony protests. "I am unfamiliar with the technology." "Which is a problem," Bolton says. "Who can answer his questions?" "Probably me," Banks says. "Connect me to him and I'll see what I can do." Bolton grabs a headset and tosses it back to Terry, who catches it easily and positions it on Tony's head. "This better work," Joshua says. "It will," Chrissy says. "Tony is a huge pain-in-the-ass weirdo, but he makes shit work." "Sit down and strap in," Bolton says to her. "Why?" Chrissy snaps. "I want to see outside." Bolton points at several dark shapes dropping out of the ash clouds and heading their direction. "Oh," Chrissy says, and quickly retreats into the cargo hold to strap in. "Hang on tight," Bolton yells back to Terry and Tony. "Tony has the comms occupied," Joshua says. "We can't coordinate with Diamondback." "Let's hope they see what's coming for us," Bolton says, and brings up the weapons system. "You fly, I'll shoot." "I figured," Joshua says. Joshua punches it, and the aircraft races toward the incoming monsters. Biscuit lets out a long yowl as Chrissy begins scream-cursing from the sudden acceleration. Bolton squeezes the trigger. Nothing. "The lightning gun is out," Bolton shouts. "Then shoot them with something else," Joshua shouts back. Bolton studies the weapons system, then targets the winged monsters and lets fly a battery of small missiles. The monsters easily dodge the missiles, letting the explosive projectiles fly by harmlessly. "They can't lock on," Bolton says. "Mm-hmm," Joshua responds, his eyes narrowed and focused on the monsters. "What's wrong?" Bolton asks. "They're going to try something," Joshua says. "Watch." The group of beasts splits apart, and the drones break formation to follow, half going up, half going down. A battle wages that neither Bolton nor Joshua can see as the winged monsters and the diamondback drones dogfight above and below the aircraft. Then a laser nearly slices the nose of the aircraft off, and Bolton jumps. "See?" Joshua says. "They're trying to use the drones against us." "Shit!" Bolton says, as another laser just misses hitting the aircraft. "Tony, how's it coming back there?" "Progress is being made," Tony shouts. "Will it be made soon?" Bolton shouts. "We don't have much time." An alarm blares, and Joshua hunts about the dash for the source. "Our right side got clipped," Joshua says. "The aircraft is compensating, but we can't take another hit like that. This is a prototype, not a battle-ready field vehicle." "Just keep flying," Bolton says, returning his attention to the weapons system. "What do we have that could work?" "Napalm?" Joshua asks. "Not on the menu," Bolton says, then smiles. "But there's something close. Phosphorus." "Flares?" Joshua asks. "I don't know if that's going to help." "Not flares," Bolton says, and taps the screen in front of him. "This says starbursts." "Flares," Joshua replies, unimpressed. "We'll find out," Bolton says. "Get us out of the sandwich." Joshua banks the aircraft hard to the right, just missing a collision with a dueling drone and winged monster. Bolton catches an explosion out of the corner of his eye as they speed past, and he's pretty sure the drone lost the duel. "Clear," Joshua says. "Fire your flares." Bolton fires off 8 starbursts, and the windshield instantly dims to nearly black tint. "Kinda makes it hard to fly," Joshua growls. Then the air around the aircraft explodes like the surface of the sun, and Joshua is no longer complaining. He's having to use all of his strength and attention to keep the aircraft stable. "Big flares," Joshua says. "No shit," Bolton says, squinting at the windshield even with the tinting. He blinks away spots and checks the screen. "Damn." "What?" Joshua asks. "The monsters are gone," Bolton says. 3 are retreating, and there's no sign of the others." "Drones?" Joshua asks. "Other than a couple lost because of the monsters, they're all there," Bolton says. "They weren't affected." "Neither was this bird," Joshua says. "We need to find out what this thing is armored with." "And we need more starbursts," Bolton says. "A fucking lot more." "Connected," Tony announces from the cargo hold with a bored voice. "Global comms are reestablished." "Banks?" Bolton calls. "Here, Sergeant," Banks replies. "That kid is a genius. We're now connected to everyone, everywhere. Anyone seeing a lag?" Banks pauses. "No? Damn. Sergeant Bolton?" "Yes, Lieutenant Commander," Bolton replies. "Drop off your people at the Wyoming facility, then get that bird back here," Banks says. "If that bird can be that strong of a relay, then we've got something even better to connect the device to." "Is it portable?" Bolton asks. "Very," Banks says. "Why?" "Because after Wyoming, we're coming to get you for good," Bolton says. "Diamondback won't be sustainable. You'll want to be in the Wyoming facility. See what you can do to make that whatever portable." "And more starbursts," Joshua says. "Right," Bolton agrees. "We'll need plenty more of those starbursts." "I think you'll be pleasantly surprised," Banks replies. "See you soon." "Copy that," Bolton says. "Out." He turns in his seat. "Great job, kid," Bolton calls to Tony. "You've probably saved several 100,000 lives." "I'm not giving my device to the government," Tony states. "I will need to be compensated." "Okay. I'm sure something can be worked out," Bolton says, and looks at Joshua, who just shrugs. The aircraft races through the sky toward Wyoming as the shadows in the ash clouds keep a wary distance. "Are you sure this is the correct way?" Lou asks Kyle, then glances at Dr. Probst as all 3 ride in an elevator that Lou hasn't been in before. "How do we know it's safe above?" "It's not safe above," Kyle says. "Nothing will ever be safe above." "You know what?" Lou says. "You can stop trying to freak your mother out at any time, son." "Sorry, Mom," Kyle says. He rubs his forehead. "It can be hard to remember who I am sometimes." "Is it painful?" Dr. Probst asks, her eyes flitting across the screen of her laptop to the other two, back and forth. Are you in discomfort? Painful? Lou asks, alarmed. Kyle, are you all right? I'm fine, Mom, Kyle says, and gives Dr. Probst an exasperated look. It feels like after cramming for a final, not getting any sleep, then taking the final, cramming for another final, and still not getting any sleep. Oh, I know that feeling, Dr. Probst says. It's called exhaustion, Lou says. Kyle, you need to sleep. Later, Kyle says, as the elevator comes to a stop. We get this process going, then I'll see if I can rest. We get this process going, and then you will for sure rest, Lou says. That's an order from your mother. Okay, Mom, Kyle says, and steps off the elevator into a huge observation deck that looks out onto Wyoming's own Kaiju chamber. Holy crap, Dr. Probst says. Is this where the Ebony Man had his Kaiju? No, Kyle says. He should have, but he figured out a way to grow it and all the others, the cattle, in the Yellowstone caldera, which started all this fucking mess. Oh, Dr. Probst says. So what now? That, Kyle says, and points to the ceiling of the Kaiju chamber. The ceiling irises open, and a strange aircraft hovers briefly, then descends to the chamber's floor. As it lands, Lou presses against the observation deck's window. Then she cries out when she sees her mother, Tony, Chrissy, and Biscuit climb out of the aircraft's cargo hold. Then she cries out again as the aircraft lifts off and shoots out of the chamber. Mom, you know where they're going, Kyle says. Connor told us they have to get to Diamondback. I know, Lou says, wiping at her eyes. But he could have said hello. Your mom is waving at you, Dr. Probst says. Oh, and we need to get them out of there fast. Is Trey here? Kyle asks, glancing at Dr. Probst's laptop. She nods. Okay, I have to help with this. Mom, you go down and get Grandma and the others up here. Dr. Probst, wait here for them, then be prepared to help coordinate this. What do I do? Dr. Probst asks. Set your laptop there, Kyle says, as a small pedestal rises from the floor. It should connect you seamlessly. You can also talk to me while I talk to Trey. You can communicate with Trey while he's a kaiju? Dr. Probst asks. How? Kyle spreads his arms. Gotta love alien tech. Lou frowns. Do we, though? It's all that will keep the human race alive, Kyle says, his voice sounding much older than his age. He returns to the elevator, leaving Lou and Dr. Probst in the observation deck. I'll be right back, Lou says, and spins around, searching for the way out and down. There, Dr. Probst says, and points to a recess in the wall. Lou rushes over, and as soon as she's close enough, the recess opens and reveals a set of stairs connected to a catwalk, which is in turn connected to another set of stairs and more catwalks that encircle the entire chamber. It takes Lou a few minutes, but she makes it to the ground floor and runs to embrace her mother. The two women slam into each other, crying and laughing as they hug fiercely. You were dead, Lou sobs. Kyle said you were dead. I should have been, Terry says. So many times. But I found some good folks, lost some good folks, and made it here with these two amazing young people. You sound so old when you say young people, Chrissy says, and gives a shy wave. Hi. Lou, this is Chrissy and Tony, Terry says, as Lou finally lets her go. I'd be dead without them. Biscuit yowls and barks. And you too, Terry says. Biscuit! Lou cries, and crouches down to give the dog wolf a huge hug and fur ruffle. She kisses the hybrid's snout, then looks up at Chrissy and Tony. Thank you for helping my mother. She saved our butts, too, Chrissy says. Tony just shrugs. Lou, you need to get back up here now, Dr. Probst calls, her voice echoing throughout the kaiju chamber. Does she need to yell? Chrissy asks, her hands to her ears. Sorry, Dr. Probst replies. I'm still figuring the system out, but get out of the chamber now. Trey is here. Trey? Terry asks. You'll see, Lou says. Come on. She leads them all up the stairs, across the catwalks, and into the observation deck. Hey, Dr. Probst says with a wave. Dr. Cheryl Probst. Call me Cheryl. Hello, Cheryl. It's good to meet you, Terry says. Thank you for helping keep my family. Terry trails off as a shadow is cast over the open top of the Kaiju chamber. All eyes turn in that direction and mouths drop open. Should we run? Chrissy asks, her hand clamping onto Tony's arm. Ow, Tony says, and pries her fingers apart. I am not an emotional support animal. Neither is he, Chrissy says, and nods at Biscuit, who's backed himself up against the far wall of the observation deck. I hear you, boy, Terry says. The Africa Kaiju climbs down inside the Kaiju chamber with several large, long lumps attached to its back. As soon as the creature settles onto the chamber's floor, platforms extend and extract the contents of the lumps. Ships. Dozens of ships. Military ships, cruise ships, commercial liners, and even some smaller personal craft are systematically removed from the Africa Kaiju's back. Cheryl, do you read me? Kyle asks, his voice coming from the observation deck's PA system. I'm here, Kyle, Dr. Probst replies. Kyle, Terry shouts. Hi, Grandma, Kyle says. I'll come see you in a minute. I'm helping Trey right now. The platforms lock onto the many ships, each taking one to the chamber's walls so it can be secured into place and stabilized for the refugees' departures. Trey? Terry asks Lou. Lou points at the Africa Kaiju. There's a person in that? Terry asks, her mouth open wide. Not exactly, Dr. Probst says. Kyle, everything looks good from here. How are you doing? Most of it is automated, Kyle replies. But since the facility and the ships are of different tech, I'm helping them talk to each other when needed. Trey says hello. Oh, hello back? Dr. Probst says, and shrugs at Lou. She shrugs in response. An organic battle vehicle, Tony says, moving closer to the observation deck windows. I would like to study it and have one of my own. You and me both, kid, Dr. Probst says. The study part. I have no desire to be in one of those things. It's not as easy as just hopping into a cockpit, Kyle says. Tony looks up at the ceiling. Why? Long story, no time, Kyle says. Mom, Cheryl and I have it from here if you want to take everyone down and get them settled. I have the quarters closest to the main control room sectioned off for all of us. It'll get cramped in this facility before this is all over, so I made us a little extra room. Kyle, I taught you better, Terry says. You share your bounty with others. We don't need extra room. Trust me, Grandma, Kyle says. It's not that extra. You'll see. Come on, Lou says. You have to be starving. And we stink like sewage, Tony states. He says it like he sees it, huh? Lou says with a laugh. You have no idea, Chrissy says. Lou nods at her. We can get your bandages changed, too. This facility has several medical bays we can use. One is out of order because of... Well, we'll talk about that later. Lou leads them to the elevator, and they all step on. You sure you're good, Cheryl? Lou asks, looking to Dr. Probst. Huh? Me? Oh, yes, of course, Dr. Probst says. Take care of them. We'll call if we need you. All right, Lou says, and presses the button. The elevator doors close, and Chrissy and Tony lean back against the wall as Terry leans on her daughter. Lou just smiles. We have so much to talk about, Terry says. Yeah, Lou says. But we'll get you all fed and cleaned up first. Then we'll talk. We won't have much time, though. There are thousands of people on those ships, and they'll need help. We'll coordinate from the control room. I can coordinate from where I am, Mom, Kyle says, making everyone jump. Sorry. Warn us next time, Lou says. What do? Shake hands, give hugs, and assure people that this place is safe, Kyle says. You'll also need to handle the officers that will think they're in charge. Lou laughs. Oh, is that all? She smiles at her mother. I think between the two of us, we'll be able to take on any brass that think they'll be running the show. There is a chain of command, Terry says, uncertain. And they aren't the top, Grandma, Lou says. Not anymore. Lowell studies the ocean, hunting for signs of Antarctica. "You have to come up for air sometime, fucker," Lowell says out loud, which is instantly translated into a Quetzalcoatl roar. A dot on the horizon gets Lowell's attention, and he shifts his focus. The Kaiju's vision is incredible, and Lowell realizes it must be what raptors experience as he dials in his vision closer and closer until he's able to see the dot clearly. Or dots. A string of islands on the horizon. Islands, Lowell thinks. Hawaii? Guam? Where the shit am I? An image slams into his mind, and he instantly has a sense of exactly where he is. Hell, he has a sense of where everything in the Pacific Ocean is. Damn, he thinks. That's handy as shit. Lowell contemplates seeing if he has the entire map of the world in his brain, but he doesn't want to push it since he's flying over open water in a kaiju that's supposed to be a god of some sort, and his body may be huge and powerful, but the Pacific Ocean is even larger and even more powerful. He tucks the idea away for later. If there is a later. "Oh, there'll be a later!" he shouts, sending a roar rippling across the waves. "Coming for you, Mr. Licorice!" Lowell catches sight of something, a shadow ahead of him just under the water's surface. He dives hard and fast, straight down, then folds his wings and plunges into the ocean. A heavy film instantly covers Quetzalcoatl's eyes, and the underwater world is as clear as the air above. On instinct, Lowell spreads his wings and is pleased to feel them act as flippers, the feathers binding together to help trap the water. Lowell sees the Antarctica kaiju swimming furiously about a mile in front of him and says, "Hello, Mr. Licorice. Your ass is mine." Lowell panics for a minute as the air escapes his massive mouth, sending waves of bubbles bursting out before him. Just before the panic overtakes him, Lowell realizes he's not drowning and can actually breathe underwater. "Yeah, Quetzalcoatl, you and me are going to be best buds," he thinks. Then he sees that Antarctica has stopped swimming and has turned to face him, the kaiju's huge simian arms and legs pumping up and down, treading water. Lowell puts on a burst of speed by whipping the lower half of his long serpent body back and forth. Antarctica roars. Just like with Yellowstone, rippling rings of sonic power erupt from the kaiju's mouth and head straight for Lowell. "Shit!" Lowell yells and dives deep, angling Quetzalcoatl's body straight toward the ocean floor miles below. The sonic blasts shred the very molecules the ocean water is made of, and Lowell barely manages to get clear of the blasts. But he doesn't get clear of the after effects and loses control of his rapid descent. The kaiju spins and tumbles, twisting this way and that as water around him turns a murky brown from the thousands of fish and other aquatic creatures that weren't lucky enough to avoid Antarctica's attack. Lowell struggles to regain control, and as the water becomes darker and darker, to the point of near impenetrable blackness, the panic from before returns. He can feel the pressure weighing on the kaiju's body, and he wonders if the giant monster can actually make the dive down into the Mariana Trench before being crushed. He snarls and watches bubbles burst the moment they're formed. "Stop being weak." Digging deep, Lowell rights the kaiju and points its snout up toward the faint light above. He stretches his wings out to their fullest and whips them downward, sending the kaiju's body rocketing up toward the surface. There is a moment where Lowell wonders about depressurization, but then he's suddenly erupting out of the ocean and into open air, his wings taking him high up above the rippling waves. The fact that rapid depressurization doesn't break the kaiju heartens Lowell. He's pretty confident that Quetzalcoatl will be able to handle the crushing depths of the Mariana Trench and, if the time comes, the total lack of pressure in open space. But first, he has an Antarctica kaiju to stop. Lowell aims for Guam, the island where the Ebony Man has taken Antarctica. Even from the distance Lowell is at, his kaiju ears pick up the sounds of destruction as the Ebony Man stomps onto shore and begins grabbing up anything and everything edible, which is mostly people. Guam was never evacuated because it was well away from the Yellowstone caldera. The island was to be a staging area, as well as a command center for the Pacific Fleet's refugee evacuation missions. None of the refugee ships reached the island, but there are plenty of residents and U.S. military personnel still there for the Ebony Man to feast on. And he does. The beach is littered with mangled bodies, detritus made up of arms and legs and heads, the bits and pieces that fall out of Antarctica's mouth as it makes its way across the island with wild abandon, stuffing handfuls of screaming human beings into its wide-open maw. Lowell shivers at the crunching and chewing noises that echo across the island. Finding an area clear of corpse parts, Lowell sets down, coiling the Kaiju's body under him for support, since Quetzalcoatl doesn't have legs, only wings. "Hey!" Lowell roars. "Mr. Licorice! How about you don't massacre all the nice people of Guam?" Even though the sounds coming out of Quetzalcoatl's mouth are roars and shrieks, not words, Antarctica pauses, turns, finishes chewing, and responds with its own roars and shrieks. Lowell laughs when an instant translation fills his mind. "You are all food to me," the Ebony Man roars. "Even you, Quetzalcoatl. I'll wipe this island clean, then kill you and use your bones to pick my teeth." "Oh, Mr. Licorice," Lowell replies, "haven't you learned yet? You're dead. You're so fucking dead, and there isn't a goddamn thing you can fucking do about it." There's a slight pause, then the Ebony Man replies, "This is my planet, primate. I took it. I shaped it. I created new life under its crust. Life that only exists for my needs, for my plans, for my triumph. You pitiful apes are fleas on the surface of my kingdom." "Fleas on the surface? That's gotta be the shittiest metaphor I've ever heard," Lowell says. "Dude, just give it the fuck up." Antarctica snatches up 2 fistfuls of screaming Guamanians and crams them into its mouth like peanuts, making a show of chomping up and down as the people continue screaming, then go silent. "God, you are such an asshole," Lowell says, and shakes his huge head back and forth. "And that's saying a lot coming from me." "You should eat too, Quetzalcoatl," the Ebony Man roars. "You will need all the energy you can get before I kill you." "Jesus Christ, dude," Lowell shakes his head again. "Did a jellyfish sting you in the head? Because you sound like you're tripping balls. And why the fuck would you want me to have more energy? That'll just make your beatdown even worse. Honestly, Mr. Licorice, it's time for you to call it quits. You just aren't thinking straight, dude." Antarctica roars, and all of its scales stand on end, the sharpened edges glinting brightly in the South Pacific sunlight. The Ebony Man flexes the Kaiju's muscles and stomps both legs, crushing buildings, people, and everything underfoot. Then it charges. "Fucking hell," Lowell says, and uncoils Quetzalcoatl's body. Lowell takes to the air just as Antarctica reaches the beach, a double swath of destruction going and coming behind it. The Antarctica Kaiju shoots out a huge fist and just misses snatching Quetzalcoatl's tail. But Lowell makes sure the Ebony Man still gets a piece of that tail as he whips it down across the Kaiju's skull. Pain erupts all the way up Quetzalcoatl's body, and Lowell has to concentrate hard in order to keep flapping his wings so he doesn't get caught by Antarctica's other fist. Once up far above Antarctica, Lowell takes a moment to assess the damage to his Kaiju. The bright blue skin and feathers at the tip of his body flap and flutter in the air like gory strings, dark red blood dripping from the flaps and shreds of skin. "Fuck, that hurts," Lowell says. "You will know agony 1,000,000 times worse," the Ebony Man roars up at him. "Fuck off," Lowell replies. Lowell rises farther and farther into the air, making sure he's well out of reach of Antarctica, even if the Ebony Man makes the Kaiju leap up at him. Then he hovers for a minute to check the damage to his tail again. "Shit," Lowell says. "That's a design flaw." He hunts through his mind to find a solution, but for some reason he has almost limitless knowledge of the facilities, the aliens, the everything happening to Earth, except for the abilities of the Kaiju he's currently occupying. Lowell puzzles at this, then does what any wounded animal would do. He licks his tail with his huge forked tongue until the bleeding stops. "Hey, Mr. Licorice!" Lowell shouts down at Antarctica. "My spit heals! I'm like a punk Jesus. Got a boo-boo you need me to fix? Here, have some!" Lowell hawks up a giant kaiju loogie and bombs the ebony man with it. The bloody phlegm splats on Antarctica's forehead, sending the kaiju into a fit of rage that results in a quarter of the coastline being destroyed as the ebony man thrashes around, kicking and punching at the island's once beautiful beaches. I wonder what else I can do, Lowell thinks. He risks closing his eyes and tries to push his mind through the kaiju's body, but it doesn't work. He just gets kind of dizzy. He snaps his eyes open. Fuck, not doing that again. You cannot defeat me, the ebony man roars up at Lowell. I had this kaiju created in order to defeat all kaiju. Quetzalcoatl is a weak creature. You have no powers, Anson Lowell, only flight by those sad wings. You cannot win against me. You know what? Lowell roars down. Fuck off! I don't need powers to kick your ass, bitch. Then he dives with all his strength and speed directly at Antarctica. The collision sends shockwaves across the island, leveling any and all buildings more than a story tall. Lowell doesn't have time to regret the repercussions of his attack, even as sirens wail and the cries of Guamanians fill the air. His only thought is to keep Antarctica down. The Ebony Man has different plans. Even though the impact drives Antarctica 100 feet down into the island's soil, the Ebony Man still manages to wrap an arm around Quetzalcoatl's neck and get the kaiju into a headlock. Shit! Lowell screams as he realizes that he's about to be decapitated by the sharpened scales lining Antarctica's arm and torso. Get the fuck off me, asshole! It is you who are upon me, the Ebony Man shouts. You get off of me, for you are the ass-a-hole! Lowell responds by clamping his entire jaw over Antarctica's chin. He feels the insides of his mouth turn to tatters from the scales, but he doesn't relent. He bites down harder, putting all of his energy into his jaws. There's a satisfying crack, and the Ebony Man shoves Lowell off and away from Antarctica. Quetzalcoatl rolls across the coastline for half a mile before coming to a stop. Lowell stares up at the bright blue sky that's able to peek out from the ash clouds. He marvels at the sight, happy to see sun again, even if it is only in brief snatches. It's a hell of a lot better than the thick ash hell that blankets North America and most of the rest of the world. Get your shit together, Lowell mutters before flipping his body over and rising up on the lower half of his serpent body. Lowell spits gallons of blood out onto the remnants of the beach, splashing blood up over the mangled trees that were also felled by the kaiju impact. After a couple more tries to clear his mouth of blood, Lowell begins licking his wings, then wipes the wings across his neck and upper chest, sealing the wounds caused by Antarctica's scales. Even during the self-care, Lowell never takes his eyes off Antarctica, watching as the other kaiju slowly gets to its feet. Lowell can't help but smile as he sees the kaiju wobble slightly and favor its left leg. Looking gimpy there, Mr. Licorice, Lowell says, continuing the healing process by slathering more and more of his kaiju's saliva across his battered body. You sure you don't want to call this quits? We can head down to the core, get you out of that gorilla suit, and you can be imprisoned for eternity. Better than the alternative. There is no alternative, the Ebony Man roars. There is only my triumph. Man, somebody hurt you bad, Lowell says. I'm not judging, because I totally get that. But instead of destroying my planet, maybe we can find you a good therapist and about 600 kilograms of diazepam. I'm not one for benzos, but I think a heavy dose of chill would do you some good. The Ebony Man responds by charging Quetzalcoatl, covering the distance in seconds despite the kaiju's limping gait. This time, Lowell is ready for the attack. Instead of launching into the air out of reach, Lowell sends Quetzalcoatl diving under Antarctica's rage-filled swipes, coming up behind the kaiju. Lowell braces for the pain and clamps his kaiju's jaws down on the back of Antarctica's neck, forcing the other kaiju face down into the sand and soil. With a powerful thrust of his wings, Lowell lifts Antarctica up a few feet and drags the kaiju out into the surf. Then, with another wing thrust, Lowell shoves the Ebony Man into the water, covering the kaiju's entire head in roiling seawater. Antarctica thrashes, fighting desperately against Quetzalcoatl's hold on its neck and the continual flapping of wings that maintains enough force to keep the Kaiju's head submerged. That's right, fucker, Lowell thinks. Just fucking drown, bitch. Just fucking drown. Antarctica's fight lessens. Then the Kaiju goes completely slack and its body relaxes into the ocean water. Lowell has been in enough prison fights to know that you only let go if you're sure the other party is unconscious, dead, or you start getting beat upon by a dozen guards and their batons. He counts to 100, gives the back of Antarctica's neck a good shake, then lets go and eases back, his eyes never leaving the still Kaiju. Which is a good thing, because the second Lowell has Quetzalcoatl a couple dozen meters away, Antarctica's left foot snaps out and clocks Quetzalcoatl across the jaw. "Son of a bitch!" Lowell yells, just as the ebony man dives into the ocean and is lost from sight. Right. Space Kaiju probably don't need to breathe. Fuck! Shaking off the kick, Lowell dives after him, but the destruction the two Kaiju caused to the island of Guam has churned up tons upon tons of sand and soil, so that visibility is almost zero, even with Quetzalcoatl's superior vision. God damn it, Lowell says with a gigantic Kaiju sigh. He tunes into the planet and orients himself, then sets off blindly into the depths again, aimed for the Mariana Trench and the core facility. 15. Okay, VanderVoort says, her eyes on the main monitor as a satellite tracks the progress of the Africa Kaiju across North America down to the Gulf of Mexico, where it can receive more refugee ships. We got this. Behind VanderVoort, the Situation Room is alive with the raised voices of all present as they try to help coordinate the evacuation to the Wyoming facility. Mostly techs and those left of the cabinet are forced to use their powers of persuasion to keep the captains of those ships from total panic as a giant monster crawls over the country to their locations. Adriana? VanderVoort turns and is face to face with President Nance. Charles, VanderVoort responds. What can I do for you? You aren't listening to the comms, President Nance says with an amused smile. He looks up at the main monitor. Understandable, considering. What? Oh, shit, VanderVoort says and taps at her earpiece, increasing the volume. She recognizes the voice. Bolton? There you are, Bolton responds. And here we are. Time to go. Go, VanderVoort replies. She turns and takes in the chaos of the Situation Room. We still have work to do here, Sergeant Bolton. We cannot... Adriana, it's time to leave D.C., President Nance says. How do we coordinate the evacuation? VanderVoort asks. We're still talking to other countries, trying to get everyone to work. Ma'am, we have a space all set up where you can coordinate everything from here, Bolton says. But we don't have much time. The winged assholes are tracking us. They're also heading for the Africa Kaiju. Trey will need backup really soon, so we need to return to the air as fast as possible. Before VanderVoort can ask what Bolton's talking about, she remembers what else was being developed and housed at Diamondback. It's operational? VanderVoort asks, surprised. Banks and his team got it up and working, Bolton says. That's pretty much been their focus since the EMPs took down the country. Good for Lieutenant Commander Banks, VanderVoort says. We'll be right up. Then she panics and blinks at President Nance. Can we get up top? She asks. We can, President Nance says. We managed to get one elevator operational, and Bolton has already assured me that the area is cleared above. Then let's do this and get out of this shithole, VanderVoort says, then shrugs at the hurt look on President Nance's face. No offense meant. I'm sure it'd be ideal under other circumstances, but personally, I could use some fresh air. I'm not sure how fresh the air is, Director Miles says with a couple of bags thrown over his shoulders. All packed. Come on. Listen up, everybody, VanderVoort shouts. The noise only lessens slightly. She takes a deep breath and bellows. Shut the fuck up and listen! The Situation Room goes quiet. Gather your personal belongings and head to the exit, VanderVoort orders. You each have about 1 minute to get your shit together before we leave. Tell whoever you're talking to that we'll call them back once we're on board the... Shit, what's it called again? Fuck.
Joan? President Nance asks.
The code name is Valhalla, Joan replies.
Seriously?
VanderVoort asks. That's a bit much. Let's just call it V.
Now that we have that settled, can we go? Director Miles asks.
Time to leave, VanderVoort shouts. The room's chaos quadruples as everyone jumps up from their stations, grabs what they can, and hurries to the corridor that leads to the working elevator. It takes 2 trips to get everyone up top, and VanderVoort waits in the ruins of the White House, making sure the head counts match before she lets Director Miles lead her to the gigantic airship that hovers a few feet off the ground. The vehicle is the shape of and at least the size of an aircraft carrier, if not larger, but instead of floating in the water, it floats over the ruins of the White House grounds via its own magnetic drive, with several ramps extended down so the surviving members of the Situation Room's personnel can climb aboard quickly and efficiently. VanderVoort takes her turn to ascend one of the ramps and is surprised at the utilitarian look of the corridor she steps into. $2 trillion, and they couldn't paint some lines or something on the walls to break up the gray? She asks.
This is the ship's maiden voyage, ma'am,
Bolton says, as he hurries down the corridor to greet the woman.
Banks assured me it's 100% operational, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. So far, this baby has performed flawlessly, so let's focus on that.
Did you just lecture me, Sergeant Bolton? VanderVoort asks. Bolton's eyes widen and she laughs. Just fucking with you, VanderVoort says. Sorry, take me to the bridge and let's get on our way.
Yes, ma'am, Bolton says. This way.
They make their way through the carrier's many corridors, up several flights of stairs, and finally arrive at the airship's bridge. President Nance, General Azul, and National Security Advisor Joan Milligan are already on the bridge and speaking to Lieutenant Commander Banks. Ma'am, Banks announces and gives VanderVoort a quick salute. Welcome aboard the Valhalla. V for short, VanderVoort says. Valhalla is a bit much, Lieutenant Commander. Banks frowns for only a brief second, then smiles and nods.
V it is. Sir, we need to go now, Corporal Rowan says from the airship's helm.
Take her up, Rowan, Banks replies. Everyone brace themselves. We're still working out the finer points of flying, V. It has its quirks. So do I, Banks, VanderVoort says, and lets Director Miles guide her to a seat up against the wall of the bridge. She eases her pregnant bulk down into the seat and sighs.
You good?
Director Miles asks, leaning in close so only she hears the question. For now, yeah, VanderVoort says and rubs her belly. This little fucker and I have an understanding. He stays in his room until I tell him he can come out.
Are we getting that close to showtime? Director Miles asks.
Gordon, I've been that close to showtime for a good week now, VanderVoort says. She catches President Nance looking at her and nods. Go mingle. Charles is getting suspicious. Before Director Miles can walk away, President Nance moves carefully over to the two of them and crouches down, looking VanderVoort directly in the eye. How close are you? President Nance asks. This is not a topic up for discussion, Charles, VanderVoort says. Everything is under control. President Nance chuckles and stands up. He places a hand on VanderVoort's shoulder and gives it a warm squeeze. You keep telling yourself that, President Nance says. Just know that I will step in the second I have to and get our people through this. He glances out the bridge and his focus softens. As we get all of Earth's people through this. VanderVoort begins to respond with a sarcastic quip, then swallows the words and only nods. President Nance walks away and VanderVoort turns to Director Miles. Thoughts? She asks.
About Nance?
Director Miles replies. Yes, Gordon, about Nance, VanderVoort says. He's being sincere, Director Miles says. I think reality has set in and the concept of borders is beginning to leave the president's head. Good, VanderVoort says. We'll be dealing with nationalistic tendencies from a lot of world leaders soon enough. I don't want to go head-to-head with Nance if I don't have to."
"I have a feeling we can count on him," Director Miles says.
"That's what I want to hear," VanderVoort says. She narrows her gaze.
But you know his record," Director Miles says with a shrug. "Personalities like his don't just change."
"Agreed," VanderVoort replies. Then her attention is drawn to the view outside the bridge. She slowly stands up and makes her way to the windows. "It's different when you see it firsthand instead of on a monitor," Dr. Hall says, coming up beside her. "It's even worse than before." VanderVoort studies the destruction that lies below the airship. "DC is gone," she says. "It's all just gone. The ooze creatures took care of that," Dr. Hall says, and points to certain buildings. "See how it's dissolving the structures down to their frames? I have a feeling in a few days even those frames will be part of the sludge that's covering everything." "How do we come back from this?" VanderVoort asks, then shakes her head, knowing she should have kept that thought to herself. "We don't," Dr. Hall replies. "There is no back, only forward. It's a whole new world now. What's left of it," VanderVoort says, then clamps her hands over her ears as a klaxon splits the air. "Bogies!" Corporal Dens yells. "And they're coming in hot!" "Release the starbursts," Banks orders. "Joshua, Hines, get airborne and do what you can." The bridge's windows tint to almost black, then flashes of sun-bright light explode in all directions. "What the fuck was that?" VanderVoort asks, shielding her eyes despite the windows tinting. "We have some very effective countermeasures," Banks replies. "We had lightning guns, but they seized after their first firing. We're working on that. So far, though, we've been able to keep the winged monsters away. But they're starting to get bolder, so we're sending 2 of the smaller aircraft up to make our point." "Which is?" VanderVoort asks. "Fuck with us and you're gonna get burned," Banks replies with a sly grin. "Good point," VanderVoort says. "How many aircraft does this carrier have?" President Nance asks. "I thought there was only one prototype." "We have 15, Mr. President," Banks replies. "They're all prototypes, each slightly different, but only 6 are truly operational, and I trust only 4 of those 6, sir. My team hasn't had time to go over the others yet." "Let's send a couple techs to the hangar and start on that, Banks," President Nance says, then looks at VanderVoort. She nods in agreement. "Lieutenant Commander Banks, Kyle Morgan is on comms," Dens announces. "Open the channel," Banks says. "Channel is open, sir," Dens replies. "Excuse me," Banks says and moves closer to Dens. "Kyle, what is it?" "Trey is under attack," Kyle replies, his voice loud and clear in everyone's ears. "Africa needs your help or the winged bastards are going to pick those ships apart." "On our way already," Banks says. "Hold on a second there," VanderVoort says. "We aren't going to Wyoming?" "Wyoming? No," Banks says. "We have to go help Trey and the Africa Kaiju immediately. We'll let you all disembark once we've escorted Africa safely back to the Wyoming facility." "This has all been coordinated without me," VanderVoort states. "Kyle Morgan was right that it's out of my hands." "It won't be for long, ma'am," Banks says. "I've been around teenagers my entire career. We get a few in the armed forces." VanderVoort chuckles. "I bet. As strong as the young man sounds now, he can't maintain that strength," Banks says. "Once we have everyone we can reach secured in facilities, I have a feeling he's going to take 1,000 steps back and let the adults take over." "Yes, but take over what?" VanderVoort asks, as Banks returns to his conversation with Kyle. Kyle holds his head in his hands as he sits in one of the chairs in Wyoming's Blue Crystal control room. He can't bring himself to call it the meth room like Lowell. "I know, Banks, but we need more aircraft covering Trey," Kyle exclaims. "The Valhalla has firepower, but it doesn't have maneuverability. I can already tell that the winged monsters are catching on to that. Look at their attack patterns. They're testing you." "Kyle, I've been at this a lot longer than you and am well aware of our current needs," Banks replies, his voice strained over the comms. "But right now, only Joshua and Hines know how to fly the aircraft. Rowan is flying the V, and Dens is handling everything else when what I need is about 10 times that many manning the stations on this bridge. You just picked up a whole bunch of people from the White House, Kyle yells. There have to be pilots there. Let me get us a couple states away from Virginia before I start recruiting, Banks snaps. I'll see what I can do. We need all the birds in the air, Banks, Kyle responds. Have you seen the images from the Gulf? The ships are being attacked from below, too. Kyle, I know, Banks says, his voice trying to express calm and confidence. We're all doing what we can. Do more, Kyle shouts. He takes a shuddering breath. Sorry. That's all for now, Terry says from the room's doorway, a tray of food in her hands. Let the man handle his situation so you can handle yours. Kyle whips his head around. This is all my situation. Terry raises an eyebrow and Kyle cringes. Open the comm, Terry orders. Grandma, now is not the... You will do as I say, Kyle Morgan, Terry snaps. Kyle swallows, then nods. To whom am I speaking? Terry asks. This is Lieutenant Commander Banks, ma'am, Banks replies. And this is former U.S. Marshal Terry Morgan, Lieutenant Commander, Terry says. I assume you can handle your end of things for a few minutes without my grandson? Yes, ma'am, Banks says. I have everything under control as much as anything can be controlled. Good to hear, Lieutenant Commander, Terry says. I will have Kyle back to you as soon as I can. Take your time, ma'am, Banks says. The young man has earned a break. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander, Terry says. Wyoming out. Terry stares at Kyle until he severs the comm. Now, grandson, you will eat, Terry says. And do not even think of arguing. God gave Earth a bounty so that human beings might nourish themselves. Understood? Kyle understands all too well and nods again. Terry smiles and hands him the tray. Good. Eat, she says, and sits down in the other chair. Are you going to watch me? Kyle asks as he picks up the sandwich and takes a bite. I am, Terry says. You can eat while I talk. Kyle frowns. He doesn't like the sound of that. Your mother tells me you're going to leave this facility and somehow transport to a different facility, Terry states. Kyle starts to respond, but she holds up a hand. Didn't I say I was going to do the talking? Kyle grins around a mouthful of sandwich. He'd missed his grandmother. I will be going with you, Terry says. Kyle chokes on his bite mid-swallow and coughs. Once he's able to get himself under control, he shakes his head and says, You can't right now. You have to be attuned. Later, maybe, once we... Then let's get me attuned, Terry interrupts. It's not that simple, Kyle says. I became attuned when a representation of the aliens that built these facilities touched my forehead. I think it was a one-time thing because I can't find a trace of the alien anywhere in this facility system anymore. Then how did Lowell become attuned? Terry asks. Kyle laughs. He was sucked into the substance, became one with a kaiju, and touched the blue crystal vein directly just before dying. Kyle waits for a look of shock to overcome his grandmother's face, but the look never appears. Instead, Terry leans forward and smiles at Kyle. That isn't very efficient, and I believe the beings that made these facilities are probably more prepared than that, Terry says. You now have a new task, grandson. Find out how I become attuned to the blue crystal and travel with you. A realization hits Kyle. He was going to have to solve this problem anyway if refugees are to travel back and forth from facility to facility once the places become humanity's permanent homes. He knows that the surface will no longer be viable as soon as he activates the Corps' planetary defenses. Okay, Kyle says, which does surprise Terry. Kyle laughs again. I kinda have to anyway. Ah, Terry says and nods, then points at the sandwich. Finish up. We have work to do. Yes, ma'am, Kyle says, and devours the rest of his sandwich, all of the chips, an apple, and then a pint of orange juice. He belches loudly and stands up. We'll need to go to the basement. There's a basement? Terry asks, amused. You'll see what I mean, Kyle says, and motions to the door. Come on. Kyle leads Terry out of the blue crystal control room and down the corridor to an elevator. From there, they descend several floors before having to switch to a different elevator. When the doors finally open onto the bottom level, Kyle can see that his grandmother is trying not to look overwhelmed. The place is big, Kyle says when the doors open and he steps out into the huge tunnel. There are better words to describe this facility than big, Terry says. Big works, Kyle says and shrugs. He smiles at the cart that sits a few meters from the elevator. I was hoping that'd be here. He hops in the cart, and Terry hops in beside him. Kyle drives them the length of the tunnel to the spot where the blue crystal is exposed. Long, thick cables snake away from veins of crystal and connect to a bank of servers Dr. Probst set up. Kyle parks next to the servers and gets out. Come on, Kyle says. Let's test it. Test? Terry asks. When I said I should be attuned, I meant after the tests are done. The tests won't ever be done, Grandma, Kyle says with a sigh. Terry frowns. Maybe we should come back when we have Dr. Probst or a different scientist with us. I know more than they do, Kyle says. He navigates the coils of cable and points to the wall. Give me your hand. What? Terry asks. Give me your hand, Kyle says. I have an idea. Terry hesitates, then steps around the coils and takes Kyle's hand. Before she can protest, Kyle places his other hand on the vein of blue crystal. The feeling that rushes through Kyle, while intense, is mild compared to his previous experiences with the blue crystal, and definitely milder than when the alien apparition shoved a lifetime's worth of knowledge into his head. Kyle waits for the feeling to level out, then he sorts through the images in his mind. There. Okay, Kyle says, his eyes closed, his hand still gripping his grandmother's. Close your eyes and empty your mind. I'll try, Terry says. She closes her eyes. Kyle waits until he can sense that his grandmother is as close to an empty mind as the woman can get. Then he opens a connection to the blue crystal, using himself as a buffer. Terry's body stiffens. Kyle, just go with it, Grandma, Kyle says quietly. A minute, 2 minutes, 3, 4, 5 minutes pass by before Kyle removes his hand from the blue crystal vein. Well, Kyle asks Terry. Feel different? I feel... Terry takes a few short, slow breaths. I feel... larger? Does that make sense? Yes, Kyle says. Any new thoughts or images in your head? No, Terry says, her eyes narrowed. But something is there. All right, we can work with that, Kyle says. Hey, where's the damn cart? Cheryl, Kyle says to Terry. You mean Dr. Probst, Terry says. She worked hard for that title. We're kind of past being formal, Grandma, Kyle says. We should take the cart back to her. Hold on, Terry says. When are you transferring to the other facility? When Lowell calls me, Kyle says. He has to get there first and activate it. He's racing this Ebony Man thing, right? Terry asks. What happens if the Ebony Man reaches the... core? Kyle finishes for her. Yes, Terry says. What happens then? We all die, Kyle says. He'll keep the defenses inactive and let this planet be destroyed and changed into something else for monsters a million times worse than the ones we've been fighting. Kyle! Dr. Probst yells from down the tunnel. I need the cart! We should go, Kyle says. They hop back into the cart and drive to the elevator, where Dr. Probst is waiting with a large group of refugees. There you are, Dr. Probst says, exasperated. We need more carts down here. I'll get someone to do that, Terry says immediately without being asked. A Morgan taking charge, Dr. Probst says with a smile. What a surprise. What's going on? Kyle asks, checking out the members of the group. I found scientists, Dr. Probst replies, excited. An astrophysicist, a quantum physicist, 2 chemical engineers, an ethnobotanist, and even 2 more geologists. The members of the group smile and nod at Kyle and Terry. They all introduce themselves, but Kyle forgets the names almost as soon as they're spoken. His focus is on Dr. Probst. "Be careful, Cheryl," Kyle warns. "Don't push it." "Trust me, Kyle. I'll be the most careful human being on this planet," Dr. Probst says. "The last thing I want to do is mess with the crystal. We're simply going to monitor and study it. No pushing or prodding." "Uh-huh," Kyle replies, seeing some of the looks on the other scientists' faces. "Still, it's all under control," Dr. Probst says with a laugh. "As much control as we puny humans can exert on this insanity." She turns and does a head count. "It'll take 3 trips to get us and the equipment down there. I say start with the equipment. That way we can be setting up while everyone is ferried to the breach." "Breach?" Kyle asks. "We did jackhammer a hole in the wall," Dr. Probst says. "I call that a breach." Kyle shrugs and smiles at the group, then walks into the elevator. Terry is right on his heels. As soon as the doors close, Terry turns to Kyle. "What's wrong?" Terry asks. "Nothing," Kyle says. "For once, nothing is wrong." They ride back up in silence.
"This is probably a bad idea,"
Bolton says as he sits in the pilot's seat of one of the magnetic drive aircraft.
"But it's not like we have a choice."
A tech is seated in the co-pilot's seat, her dark skin blanched to a terrified gray. Her head turns to Bolton, her eyes wide with terror. "You can fly this, right?" the tech asks.
"We're about to find out,"
Bolton says, and activates the drive. As the platform the aircraft sits upon rises to the carrier's flight deck, Bolton ticks off everything in his head. He mentally runs over the controls again and again. Then they're exposed to the world, and the tech gasps. "No," the tech says, and starts to fumble at the straps holding her secure to the seat. "Let me out. I don't want to die."
"Sit down and calm down,"
Bolton says tersely.
"We don't have a choice."
With that, Bolton lifts off and aims the aircraft for what he can only describe as a flock of winged monsters that are in pursuit of Joshua's aircraft. The tech screams, but Bolton barely hears the noise. He's focused solely on keeping control of the aircraft, which, to his amazement, he's able to do with surprisingly little difficulty. The aircraft wobbles for a moment, but the controls are fairly intuitive and basic enough that Bolton punches the acceleration without hesitating. The aircraft rockets at the flock of winged monsters.
"Prep starburst release on my mark,"
Bolton says. When the tech doesn't respond, he slams his fist on the dash.
"Listen up!"
"Yes, sir," the tech says.
"I'm a sergeant," Bolton says. "I'm no officer. I work for a living."
The tech smiles but doesn't laugh. Bolton takes the smile as a win. "Starbursts are prepped and ready," the tech says.
"Good," Bolton says. "As soon as you fire the volley of starbursts, you immediately fire missiles. Do not wait for my order. Loose the starbursts, then launch missiles. We have to hit them unawares."
"But missiles don't kill them, right?" the tech asks. "Isn't there some lightning gun? I heard people talk about..."
"Only on the main prototype and the V. And they only worked once," Bolton says. "Just hang on and do what I tell you."
Bolton banks down and to the left, then levels out, his eyes looking up toward the winged monster flock. One of the beasts breaks from the flock and circles lower, obviously checking the aircraft out.
"The missiles will do what we need them to do," Bolton says. "That's all that matters."
The tech gulps and nods. With his eye on the winged monster that's scoping them out, Bolton banks right, then dives straight down. He checks a screen on the dash for a view from the rear camera. The winged monster is still circling below the flock, but it didn't pursue. Bolton smiles, pulls up hard on the stick, and stares straight out of the windshield as he races the aircraft right at the center of the flock. The circling monster shrieks in alarm and dives for the aircraft. "Sergeant!" the tech squeaks.
"On my mark," Bolton says.
He works out the timing in his head, then shouts,
3, 2, 1, mark!
The tech fires the starbursts just before the winged monster collides with the aircraft. Bolton yanks the stick right, avoiding a collision with the monster, then immediately yanks left, bringing the aircraft's trajectory back in line with the flock. Even with the windshield fully tinted, Bolton can see the outlines of the monsters as they rage at, then flee from the starbursts. "Missiles, goddammit!" Bolton shouts. The tech cries out in surprise, then fires all missiles. Winged monsters scatter in all directions as the missiles impact with their bodies. The explosions send many tumbling out of control toward the surface, but Bolton knows the chaos is only temporary. Unless the things eat ammo, the monsters will continue to be a threat. But for the moment, the threat is anything but coordinated, which gives Joshua the space he needs to dive down and strafe the winged monsters trying to attack Trey and the Africa Kaiju. "Sergeant, they're regrouping," the tech announces. "We're out of starbursts and missiles." "That's fine," Bolton says, and angles the aircraft back toward the V. "Reinforcements are coming." "Nice flying, Sergeant," Director Miles calls over the comm from a different aircraft just leaving the carrier's flight deck. "Land and get loaded back up. We'll take it from here." The other aircraft whips past Bolton. "You feeling comfortable with the controls?" Bolton asks. "I used to do some crop dusting for the agency back in the day," Director Miles replies. "Once you've flown a single-engine airplane only 10 meters above the ground while an army of guerrillas empty AK-47s at your ass, you tend to get the hang of flight controls quickly." "I'll bet," Bolton says. "Good luck." Bolton carefully pilots the aircraft back to the flight deck and lands with only a couple of bumps. He waits until the aircraft is lowered into the hangar before he unbuckles his straps and hurries from the seat. "Come on," he orders the tech. "There's no flight crew. We're reloading ourselves." The tech nods and gets up, then braces herself against the back of the chair. "You good?" Bolton asks. "We're going back out there?" the tech asks. "Yes," Bolton says. "As many times as we have to." "Okay," the tech says, takes a deep breath, steadies herself, and follows Bolton out of the aircraft and over to where racks upon racks of starburst cartridges and missiles are secured. They get to work and reload the aircraft as fast as possible, then both hustle back inside and take their seats. "Here we go again," Bolton says, and waits as the aircraft is raised back up to the flight deck. The other aircraft is coming in to land just as Bolton lifts off and accelerates straight for the monster flock. Bolton risks a glance out of the window on his left and shakes his head at the impossible sight of a giant spider creature carrying webbed pods containing actual ships filled with refugees. "Ready?" Bolton asks. "Yes, Sergeant," the tech responds, and Bolton smiles at the steel that's formed in her voice. "We just have to keep these things off Joshua and Hines," Bolton says, "so they can keep the things off Trey. Chaos is our objective." "Not a problem," the tech says, causing Bolton to laugh. Bolton aims for the monster flock. "On my mark." 16. While the pressure of the ocean depths presses in on Quetzalcoatl, Lowell prays that Antarctica isn't equipped to handle the weight of the planet's water and is quickly being turned into giant monkey pulp. "Mr. Licorice goes squish," Lowell mumbles. Tiny bubbles escape the Kaiju's mouth and are lost in the darkness. A darkness that has gone from cloudy to murky to downright all-encompassing. If it wasn't for the Kaiju's ability to see clearly in almost all conditions, Lowell would be descending blind to the core facility. Luckily, the darkness has a blue-green tinge to it, sort of like night vision goggles but without the distorting contrast. Combine that with the internal map of everything that he holds in his head, and Lowell isn't too worried about the total lack of surface light. He's not too keen on the things that are brave enough to come investigate the intruder into their unseen ocean world. Lowell has nothing against fish, but there are some freaky beasts trailing in his wake, and not all of them are little. A giant squid rushes by the Kaiju, its tentacles flashing with bioluminescent lights in what Lowell believes is some type of communication. He laughs inside at the fact he is now fluent in Kaiju but not giant squid, even though the latter is actually part of his home planet. Then the squid darts directly in front of Quetzalcoatl, forcing Lowell to come up short quickly and bring the Kaiju's descent to a sudden halt. And a good thing, too, because the water all around Lowell becomes a swirling maelstrom of churning chaos.
Then Lowell feels the sonic pulse slam into Quetzalcoatl, and the kaiju is sent twisting and tumbling through the ocean. Lowell is fairly certain that if the squid hadn't stopped him, he would have been seriously injured by a direct hit from that pulse. Motherfucking Aquaman here, Lowell thinks. Lowell gets Quetzalcoatl under control and righted, then races back down toward the core facility. Unfortunately, he's confirmed that the Ebony Man is ahead of him and will more than likely reach the facility first, but that doesn't slow Lowell down. He uses that realization as motivation to dive even faster. Not that he has any choice any longer. As he gets closer and closer, he can feel the pull of the core. A thought slams into Lowell's mind that even if he wants to, he can no longer resist that pull. Lowell has passed the point of no return, and it's do or die. Lowell prefers do. On he dives, the water becoming so cold that Lowell is reminded of his harrowing hike across Antarctica to reach the facility there. But even with temperatures dropping well below lethal levels, Lowell knows Quetzalcoatl can handle it. The kaiju seems to be able to handle anything. Then Lowell sees it, the Mariana Trench. It's a deep, dark slash across the ocean floor. There isn't a single sign of life along the edges of the trench when Lowell knows there should be. The Ebony Man has already passed into the trench and scared off the locals. Why you gotta be such a dick, Mr. Licorice? Lowell thinks. Then he pulls up and pauses just at the lip of the trench's ridge. Something isn't right. A huge hand grabs one of Quetzalcoatl's wings and yanks Lowell over the lip and down into the trench. The kaiju is flung down hard, then slammed against the wall of the trench. Boulders the size of skyscrapers break free from the wall and tumble into the pitch-black waters. "You will fail!" the Ebony Man screams. Lowell flinches. "Jesus, Mr. Licorice," Lowell replies. "If you're going to psychically talk shit, can you turn the volume down? Your inability to take your situation seriously will be your downfall," the Ebony Man shouts as he launches Antarctica onto Quetzalcoatl's back. "Now you sound like my last warden," Lowell says, twisting his kaiju around so he can clamp Quetzalcoatl's jaws onto one of Antarctica's arms, filling his mouth with blood. But Lowell is surprised that not all the blood is a result of his mouth being shredded yet again by the sharpened scales covering Antarctica's arm. He tastes the other kaiju's blood as well, and is very happy about that. He's also slightly disgusted that he can taste the difference between his blood and another kaiju's. Not exactly an ability he would have put on the superpowers wish list. The Ebony Man roars, and the sound fills Lowell's brain. He doesn't know how to block the psychic communication connection yet. He tries to shove the Ebony Man's voice from his mind, but all he manages to do is barely lower the volume. But the inconvenience of having the being psychically berate him is tempered at the joy Lowell feels when he bites down even harder and the scales between his teeth crack, then break off. "No!" the Ebony Man screams before yanking his arm free from Quetzalcoatl's jaws. The monster kicks out, connecting with Quetzalcoatl's snout, sending Lowell spiraling down into the trench. Lowell regains control after only a few seconds and quickly launches himself at the Ebony Man. Lowell can taste Antarctica's blood in the water, and he stretches Quetzalcoatl's mouth into a satisfied grin. "You better give it up, Mr. Licorice," Lowell mentally shouts. "I got a taste for you now, bitch." A fist flies out of the pitch-black water and just misses Quetzalcoatl's temple. Lowell rears back, then slashes in the direction of the punch with both wings. Bubbles burst all around Lowell as Antarctica lets out a physical scream this time. The pitch-black water is thickened with kaiju blood. Lowell races into the blood cloud and whips his wings back and forth ahead of him, trying to catch the Ebony Man by surprise and maybe spill more of that sweet, sweet kaiju blood. But Quetzalcoatl's wings find only empty water. Lowell spirals about, hunting, searching for his prey. "Oh, Mr. Licorice," Lowell calls. "Come out and play." Nothing. "Fuck," he thinks, and dives.
He's only a few meters down when pain erupts from his tail, and he feels his entire body stretch, then recoil as Antarctica yanks, then throws Quetzalcoatl against the trench's wall again. Actual stars explode inside Lowell's brain. Seriously, he sees galaxies, constellations, swirling nebulas from parts of the universe that are trillions of light years away. Then everything becomes a heavy, distorted jumble, and he feels Quetzalcoatl start to float freely down into the trench. Lowell shakes off the concussion and forces his mind to clear. The stars and nebulas fade away, and all Lowell can see is the impossible blackness of the trench. No Ebony Man. Fuck, he thinks again. He checks his surroundings, careful not to get ambushed again, then points himself back in the direction of the core facility. This time, Lowell doesn't slow or stop. He pushes the Kaiju's body to its limits and races with all his strength to the very bottom of the ocean. Seconds pass, minutes pass, and finally, after almost an hour of swimming at full speed, Lowell feels, then sees the facility reveal itself from the very center of the trench. Rage fills him as he sees a primate-shaped splotch clambering across the facility's smooth, orb-like surface. And it is smooth. Nothing clings to the outside of the core facility. A couple 100 meters away, Lowell can just make out the tubes of giant sea worms, but none inhabit the space within the core's influence. Not even the many forms of blind sea life dare swim close to the core. Lowell can feel the danger the facility exudes as he gets closer and closer. The dark splotch that is Antarctica is lost from sight as the Ebony Man finds an entrance and disappears inside the facility. Lowell swims even faster until he almost collides with the surface of the core. He brakes hard and pulls up short, his eyes hunting for the way inside. Lowell starts to get frustrated as he finds not a single sign of an entrance. The surface of the core remains smooth and unblemished. Chill yourself before you kill yourself, Lowell thinks. Mr. Licorice got in, so can you. He mentally closes his eyes and hunts through his knowledge for anything on the core. Bits and pieces reveal themselves, but nothing that helps him get inside. Lowell panics, thinking the Ebony Man has figured out how to lock him out, but he shoves that panic aside and gets back to basics. You've spent most of your life in prison, Lowell thinks. You know locked doors like the back of your hand. You got this. Lowell relaxes and lets Quetzalcoatl settle to the ocean floor, right at the base of the orb. He stares at the facility, dialing in Quetzalcoatl's vision until he spots what he's looking for. If he had hands, he'd smack his kaiju forehead. An orb at the bottom of the ocean wouldn't have an entrance on top. It'd be underneath. Lowell presses a wingtip to a specific point on the facility's surface and is deeply satisfied when part of the orb iris is open to reveal a kaiju chamber to rival all kaiju chambers. Lowell climbs inside the facility, grateful to be up out of the water, in open air, and away from the constant pressure of the ocean depths. Before the entrance closes, Lowell spins Quetzalcoatl around and pukes up 1,000 gallons of seawater. He sighs with satisfaction, then lets the entrance iris closed. Lowell turns the kaiju and glares at what is locked into place against the chamber's wall. Antarctica. Lowell knows instantly that the kaiju is empty and in stasis. What he doesn't know is where the Ebony Man has gone. The core facility is not like the other facilities. There's no substance hidden behind a bulkhead that the Ebony Man will emerge from. The core is one with the substance. I guess we'll find out how you eject from these babies soon enough, Lowell says, and moves Quetzalcoatl over to one of a dozen empty stasis bays that ring the kaiju chamber. He climbs his way up to a set of clamps, spreads his wings, and watches in amazement as the facility takes over. The clamps secure the wings to the wall of the chamber before a series of locks hold the entire body in place. Nothing happens for a moment. Then a sharp pain pierces the back of Quetzalcoatl's head, and Lowell grunts. Lowell's no longer merged with a kaiju, but standing naked in a room not much bigger than a shower stall. Mist floats down about him from the ceiling, and 3 of the 4 walls glow orange like the substance. Before Lowell can get too curious, The non-glowing wall in front of him irises open. The Ebony Man is waiting outside and lunges at Lowell, knocking him back against the wall of the small room. Pitch-black fists pummel Lowell about the head, and he's barely able to get his arms up to block the blows that are trying to beat him into unconsciousness. "Get the fuck off me, Mr. Licorice!" Lowell shouts and shoves the Ebony Man away. "Stop calling me that!" the Ebony Man roars, doubling his attack. Lowell flashes to his years in prison, and that rage he's kept deep inside explodes out of him. "I'll fucking call you whatever I want!" Lowell roars as he slams his fist into the Ebony Man's throat. The being stumbles back to the room's entrance, and Lowell presses the attack, landing a kick dead center in the Ebony Man's chest. "Now, Mr. Licorice, you and I are going to get a few things straight," Lowell says, wasting zero time as he rushes from the small room, his feet continuing the assault on the pitch-black alien. "This place, the core, mine, not yours, mine. If you think you're going to take control of this place, you are so fucking wrong, I'm amazed you can even walk and talk. My core, got it?" Lowell stops the attack and crouches down close to the Ebony Man's approximation of a face. "Now, Mr. Licorice, what should I do with you?" Lowell asks. "I warned you not to call me that," the Ebony Man croaks. "Whatever," Lowell starts to say, then stops suddenly as he looks down to see a thin, black strand of the Ebony Man protruding from his abdomen. "You little fucker." Lowell falls back on his ass and yanks the piece of the Ebony Man free from his guts. He grunts and winces, but doesn't cry out, despite the good amount of blood that begins to seep out of the wound and coat his naked legs. The Ebony Man stands and stares down at Lowell. "Pathetic," the Ebony Man says. "You are what your species sends to stop me. It is no wonder that your planet's time is over. Not one of you sad little monkeys deserves to survive, and none of you will once I fully activate this facility." The Ebony Man looks about and sighs, then returns his attention to Lowell. "But first, I have to make sure I am not interrupted," the Ebony Man says. "I will clear this and all facilities of the pests that infest them." Lowell, still sitting on his ass, grins up at the Ebony Man. "Bitch, you fucked up," Lowell says. "You have no idea." The Ebony Man snorts, shakes his head, and walks away, lost around the far corner of the corridor. Lowell watches him go, then takes a deep breath and lies back. "Okay, dumbass," Lowell mutters to himself. "You screwed that up. Now what?" He rolls his head to the side and looks into the small room he'd just come from and wonders if he should just crawl inside and merge with Quetzalcoatl again. But he has no idea if that will help him or harm Quetzalcoatl. Lowell chuckles at the thought of worrying about a giant, feathered snake monster while he slowly bleeds out on the floor of an alien facility. "Anson Lowell," a voice says, and Lowell almost ignores it, thinking that maybe blood loss is messing with his brain. "Anson Lowell?" Lowell rolls his head away from the view of the small room and looks down the corridor. "Huh," he says, as he sees a figure standing there. "Trey?" "Anson Lowell, this is a projection," the image of the alien being says. "Interaction is minimal, so please pay attention. You must not die." "No shit, Trey," Lowell says. "Trey. Confusion is understandable," the alien projection says. "But I am not the one named Trey. This is a representation of a being you are already familiar with in order to instill trust. Please listen." Lowell gives the projection a thumbs up. He can't think of what else to do at the moment. "The one you call Mr. Licorice is currently on its way to kill the alien projection cocks its head, then continues. "Staff. The word is not sufficient, but it will serve to describe our duties and responsibilities." Lowell groans. "Staff. Got it." "Anson Lowell, please pick yourself up and follow me," the alien projection says. Lowell laughs. The alien projection flickers, then moves a few feet closer to Lowell. There is no humor at this time, the alien projection says. Again, no shit, not Trey, Lowell replies. But you have to be joking if you think I can stand up and follow your hologram ass. Please only listen, the alien projection says. Your strange colloquialisms are hard for the emergency system to process and only slow down our interactions. Complicated way to say shut the fuck up, but I hear you, Lowell says. Get up and follow, the alien projection orders. Lowell shakes his head, laughs again, then rolls over onto his front so he can push up onto his hands and knees. Pain explodes from his abdomen, but Lowell literally pushes through it and struggles up onto his feet. Blood streams down from his wound. The alien projection nods, turns, and walks away. Follow, it says. No problem, Lowell mocks, placing a hand against the corridor's wall for support. He does as ordered and follows the projection down the corridor, around the corner, down another corridor, and another, until he's forced to stop and put his back against the wall. He slides to the floor, his entire lower half coated in sticky blood. No, Anson Lowell, the alien projection says. You have not reached your destination. Oh, I think I have, Lowell says, because this is as far as I can go. No, Anson Lowell, the alien projection repeats. You must return to your feet and follow. Buddy, I'm bleeding like a stuck pig, Lowell replies. If you know anything about human anatomy, then you know that blood is kind of important to us. Sort of helps us live and shit. Your scatological needs are unimportant at the moment, the alien projection replies. Stand, Anson Lowell. It is not far. Fuck me, Lowell moans, then takes a deep breath and barely manages to get back up on his feet. He staggers through 3 more corridors before the alien projection stops, next to a blank wall. Kinda anticlimactic, Lowell says. Your flesh is needed, the alien projection states. Whoa, pal, I'm in no shape for sexy time, Lowell says. The alien projection points to the wall. Your flesh is needed. Lowell frowns, then places a bloody palm to the wall. Instantly, a door appears and dissolves open, nearly causing Lowell to fall inside the room it reveals. That's when Lowell realizes that none of the corridors he's struggled through have had doors, nothing but smooth walls. This is an auxiliary control center, the alien projection says. There are many throughout the facility so that the core can be maintained, no matter how much of the facility is damaged during an attack. You expect an attack to get to the bottom of the ocean? Lowell asks. Unfortunately, you will understand soon, the alien projection says. I am sorry. Please enter the room and take a seat at any of the 8 stations. They are uniform and will adapt to your needs, which is currently medical assistance. Once you are stable, I will return. The projection disappears, leaving Lowell alone to stare in at the new room. He stumbles inside and collapses into the closest chair. The moment his ass makes contact with the chair, the wall closes behind him, sealed completely as if it doesn't exist. Lowell waits for something to happen. Hello? I could go for that adaption shit now, he calls out. The room is pure white, including the chairs, which are stationed in a circular pattern about the room, each facing a part of the blank walls. Lowell would be frustrated with the lack of response, but he's so tired that he can't even muster that emotion. Fucking fix me, he says with a sigh, his eyelids drooping closed. Before Lowell's eyes can fully close, the wall in front of him comes alive with what looks like a holographic interface and monitor. The blank wall is still there, but projected across it is a series of boxes and images with lettering from a language he can't even begin to comprehend. Then the language transforms into English, projecting, "Please remain still." "No problem," Lowell says. The chair enwraps Lowell, but he doesn't even flinch. That would take too much energy. But in seconds, he does flinch, and even screams, when a million tiny needles penetrate his wound and the flesh surrounding it. To Lowell's credit, He doesn't struggle against the intense, searing pain that has enveloped not just his abdomen, but his entire torso and, within seconds, his entire body. Lowell endures the agony for an eternity. Then the pain ends as if it had never happened. Waiting for the punchline, which he assumes will be a giant needle aimed for one of his eyes, Lowell remains still, even after the chair reverts to its original form. "You have been fixed, Anson Lowell," the words on the wall projection state. The door to the room dissolves open, and the alien projection returns. "Please hurry," the alien projection says. "The one you call Mr. Licorice is about to purge the facilities." "He's about to fucking what now?" Lowell snaps, jumping up from the chair. He slips in a puddle of his own blood that has started to congeal on the floor, steadies himself against the chair, then points at the alien projection. "Take me to Mr. Licorice, and maybe a pair of sweatpants, if they're on the way." There's a whispering sound, and a drawer extends from the wall in front of Lowell's chair. Inside the drawer is a pair of sweatpants, just as Lowell had asked for. He snags them and slips them on quickly, then sees what's written on the legs. "Juicy? Seriously?" he says. "These are a representation of a popular clothing style on your planet," the alien projection states. "Now follow, please." Lowell does, and they quickly make their way through 3 more corridors before arriving at what Lowell assumes is an elevator. A door dissolves open to reveal something straight out of Star Trek. Lowell shrugs and steps inside. The moment the door solidifies, the alien projection disappears and the elevator races to the side. Lowell barely feels the movement, other than a slight shove to the right, and realizes that the core facility is considerably more advanced than the other facilities, even Antarctica. The door dissolves again without Lowell even feeling the elevator stop. The alien projection reappears as Lowell steps out into a massive atrium that has to be 10 stories high. Balconies and walkways line the sides of the atrium all the way up to the top, where a massive skylight domes the space. Instead of sky, or even seawater, the dome glows bright orange. "Substance," Lowell mutters. "Correct," the alien projection says. "Follow, quickly." "Thanks to that acupuncture chair on steroids, I can do that," Lowell says. "Where to now?" "There," the alien projection says, and moves to where a small platform is descending from the top of the atrium. "Step on." "Stepping on," Lowell says. He does, and the platform moves rapidly back up to the top of the atrium. The railing on a balcony dissolves, and Lowell steps off the platform and onto the balcony. The wall before him dissolves, and he faces a corridor that instantly gives him the creeps. The corridor is bathed in blood-red light that pulses slowly like a heartbeat. It looks alive," Lowell says. "Correct," the alien projection says. "Follow." Lowell notices that the projection has lost some of its solidity and is flickering in and out. "What's up with you, Not Trey?" Lowell asks. "Cannot answer," the alien projection says. "Follow." Reluctantly, Lowell follows. Halfway down the corridor, Lowell feels a tremor in the floor, then a deep humming reaches his ears. "Do I want to know?" Lowell asks. "The purge process has begun," the alien projection states. "You are almost out of time." "Then hurry it the fuck up!" Lowell shouts and starts running, which forces the alien projection to speed up and run ahead of him. They make it to the end of the corridor and a blank wall. Lowell doesn't even pause and places both palms to the surface. The wall dissolves, and a startled, then enraged, ebony man turns to face Lowell. "How?" the being shouts. "I told you that you fucked up," Lowell says as he stalks into the room. Lowell has to ignore the many control stations and the large observation window that lines the front of the room. He really wants to check it all out, but he knows he has one task to tackle first. The ebony man's right arm extends across the room and tries to grab Lowell, but he ducks under it, then comes up fast and throws a solid right hook into the ebony man's face. The being's head rocks to the side, but recovers quickly, and the extended arm snaps back, wrapping around Lowell, pinning his arms to his torso. "Nope," Lowell says and flexes. The ebony man's stretched arm shatters like it's made of plastic. Hunks and chunks fly in all directions where they smack against the control stations, the walls, the floor. Instead of sliding back to the Ebony Man, the hunks and chunks remain where they are, then slowly fade into nothing. "No," the Ebony Man gasps. His attention turns to the flickering alien projection. "You cannot win. They are already coming." "That's nice," Lowell says, and slams a fist directly into a spot on the Ebony Man's chest where his sternum would have been if he was human. Despite not having a sternum, the blow has the same effect. The Ebony Man collapses to his knees, his remaining arm clutching at his chest where a fist-sized crater has formed. "I'm so done with your ass," Lowell says. He moves in closer and towers over the cowering being. "Most of all, I'm done with all the assholes like you," Lowell says. "Human or alien. I'm fucking done." He clasps his fists and raises them above his head, then brings them down in one hard blow to the top of the Ebony Man's skull. The being's entire body shatters. Lowell doesn't even bother to avoid the pitch-black shrapnel. He stands there and waits for the pieces to fall off his body, hit the floor, then fade away into nothing. The room is empty except for Lowell and the flickering alien projection. "How do I stop the purge?" Lowell asks after a couple of seconds. "There," the alien projection says, and points to a specific control station. Lowell rushes to the station, studies the interface, then presses his right palm to a glowing red panel. Without saying a word, the panel interprets Lowell's needs and in seconds turns from red to green. "Did that do it?" Lowell asks the projection. "The purging of the facilities has ceased," the alien projection states. "What about the staff you were talking about?" Lowell asks. "Safe," the alien projection replies. "Stored and secure." "Awesome," Lowell says, and turns from the observation window. "Now what?" Then he notices that the corridor outside the room is still bathed in blood-red light. "Shit," Lowell says. "What's wrong?" "The purge of the facilities has ceased," the alien projection states. "But?" Lowell asks. "But the planetary purge cannot be stopped," the alien projection replies. "Those of your kind that remain on the surface will be destroyed before one full rotation of the planet has been completed." "What the fuck?" Lowell shouts. "What does that mean?" "It means you will need to use this facility's full capabilities to help your fellow humans survive," the alien projection says. "Direct them to the other facilities with much haste so you can prepare for the battle." So many questions fill Lowell's mind, but none reach his lips. He takes one huge, deep breath, then turns his attention back to the control stations. "What do I do?" Lowell asks. 17. Lou collapses into a chair and stares at the image of Lowell projected before her. The sudden shock from him appearing in the control room has worn off and given way to the shock from the news Lowell just told her. "What do you mean, purged?" Lou asks when her voice returns to her. "Fucking purged, Lou," Lowell says. "Basically, the surface of the planet is going to be wiped out, and all that will be left is the mantle and the conduits connecting the facilities. Earth is about to look like a dirt clod with spikes sticking out." "Good God," Lou says. "How do we stop it?" "We can't," Lowell says. "The process began as soon as Mr. Licorice emerged from the substance. Earth is dead, Lou." "But you killed him, right?" Lou asks. "The Ebony Man?" "Oh, I fucking killed him," Lowell says. "But this purge was meant to happen, just a few millennia in the future. Ideally, when humanity was on its last legs. We kinda are now," Lou admits. "Yeah, no shit," Lowell says. "Listen, I'll do what I can from here, but now it's up to everyone still outside. They have to get to a facility, and fast. Anything left outside will be obliterated, and I mean fucking obliterated." "Christ, okay," Lou says. "I'll get on the comms and let everyone know." "Good," Lowell says, and frowns. Lou has been around the man long enough to know the frown. "What are you about to ask for?" Lou snaps. "Where's Kyle?" Lowell asks. "No," Lou says. "No, Lowell. Kyle stays by me so I know he's safe." "I get that, Lou, but I need him here," Lowell says. "He's attuned. I need his help. We can run all the facilities from the core. All you and everyone else will have to do is get people inside and secured. We'll do the heavy lifting." "No," Lou growls. "Kyle is staying here. I don't care if he's the only other person on this planet that's attuned to these fucking facilities." "Language," Terry says, as she walks into the control room, Kyle right behind her. "And he isn't the only other person attuned." "Mom? What do you mean?" Lou asks. "Well, shit," Lowell says. "Welcome to the club." "I'm not as all-knowing as Kyle and Lowell," Terry says, which gets a sarcastic snort from Lowell. "But I understand the basic mechanics of this facility." "What is going on?" Lou asks. "Grandma is coming with me," Kyle says. She isn't taking no for an answer. "Yeah, well, I say no," Lou says. "Honey, you can't get in the way of this," Terry says. "God put us all on this earth for a reason. Mine is to be with my grandson and help protect him, like I have done since he was born." Lou starts to argue, but the logic of what her mother is saying hits her hard. Terry has always been there to protect Kyle, more so than Lou has. "What does Kyle have to do?" Lou asks Lowell, her voice resigned to reality. "Honestly, I don't really know," Lowell says. "But I need him here to handle things while I get back in old Q and try to keep this planet from being destroyed." "I thought you said there was nothing that could be done to stop the purge," Lou snaps. "Which is it, Lowell?" "Sorry, the purge can't be stopped," Lowell says. "The surface is going bye-bye. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real threat coming to wipe us all out. The other side of the war," Kyle states. "The aliens that want Earth as their own." "That's still happening?" Lou nearly shouts. "But you killed the Ebony Man. You have control of the core. That should have stopped it all, right?" "War is hard to stop, Mom," Kyle says. "And Earth is in the middle of a war. So, you guys are saying that even if we get people into the facilities and safe from the surface purge, that we could all die anyway?" Lou sighs. "I'm not a fan of aliens." "Right there with you, Lou," Lowell says. Everyone stands in silence until Terry claps her hands. "Let's get this show on the road, shall we?" Terry says. She looks around. "Where's Biscuit? I need to say goodbye." "He's asleep in my room," Lou says. "You can see him when you get back." Terry shoots a sad look at Lou, then nods. "I suppose you're right," Terry says. "When I get back." "Mom?" Lou asks. Terry shakes her head and smiles at her grandson. "Ready to go?" Terry asks. Kyle nods. He closes the distance between himself and his mother and gives Lou a huge hug. Lou is taken aback at first, then commits to the hug with all her soul. Terry steps up when Kyle lets go, and she gives Lou an even stronger hug. "You have to come back," Lou whispers in Terry's ear. "It's not up to me, honey," Terry whispers in return. "God's will be done." Lou chokes back a sob and nuzzles her head into her mother's neck, then breathes deeply, taking in a scent she's known since birth. Then she coughs and pushes Terry back. "Keep him safe," Lou says. "You know I will," Terry says. "We have to go," Kyle says, eyeing his mother and grandmother. "I'll see you when you get here," Lowell says, and is gone. Lou watches her mother and her son leave the control room, then waits a full minute before she collapses onto the floor and sobs uncontrollably. When she's able to get herself together, she gets up and activates the comm. "Connor, we need to talk," Lou says. "Now." "Not a problem," Bolton replies as he flies the aircraft straight for the Wyoming facility. 5 other aircraft are in formation behind him, which is followed closely by the Valhalla. Winged monsters flit in and out of the ash cloud above, but they've learned their lesson and stay a good distance back. Bolton grins at their caution. "Open the Kaiju chamber," Bolton calls. "We can land the V in there and get everyone off before going out for another rescue run." He sees the massive chamber iris open and banks the aircraft out of the way so the Valhalla can get in position. "You need to land too," Lou says. "We all have to talk." "That doesn't sound good," Bolton says. "Shit, Lowell failed, didn't he? Fuck, I knew that—" "Lowell didn't fail," Lou replies. Land on the V, and I'll join you all there.
Lou, what is it? Bolton asks.
Just land, Connor. The comm goes quiet. Bolton frowns, then looks at his co-pilot.
Relay that message to the other aircraft and the V, Bolton says as he preps to land.
He brings the small aircraft inside the Kaiju chamber, aims directly for the V's flight deck, and manages to land without much jarring. By the time Bolton has powered the aircraft down, unstrapped from his seat, and climbed out onto the flight deck, Lou is there waiting.
Where's VanderVoort?
Lou asks.
This way, Bolton says. You're freaking me out, Lou.
Yeah, well, you need to be freaked out, Lou says. Show me the way.
What's going on?
Director Miles asks, having emerged from his aircraft.
What's with the power down? We need to get back out there. Change of plans, Bolton says.
Bolton catches Joshua's eye as he climbs out of his own aircraft. He nods for him to follow, and Joshua gets in line behind Director Miles as Bolton leads Lou to the V's bridge. Hello, Miss Morgan, VanderVoort says as she struggles up onto her feet and extends a hand to Lou. A pleasure to meet in person. Lou takes VanderVoort's hand and shakes it, but Bolton can tell she's only going through the motions. I doubt you're going to find pleasure in what I'm about to say, Lou says. We're all fucked.
We've kind of been fucked for a while, Director Miles says. Care to be more specific?
Lou relays what Lowell has told her. The small amount of joy that comes from hearing that the Ebony Man is dead is quickly gone when Lou explains the purge. May I ask from what point, start to finish, does this alien consider the beginning of Earth's rotation? Dr. Hall asks, breaking the stunned silence. The international dateline, Eastern time, Greenwich mean? Knowing that will help us calculate the amount of time remaining for rescue attempts. You don't get it, Lou says. No, but I do, VanderVoort says. There are no more rescue attempts, are there? The people in the facilities are the people who will be the last people left alive on Earth. Am I correct? Yes, Lou says. We have to lock down the facilities now. No more in, no more out.
Christ, Lou, Bolton says. There are still millions of people out there.
You think I don't know that, Connor? Lou snaps. It's not my fucking fault. I have no control over any of this.
I know, Bolton says. I'm sorry. And there's nothing we can do? President Nance asks. This Anson Lowell can't stop the purge from the core?
No, Lou says. The purge process began when the Ebony Man escaped his prison. It started a chain reaction that can't be undone. VanderVoort stares at Lou for a long few seconds. Come with me, VanderVoort says to Lou, then looks at President Nance. You may join, too. We don't have time for this, Lou snaps. We'll make time, VanderVoort says. Gordon, will you and Sergeant Bolton make sure everyone is off the V and it is secured inside this chamber appropriately?
Fuck, Director Miles says. You scare the shit out of me when you get all formal.
Gordon, VanderVoort asks.
We have this under control, Bolton says. Go talk.
This way, VanderVoort says, and slowly makes her way off the bridge to a side room. She gestures for Lou and President Nance to sit down. She waits until the door closes, then focuses on Lou. Okay, Lucinda Morgan. Now tell me the real bad news.
What can be worse than this purge? President Nance asks.
A war, Lou says. The one between the aliens that built the network of facilities and the ones headed this way now.
Oh, President Nance says.
That. How much time do we have? VanderVoort asks. Lowell didn't know, Lou says. But not long. The purge will happen. Then we wait.
We'll do more than just wait, President Nance snaps. I'm President of the United States of America. I'll launch our full nuclear arsenal at these aliens that think they can take our planet.
I highly doubt nukes will work, Charles, VanderVoort says. They didn't work on any of the kaiju, so why would they work on even worse monsters from outer space?
So we sit on our hands and do nothing? President Nance snarls. Unacceptable, Ms. VanderVoort. I ceded authority to you because you were making rational decisions in the heat of the moment, and you were right pretty much every time. But now, I'm sorry, Adriana, but I relieve you of your duty. You may go rest and take care of that baby. I'm back in charge.
No one is in charge except for Lowell, Lou says. Get pissy all you want, Mr. President, but pretty soon there won't be a United States to be president of. There will only be the facilities and the Corps. The Corps runs the facilities, and Lowell runs the Corps.
Then what do we do? President Nance asks, his voice shaking with barely controlled rage.
We get to work settling everyone in, then we help coordinate between the facilities, Lou says. We have to all work together because this is a network. Countries are about to be non-existent, so borders mean nothing. We can travel back and forth between the facilities through the BCCN, but the system is barely up and running, and we need people to be attuned. Don't ask. First, we establish ground rules amongst us while we strengthen the BCCN. Then we put those ground rules into effect and wait for what comes next.
Is that all? President Nance laughs. I'm guessing you've never been to a UN Council meeting, Marshal Morgan. By the time the aliens get here, we'll probably only have agreed on what time to eat lunch.
But you're forgetting the first ground rule, Lou says. Lowell runs things. It may go smoother if we explain that if we don't get basic ground rules in place, then a convicted cop killer will be in charge. And as far as I know, there isn't a damn thing we can do to stop him.
Then let's not waste time, VanderVoort says.
I do have one point that needs making.
What? Lou asks.
The comms, VanderVoort says. Without Tony's device in the air, we can't speak with those who are still on the surface. I already thought of that, Lou says. Tony is hooking his device to this facility now. If by some miracle people do survive the purge, we'll be able to speak with them. In the meantime, he's sending out an emergency warning to all ears.
And what does this emergency message say? VanderVoort asks.
Well, at least you already sort of sound like one of those automated computer voices, Chrissy says, as she and Tony listen to the emergency message he's just recorded. And you're to the point. They both stand in the Wyoming main control room as Tony plays the message one more time. Attention all residents of Earth, the message booms. Seek shelter within one of the alien facilities immediately. The surface of the planet is about to be destroyed and all left outside the facilities will die. Thank you and goodbye. I love that last part, Chrissy says. Thank you and goodbye. Classic.
Do you have an alternative message you want to record? Tony asks.
Nope, I'm good,
Chrissy says, and scratches at her bandages.
Stop that, Tony says, pulling Chrissy's hand away from her face. You won't heal if you keep disturbing your dressings. Chrissy looks down at her hand, which Tony is still holding, before looking up and into Tony's eyes. She clears her throat. Thank you, she says, and leans in to kiss his cheek. Tony lets go of her hand and shrinks back. Well, fuck you, Chrissy snaps. It's my face, right? Fucking great. I'm sorry, he says, his face bright red. It is not your face. I don't know how to... I don't kiss. Oh, Chrissy says and laughs. I wasn't going to French you or anything. It's just a thank you peck on the fucking cheek. You think you can handle that? I don't kiss, Tony says, and looks down at the ground. Then he gives a barely perceptible nod. If Chrissy hadn't spent so many days with the boy, pretty much 24/7, then she would have missed the nod. She smiles, leans in slowly, almost cruelly drawing it out, and kisses Tony's cheek. My first kiss, he whispers. Dude, that doesn't count as your first kiss, Chrissy says. That has to be on the lips. We'll work on that some other time. She gets a considerable amount of joy at watching Tony's skin go from beet red with embarrassment to bone white with fear. This is it? VanderVoort asks from the control room's doorway. Pretty small time considering the size of this place. Both the kids jump and spin around. Hey, Lou says, pushing past VanderVoort. Did you send the message? Yeah, Tony says. Lou looks back and forth between the teens, then catches Chrissy's eye and smiles.
Where is this device? President Nance asks, coming in behind Lou.
Dr. Hall and Alvarez are right behind them, followed by General Azul and Joan Milligan. That table is like only a quarter the size of the one in the Situation Room, Dr. Hall says. Just like with everything else in life, VanderVoort says. Size doesn't really matter. Take a seat, folks. Joan, will you have Tony get you connected to the global comms and start playing damage control? Gladly, Joan says, and waits for Tony. When he doesn't move, she snaps her fingers. Where do I sit? There, Tony says, and points to a seat behind him without taking his eyes off the others. He clears his throat. You're President Charles Nance. President Nance raises an eyebrow and nods. And you are Tony Rochester? Is that it? President Nance replies. He offers his hand. You have an exceptional mind, son. You're an asset to your country. She helped, Tony says, and points to Chrissy. President Nance nods. Then thank you as well, young lady. Yeah, sure. Cool, Chrissy says, embarrassed. Happy fun time is over, VanderVoort says from the table. Lou, you're up. What's next? Lou sits down and waves a hand over the table. A holographic image of the Earth comes up and begins to rotate. Holy shit, that's cool, Dr. Hall says, taking his own seat and leaning as close to the hologram as possible. According to Lowell, Lou begins, this is what will happen to the planet when the purge starts. The surface of the rotating planet cracks, and massive gouts of flame shoot into the air. By the scale of the holographic model, the flames have to be several miles high. Then the fire spreads over the entire surface of the planet, and large chunks of Earth break off and slowly drift away from the planet, leaving only a naked mantle and a series of crystalline spikes that stick out from areas that correspond to each facility. How is that possible? Dr. Hall asks. The Earth is still rotating. There's no way anything can break apart and defy gravity like that. Aliens, man, Alvarez says, and pats Dr. Hall on the shoulder. Wait a minute, General Azul says and points at the hologram. Look at the debris. It stopped drifting and is forming a shield? Yeah, Lou says. Part of the defenses are that the purge expels the crust so that it can be utilized as a framework for the protective shield. I like the sound of that, General Azul says. But there's a lot of space between that debris. How big are these aliens coming for us? Damn huge, Lou says. But small enough to get through the gaps, which is why the core will add an energy shield to protect the open space. Dr. Hall starts to speak, but VanderVoort holds up a hand and shakes her head. Nope, she says. We're moving on. None of us can fully understand any of this, so let's get to the part that saves our asses. If this is the defense, then what is the offense? Lou sighs and closes her eyes, then opens them wide and smiles at VanderVoort. Lowell, Trey, Lou says, and my family, apparently. You made it, Lowell says, as Terry and Kyle walk into the Core's control deck. It's a trip, isn't it? Any side effects? A headache, Terry says. I'm good, Kyle says. You have your clothes, Lowell says. Yeah, Kyle replies. I fixed that glitch. Nice, Lowell says. No side effects? Really? Nope, Kyle says. I feel fine. Oh, to be young again, Terry says. Mr. Lowell, nice to see you. Now what? Hold on, Lowell says, as a hologram of Trey appears in the center of the room. Hey, pal, where you at? Trey cocks his head, then nods. I am at the Africa facility, Mr. Lowell, Trey replies. I have initiated lockdown procedures in anticipation of the purge. Unfortunately, I was not able to rescue as many human beings as I had hoped I would. Millions remain on this continent, and I am sorry for their loss of life. You did what you could, Trey, my man, Lowell says. Try to get some rest and eat something. Lowell swipes the air, and a new image appears. It shows the Earth, then zooms out and focuses on a small dot racing past Mars. We're gonna be up sooner than we thought. Up, Trey asks. Needed, Lowell says. Ready to fight. Oh, of course, Trey says. I will rest and find sustenance. Then I will await your call to arms. Talk soon, pal, Lowell says, and swipes the images away, leaving only empty air and Terry's wide-open mouth. You're catching flies, Grandma, Kyle says with a grin. Terry's mouth snapped shut. She coughs. You'd think, after teleporting to the bottom of the ocean, nothing would surprise me, Terry says. Oh, shit will still surprise all of us, Lowell says, and taps his temple. What I have in here only scratches the surface of things. People will be studying these facilities for lifetimes. Not like we'll have anything else to do, Kyle says. Can't really go outside for a hike. You ain't wrong there, Lowell says, and gestures to the open chairs. Sit down and let's get this shit coordinated. May I ask that we keep the language to a minimum, Mr. Lowell? Terry responds, taking a seat. You can ask, but I won't listen, Lowell says. Self-censorship isn't my thing. Cool? I'll try to be cool, yes, Terry says. What do you have for us? This, Lowell says, and swipes again, bringing up the view of the Corps' Kaiju chamber. Or these. Antarctica and Mexico. I don't know what the Antarctica one is called, but grape ape, Kyle says. I overheard someone from the White House call it that. I'm not calling it that, Lowell says. Antarctica it is. The other one does have a name, Quetzalcoatl. I know, Kyle says. I think I do too, Terry says, frowning. I can't be certain. What can you be certain about? Lowell asks. I mean that, not trying to be sarcastic. What got transferred to your head? Kyle and I both had very different experiences, so we seem to understand different shit. Right, Kyle? Yep, Kyle says. Grandma? It's not like a ton of knowledge was given to me, Terry says, looking thoughtful. It's more like ability. I feel like I can do something. I just don't know what it is. Take a guess, Lowell says. All right, Terry thinks. It's similar to after being in the field for a few years. I don't have to think to act. My body simply knows, like I already have muscle memory for something I haven't done yet. Does that make sense? Both Kyle and Lowell nod. I was hoping you'd say that, Lowell says, because I need Kyle to take the reins here while you and I join Trey and get our hands dirty. Terry nods, and Lowell suddenly realizes she's been acting doubtful for her grandson. He can see the look in her eyes, and he knows instantly she's completely aware of what her fate will probably be. Her eyes narrow, and Lowell sees that she knows he knows. He nods back to her in acknowledgement. Wait a damn minute, Kyle says, and points at the image of the Kaiju chamber. I'm younger, stronger, and in better shape than my grandma. I should be the one fighting with you, not her. She has tactical and management experience. She'll be way better at coordinating things than me. But I have the combat training, Terry counters. You both have been given insight into different parts of the whole, parts that play to your strengths. I believe the same has happened to me, Kyle. She shrugs. I'm a Morgan. I know how to fight when it comes time. Your grandmother doesn't have the right connection to the facilities, kid, Lowell says. You do. You can manage everything faster than most people can think. When you have to act, and I mean for all the facilities, you'll be able to. I need you up here. So you two can go brawl with alien kaiju? Kyle snaps. Fuck that! I want in on the fight! Kyle Morgan! Terry snaps. Sorry, Grandma, Kyle says. I feel you, Kyle, I do, Lowell says. Personally, I'd rather be safe here in this facility than flying a giant snake bird out into space to fight off alien monsters. I'd trade places in a heartbeat. But your grandmother nailed it. We've each got our strengths and our parts to play. My strength has always been whooping some ass when that ass needed whooping. Sounds like your grandmother is the same. Add in an experienced pilot like Trey, and we might have a shot. Bunch of BS, Kyle mutters. How many are coming for us? Terry asks. Fuck if I know, Lowell replies. He brings the space image up next to the Kaiju chamber image and points at the incoming dot. They're on a whole other wavelength. I can't even get close to that knowledge. Other attacks across the galaxy have usually been conducted by 2 to 4 interstellar kaiju, Kyle says. His eyes go wide and he blinks with surprise. Didn't know I knew that. Which is why you get to park it here, Lowell says, sweeping his hand out at the control room. You're going to get snatches of insight like that will help us win this shit. I guess,
Kyle says, but most of the protest has left his voice. Most of it. All right. So how do we... Terry begins to ask, but her voice is drowned out by the loudest klaxon ever conceived. Kill the noise! Lowell shouts, and the klaxon ceases instantly. What's happening? Kyle asks. I think we all know, Lowell says. The world is ending. 18. Hold on! Bolton yells as the Wyoming facility shakes and shudders. It's nothing like when the outer bunker was destroyed after the last Yellowstone eruption, but the violence is bad enough that he has to help several people keep from falling flat on their faces as the footing in the facility becomes tenuous. Dust rains down on everyone as Bolton helps the refugees brought in from the V get to the cafeteria level. While it freaked him out at first, Bolton is glad the Wyoming facility seems to sense the increase in population and is taking steps to expand areas where refugees can congregate. At least a dozen more cafeterias suddenly became open and available as more and more people were dropped off to shelter in the facility. A thought hits Bolton. Not sheltering. Living. They are there to live, not shelter. Wyoming isn't a temporary refuge. It's now their home. Bolton coughs out some dust, and Director Miles claps him on the back. Better than the ceiling collapsing on us, Director Miles says as he looks up, making sure he's right. See? Not a crack in sight. Let's hope it stays that way, Bolton says, and opens the elevator doors. Again, he's not surprised by the changes. Where the elevators were once only slightly larger than a normal elevator, with maybe a bit more space so a cart can be driven inside, now the elevators are freight-sized. Bolton could drive half a dozen carts into one if he wanted. What does surprise him is the fact that the elevator now has multiple cars to a single shaft. Somehow, he can't wrap his mind around the engineering it takes to make that happen. Aliens, Bolton mutters. What was that? Director Miles asks, herding a group of 24 refugees into the elevator before the doors close. I said aliens, Bolton replies as 2 seconds later the doors open onto an empty elevator. No more explanation needed, Director Miles says. The two men look at each other in confusion and fear as they both feel a tension build in the air. Oh shit, Bolton says and drops into a crouch, instinctively covering his head with his arms. Director Miles does the same, as does every single person in the corridor waiting for their turn on the elevator. A nearly eardrum-shattering thunder crack echoes through the facility, and people scream. Some collapse onto the floor, having fainted from the shock of the noise. When Bolton is sure there won't be a repeat, he slowly gets to his feet and gestures for everyone else to do the same. No time to waste, folks, Bolton says. We need to get centralized and secured now. Bolton motions to the elevator, but no one steps on. People! Director Miles shouts. This facility was built by aliens. The elevators are perfectly safe. I doubt they gave the job to the lowest bidder like we do here on Earth. There are more than a few government employees mixed in with the refugees, and nervous laughter is heard in response to Director Miles's comment. It eases the fear just enough that people start to slowly enter the elevator. Bolton steps away for a second and presses the comm in his ear. Lou, you copy? He calls. I copy, Lou responds. What was that? Bolton asks. That thunder crack. Is the facility all right? Yeah, it's fine, Lou replies. The crack wasn't from the facility. Then where'd it come from? Bolton asks. Most of North America, Lou says. The country is gone, Connor. It broke off and is floating up into the atmosphere. Bolton sees Director Miles turn to face him, his eyes wide with shock. Bolton's very glad only he and the director have active comms. The panic that news would have set off wouldn't have been pretty. Copy that, Bolton says, and gets back to work. For those left on the surface of the planet, the end is both terrifying and merciful. As the earth shatters and cracks and massive chunks begin to ascend into the sky, the many pockets of survivors are lifted with the debris. The debris chunks are the size of entire states, so multiple survivor pockets are lifted together.
For the unfortunate few that literally fall between the cracks, death is swift. For the rest, they have each other to cling to until the temperature becomes too cold and the atmosphere disperses out into space. Millions upon millions of human beings, all across what was once a globe, take their last few breaths while staring at what is possibly the greatest view ever, a view that only a handful of trained astronauts have seen in person. Then it's simply over. The Earth as it was no longer exists. What remains is fully exposed to space, leaving a not quite smooth mantle and the crystalline spikes that tower over the rocky surface. No atmosphere, no oceans, no planet. An alien base of gargantuan proportions is revealed, and it waits. From sea to shining sea, President Nance says, staring at the holographic image of the new Earth floating over the table in the main control room. God bless America. God bless the world, VanderVoort says. Praise Jesus and pass the ammo, Director Miles says as he joins the group in the control room. What? Just trying to lighten the mood. The mood is perfectly appropriate as it is, Gordon, VanderVoort says. Ms. Morgan? Lou? Lou turns in her seat and stares at VanderVoort for a second before her eyes focus. What? Oh, sorry, she apologizes and points at her earpiece. I was listening to the other facilities report in. May we all listen? VanderVoort asks. Yes, of course, Lou says and opens the channel. This is Australia. A woman's voice echoes about the room as she reports on the number of people who have been able to take refuge in the Australia facility. Close to 400,000. There are appreciative whistles and comments on the amount. Amazing, President Nance says. These facilities are incredible. They're built to be, Lou says, then instantly goes quiet as the Australian woman reports on the estimates of those who could not be saved. The math isn't hard. Around 400,000 saved out of a total population of about 25 million. President Nance doesn't comment on that number. Next, Italy reports in, about 200,000. France has 500,000. Iceland took in a good amount of Northern Europe, as well as many from Canada. 350,000 saved. Japan reports almost 500,000, with China reporting nearly 1 million. Chile is next with 300,000, followed by an astonishing 1 million in Kenya. But Trey has taken over reporting the numbers now, so no one is totally surprised since he could help directly. Then he reports Antarctica's numbers. 2 million, President Nance gasps. Good Lord. We'll want to keep an eye on that, General Azul says. Those numbers could be an advantage for them. No, Lou shouts and gets right in General Azul's face. There are no sides here. Once we win this fucking battle, Lowell will help us move people around so that the facilities are more balanced and are utilized to their best potential. Each region has different attributes. We have to work together to survive. I think he gets the point, Lou, VanderVoort says. Don't you, General? I understand the sentiment, yes, General Azul replies. VanderVoort shares a look with Lou. That'll be all, General, VanderVoort says. Excuse me? General Azul barks. No excuse needed, VanderVoort says. You are dismissed. Miss VanderVoort, he's the last member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, President Nance says. He has every right to be here. Charles, shut the fuck up, VanderVoort says and points at Lou. She understands. I now understand. And if you want to apply your years of public service to helping all human beings survive, then I'll assume you understand too. But General Azul is a man who only understands borders and wars. And we are in a war, General Azul shouts. Not your kind of war, General, VanderVoort says. You are dismissed. Now. General Azul doesn't move. He stubbornly leans back in his seat and crosses his arms over his chest. Lou, does this facility have a way to get rid of his ass? VanderVoort asks. General Azul's eyes go wide and he stands up immediately. Oh, never mind, VanderVoort says. I think he's getting the picture. Without another word, General Azul stomps out of the control room. He's the one who's going to need to be watched, Dr. Hall says, and frowns at the looks he gets. I'm just saying. Can we play back the reports we missed? VanderVoort asks. One of the techs assigned to the control room stares at the station in front of him. Here, Lou says, and waves her hand over a blue square. Don't think too much about it. The interface sort of intuits what you need. Cool, the tech says, and nods appreciatively as the reports back up and start from where they left off. Mexico City managed to save $800,000. And Wyoming? VanderVoort asks. $600,000, Joan responds from her seat at a station. We tried. We all fucking tried, VanderVoort says. And we're lucky we have this many. It's a lot more than we thought would fit. Now for the fun part. Lou? What? Lou responds. What's Lowell's plan? VanderVoort asks. Lou looks about the room at the expectant faces. I'm not totally sure. Which is reasonable considering the circumstances, VanderVoort says. But still not an adequate answer. Maybe call him? He might be busy, Lou says. Yes, I'm fucking busy, Lowell yells as he and Terry make their way down a brilliantly white corridor that houses their respective interface rooms. I'm literally about to launch a fucking kaiju out into a world that not only no longer has water, but doesn't even have atmosphere. You want to know what's in my pants right now, Lou? Shit. A fuck ton of shit. The language, Mr. Lowell, Terry says, but Lowell waves her off. Are you getting where I'm coming from, Lou? Lowell continues. The bureaucrats will need to suck it up and just wait until everything plays out. Because if we don't win this fucking fight, then what comes next won't fucking matter, will it? You're open wide, Lowell, Lou responds. Everyone heard you. Good, Lowell shouts. Then you don't have to repeat it. Hey, everyone, fucking deal and let me do my job. Cool? Cool! Lowell pauses before his specific room and waits. Just us, Lou says over the comm. I told them you hung up and that I have to go pee. Do they realize what we're about to do? Lowell asks. You gotta tell them, Lou. We may not win this. We will win, Mr. Lowell, Terry says. God won't abandon us. You're assuming God is on our side, lady, Lowell says. It's a big fucking universe, and maybe he's disappointed in us, and that's why we have space kaiju coming to finish the job. Terry frowns but doesn't respond. Did you just give a religious smackdown to my mother, Lowell? Lou growls. Lowell closes his eyes and shakes his head, then opens his eyes and grimaces at Terry. Sorry, Terry, Lowell says. Sorry, Lou, he sighs. Look at what you've turned me into, Lou Morgan. I'm apologizing as I'm about to fight space kaiju. That sounds like progress to me, Terry says. Now, which one is my room? She looks up and down the corridor. Where are the rooms? Mine's here, Lowell says and waves at the wall. A door irises open. Yours is there. He hooks a thumb over his shoulder to the opposite wall. Terry steps up and copies Lowell's movement. A door irises open for her as well. Mom? What are you doing? Lou asks. My duty, dear, Terry says. No, my calling. She's going to suit up and whoop ass with me, Lowell says. Kyle has control of the core while we go beat the shit out of some space kaiju. Mom, no, Lou says. But that's all the argument she offers. Terry smiles and looks over to Lowell. We all have our parts to play, remember? Mine is to protect our boy, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Turns out I'll also be protecting not just Kyle, but everyone else who has survived. Your mom is pretty badass, Lou, Lowell says. You're no slouch either, but she's told me a few stories while we got ready for this. Lowell snaps his fingers. Shit, Terry, I forgot to tell you you have to go in naked. Did you just tell my mother to take her clothes off, Lowell? Lou shouts. When she's alone in the room, Lou, Lowell replies. Jesus, calm down. I'm not a perv. She can leave her clothes on the floor for if she gets back. When she gets back, Lou insists. That's what I meant, Lowell says. That's enough talking about me like I'm not here, Terry says. Lucinda? Yes, Mom? I love you. Know that, always, Terry says. I know, Mom. I love you too, Lou says, her voice cracking. We gotta go, Lou, Lowell says. We'll talk to you when this is all over. Good luck, Lou says, and the comm goes quiet. You still there, Kyle? Lowell asks. Yeah, Kyle replies quietly. You good, kid? Lowell asks. Holding it together? I'm not a baby, Lowell, Kyle snaps. I'm connected too, and I'm getting more and more connected the longer I'm here at the core. I know what's going down. Cool, just checking, Lowell says, then faces Terry and smiles. It was short but meaningful, Terry. Good luck. We can still communicate when we're in the Kaiju, right? Terry asks, confused. Oh, yeah, I forgot, Lowell says. So much shit in my head. Are you holding it together? Terry asks. We'll find out, won't we? Lowell says and laughs. Then he steps into his room and the door irises closed behind him. Lowell strips down and kicks his clothing to the side, then stands in the dead center of the room. He doesn't have to say or think anything for the three walls to turn from white to the glowing orange of the substance. Before Lowell can smile, he's no longer in the room. Terry doesn't strip down immediately. Instead, she kneels in the center of the room, places her hands together, and bows her head. Dear Heavenly Father, she says, please see me through this ordeal you have set before me. I am not asking you to spare my life, for I know that may not be a part of your plan. All I am humbly asking for is that you allow me to complete my part of your plan and defeat these demons that are coming to kill the ones I love. I know I always have your grace, but I pray I also have your protection for as long as it takes to make sure your flock is safe. She takes a deep breath and sighs. Then she removes her clothing and places it all neatly in a pile close to where the door is. Amen, she says, as she takes her spot and the walls turn substance orange. Welcome back, VanderVoort says as Lou returns to the Wyoming main control room. Lou gives her a weak smile, then takes her seat. It's starting, Lou says, and plays at the station for a minute, then spins in her seat and makes a throwing gesture, which brings up a new holographic projection. This place is so cool, Dr. Hall mutters. It'd be a lot cooler with a bar, Director Miles says. They are both ignored as the hologram solidifies once again into an image of the Earth. We'll take a look at the core first, Lou says, and dials in the image to show where the core facility sits just above what remains of the mantle. We should see Lowell in the Quetzalcoatl Kaiju and my mother in the Antarctica Kaiju emerge soon. Lou ignores the pointed and confused stares from most everyone in the room. We'll tackle that tidbit later, VanderVoort says, rolling her hand in a get-on-with-it gesture. How soon are we talking, Lou? Does now work for you? Lou asks. The image zooms in closer to show the massive form of Quetzalcoatl climbing out from under the sphere-like facility. It really is amazing, Dr. Hall says. Giant monsters tend to amaze, Doctor, VanderVoort says. No, I mean that we aren't supposed to be afraid of that thing, Dr. Hall says. It's here to help us, not destroy us. Well, yeah, I guess that is amazing, VanderVoort agrees. Good call. A second kaiju emerges, and the amazement turns to apprehension at the sight of Antarctica, which most everyone had just watched less than a day ago fight Quetzalcoatl. That one has your mother piloting it? President Nance asks. His voice is calm, even, soothing. How was she capable of doing that? It's complicated, Lou says. But she connected to the blue crystal vein with Kyle's assistance. Touching the crystal imparts knowledge or skills or whatever that help a person to attune to the facility. But I think the facility attuned her to being a kaiju pilot. So all anyone has to do is touch the crystal? President Nance asks. Interesting. Lou sends a worried look to VanderVoort, but VanderVoort only gives her a blank stare, giving away nothing. Lou really hopes the woman is as worried as she is over President Nance's interest in the blue crystal, and is simply hiding the worry behind a poker face. Ma'am? A tech calls. Yes? Lou and VanderVoort reply at the same time. the tech stammers at the sudden confusion, then continues. The Africa Kaiju is emerging. Oh, quick question, Dr. Hall blurts, his hand shooting into the air. He looks at VanderVoort and quickly drops his hand. How are the Kaiju getting out of the facilities without depressurizing the Kaiju chambers? Or do they just not depressurize? Lou blinks, then smiles. Dr. Hall, have you met Dr. Probst yet? Not in person, no, Dr. Hall says. I've interacted over the communication system before all the, Hey, Cheryl, Lou interrupts, calling over the comm. How are you doing down there? Hey, Lou, Dr. Probst replies. Everyone is safe down here. Got a little dicey when, well, but stable now. Can I send Dr. Hall down to you? Lou asks. He has a billion questions I can't answer. I don't have time for a billion questions, Dr. Probst protests. I'll keep the questions to a minimum if it means I get to see this blue crystal up close, Dr. Hall says, the look on his face like a kid begging a parent for a puppy. I promise. I may join you later, President Nance says. Once we're safe, of course. We'll all go on that field trip, Charles, VanderVoort responds. Once we're safe, of course. The two leaders smile at each other. Lou suppresses a shiver and wonders what all has gone down between the two of them before they got to the Wyoming facility. Can we see the Africa Kaiju? VanderVoort asks. Lou dials in the image, spinning it so it shows where the continent of Africa used to be, but is now only a crystalline tower jutting up from the empty mantle. The massive spider-like kaiju crawls out of what had once been Mount Kilimanjaro. It moves at a speed that only the alien technology can keep up with, and, without land masses or oceans in the way, soon joins Quetzalcoatl and Antarctica as those two move closer to the Australia spire. They're big. But are they big enough? President Nance asks. No one responds. What are they doing? VanderVoort asks. Everyone watches as the Africa Kaiju spins its webbing into a sort of parachute form. Then it spins a webbed harness around itself and Antarctica as Quetzalcoatl takes to the sky on its own. Africa flings the web parachute toward the encircling shield of Earth, and it and Antarctica are lifted off the mantle and up into the sky. I think I want to stay here now, Dr. Hall says as he turns from the control room's doorway and sits back down, his eyes locked onto the image. I'll learn about the crystal later. No one responds to him. Lowell lands Quetzalcoatl on a chunk of floating Earth. He doesn't even try to play what part of the planet did this used to be. Thinking about what has happened to Earth will be too much of a distraction, and as he rises up onto his back end and stares out into open space, he knows distractions can be deadly. We can survive without breathing, Terry says, as Antarctica and Africa land next to Quetzalcoatl. My lord, this creature is amazing. Africa disposes of the webbing, sending it floating out into space in the general direction of Venus. It took millions of your Earth years to develop this technology, Trey says. It is most unfortunate that these marvelous living machines were immediately utilized for warfare purposes. It'd have been a lot better for us if they just formed a football league instead, Lowell says. Or hockey. Kaiju hockey would be cool. No one laughs, not even Lowell. They are coming, Trey says after several hours pass. Despite the amount of time that has passed, it feels like only seconds to the kaiju and their pilots. Lowell nods Quetzalcoatl's head. Far off, just beyond the moon, a dot blacker than deep space can be seen. I'm not one to wait around, Lowell says. I say we take the fight to them. You guys with me? Yes, Terry says. A wise strategy, Trey responds. The three kaiju tense, then leap from the chunk of Earth, launching themselves out into open space. 19. The dot is, of course, not a dot, but a fully formed orb made of a crystal similar to obsidian but without the shine. The orb is so black it absorbs all light that hits it. Nothing reflects from the surface, all spectrums trapped forever. The black orb races toward Earth, having left Mars far behind. It's passing the moon when it pulls up short. No deceleration. The orb just stops. 3 shapes are flying up from the broken planet. Large shapes, dangerous shapes, fighting shapes. There is a quick discussion amongst the orb's occupants, but a conclusion is quickly reached. Without translation, the word would be unpronounceable. With translation, it is easily recognizable. Kaiju. The black orb splits down the middle and opens wide. Inside is not some nebulous alien nightmare, but a rather mundane-looking docking bay. 4 massive kaiju are secured to the inner surface of the orb by a series of clamps and locks. One by one, the clamps release and the locks pop open, freeing the huge monsters from the restrictive positions forced on them during their multi-light-year journey. The orb kaiju shake themselves, loosening their bodies from the kinks and constrictions of travel. 2 lift their heads and roar, while the other 2 clamber to the edge of the orb and stare down at the approaching Earth kaiju. They talk to each other in a language older than Earth itself, commenting on the sad state the planet is in, but what good fortune they have, since now they only need to conquer the kaiju. The planet itself is ready to be transformed into an outpost with very little terraforming. Yes, they will need to create a surface atmosphere that their kind can breathe, but Earth is a tiny planet, and the generators will have ammonia gas flowing in no time. The other 2 orb kaiju join them at the edge and study the Earth kaiju. One of them says a name, and the other 3 shake their heads or shrug or do whatever their bodies consider a non-committal answer. The one that said the name growls. It is looking for the Ebony Man, but even from the distance it stands, it can tell that none of the 3 Earth kaiju are the prisoner, traitor, spy. The kaiju shakes its enormous head and barks orders to the other 3. There is some slight hesitation at the orders, but it's barely noticeable, and the 3 other orb kaiju scramble back deeper into the orb, returning with weaponry that's the size of skyscrapers. There's a bark of contempt from the lead kaiju, and the other 3 return their weaponry. None seem pleased, but they do not hesitate, and all 4 converge on the edge of the orb one last time. Then they leap, ready to get the battle started. "Holy shit," Lowell says. "Look at those things." "This is less than ideal," Trey says. "I know of these kaiju. They are fearsome warriors, having conquered countless planets across the galaxy." "Well, that fucking sucks," Lowell says. "What are they?" Terry asks. "They're so strange looking. Is that one a tadpole?" "The one on the far right is Nachaza," Trey says, naming an orb kaiju that is made up of 4 massive, heavily muscled arms connected to a small torso. The beast has no legs, but does have a face in the center of its torso. The face is grinning wide to reveal a mouth full of nothing but sharp canines. "The one next to it is Grongu," Trey says. "Yes, Terry, it does look like a tadpole. Just be aware that the mouth holds an infinite number of razor-sharp teeth. It will saw you apart and devour you in a single gulp if given the opportunity. Avoid the teeth." "Avoid the teeth," Terry replies. "Sound advice." "And that one?" Lowell asks. "It looks like Satan's doily, if a doily had 1 billion barbs all over it and was as large as Long Island." "Kessel," Trey says. Lowell almost thinks he sees the Africa kaiju shudder. "I'm guessing it's a lot more dangerous than a doily with a skin condition," Lowell says. "It will wrap itself around you and slowly dissolve you with radioactive digestive fluids," Trey says. "So if the gut juices don't kill you, then the cancer will, huh?" Lowell replies. "You will not survive to develop cancer," Trey says. "Yeah, I got that," Lowell says. "The last one is Isk," Trey says. "It is of a race that has been with the universe since its creation, the oldest of all races." "Looks like that Lovecraft dildo's Mary Jane monster. You know, Cthulhu, that's it," Lowell says of the one that has 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 wings, and a whole lot of tentacles dangling from its chin. "Lovecraft, that guy. What a racist prick. Did you know he literally named his cat Nig?" "I know who Cthulhu is, Lowell," Terry says. "I'm an educated and widely read woman, although that type of fiction is not my preference." It is possible that some of Isk's race have visited your planet before, Trey says. They can travel vast distances even without an interstellar orb. They slip through the cracks in reality and appear wherever they desire. Then why didn't this one just appear? Terry asks. The energy it takes would leave it too weak to do battle, Trey says. Glad it's rested, Lowell says. I'd hate for this fight to be unfair, like, 4 on 3. Oh, wait. You seem to know these kaiju, Trey, Terry says. What are their weaknesses? They have none that I am aware of, Trey replies. Not even a guess? Lowell asks. At their weaknesses? No, Trey replies. To guess would be folly. We must fight what we see and what we know. Special powers? Terry asks, as the 3 Earth kaiju get closer and closer to their foes. They do not need them, Trey says. Teeth and claws are sufficient. Don't forget deadly gut juices, Lowell says. Yes, but that is not special, Trey says. It is only anatomy. What's our strategy? Terry asks. How do we win this? I am not sure we can, Trey says. Now that I see who has been sent to defeat and commandeer Earth, I am uncertain of how we survive. The other side has sent their best. Have they? Lowell says. The problem with the best, Trey, is they get overconfident. The overconfident make mistakes. I'm pretty damn good at taking advantage of mistakes. I do hope you are correct, Anson Lowell, Trey says. If you are not, then the young Kyle Morgan may be Earth's only chance at survival. You hear that, kid? Lowell calls. He waits, but there's no answer. Shit, I thought we'd be able to communicate. I'm here, Kyle replies, sounding out of breath. There was a feedback issue in the interface. The core kept trying to reroute my thoughts to a section of the facility that's at the very bottom. It's a spike that drives deep into the planet's actual core. But I was able to override and get my thoughts back to you 3. Oh dear, Trey says. Not liking that, Lowell says. Me neither, Terry says. Kyle Morgan, you must follow that route, Trey says. The core is telling you there's a problem. You must fix the problem. 10-1 the problem is with the defensive shield, Lowell says. I believe it is, Trey says. A solid guess, Anson Lowell. Shit will always find fan, Lowell says. Is that an old Earth proverb? Trey asks. Yep, Lowell says. Kyle, is the shield holding? Terry asks. Yes, Kyle replies. It powered up as soon as you 3 left the land ring. As far as I can tell, it's working perfectly. I don't know how it will hold up to an attack, but everything the core is telling me is that the shield is fine. But? Terry asks. But I definitely saw an image in my head of a shield failing, Kyle says. Then get down there and fix it, Terry says. You do what you have to. I will, Kyle says. And be careful, Terry says. I will, Grandma, Kyle replies with teenage exasperation. I gotta go. The core is pushing hard and I can't maintain the connection. Go, Terry says. All 3 of them feel Kyle disconnect. The orb kaiju are close enough that Lowell can easily make out facial expressions, at least on the kaiju with faces. He has no idea what the doily kaiju's mood is, but a quick guess probably puts the mood at kill, kill, kill. Strike hard, fast, and don't stop, Lowell says. It's like being jumped in the yard. You thrash and do whatever you can to cause as much damage to the other person as possible. You do not stop causing damage until you're dead or someone drags you off and restrains you. I've seen my share of yard fights, Lowell, Terry says. And their aftermath. Good. Then you know what I'm talking about, Lowell says. Do that. No mercy. Kill or be killed. Kill or they kill the ones we love, Terry says. Love's a little mushy for me, but yeah, whatever motivates your boat, Lowell says. I do not understand the idiom, Trey says. Neither does Lowell, Terry says. Here we go! The orb kaiju suddenly spread out, then launch their full attack and rush at the Earth kaiju even faster. Everybody not named Kyle Morgan or Cheryl Probst should shut the fuck up right now! Dr. Probst shouts over the clamor that the group of excited, confused, terrified scientists are making, as the core facility's elevator lowers rapidly to the bottommost level. The scientists quiet down. "Thank you. Kyle?" "No one touch a thing," Kyle says. "Just stand still and watch. If we need your help, we'll ask for it." "We're to listen to a teenager?" a short, squat man asks with a sneer. The elevator comes to a sudden stop and the doors open. "Get off," Kyle says to the scientist. "I will do no such thing," the man protests. "Okay," Kyle says, and steps off the elevator and into the corridor. "Come on, Cheryl." Dr. Probst doesn't even hesitate. After having teleported from facility to facility, not to mention the fact she lives an existence where mile-high monsters are real, following the teenager out of an elevator without explanation is about the most normal thing she can do. Kyle moves a few meters down the corridor, then waves a hand over the blank wall. A new set of elevator doors appear and open. Kyle steps on. Dr. Probst is right behind him. Before the doors can close, 3 of the other scientists race inside, desperate not to be left behind. The squat man tries to get on as well, but Kyle places a hand against his chest and shoves him across the corridor. "Teenager says no," Kyle says, smiling at the rage on the man's face as the doors close. Dr. Probst opens her laptop and balances it on one hand as the elevator descends once again. But instead of the screen lighting up, a holographic image appears above the keyboard. The core facility was able to make some alterations to her computer, and she is very pleased with the results. "This is amazing," Dr. Probst says, studying the image of the part of the core they're descending toward. "We'll be almost dead center inside the Earth." "How is that possible?" a woman asks. "Nothing can survive that kind of heat and pressure." "Nothing from this planet, maybe," Dr. Probst replies. "Please, everyone, try to stop being so Earth-centric, okay? If I have to remind you that the rules don't apply anymore every time something new and unusual pops up, then we'll never get anything done." "Yeah, you don't want me to kick you off this elevator now that we've left the facility," Kyle says, nodding at the image hovering over Dr. Probst's computer. "No more corridors left, just magma." "The Earth's core is actually made up of—" a man starts to say, but stops when he sees the looks on Dr. Probst's and Kyle's faces. "So, Kyle, what is the core telling you to do?" Dr. Probst asks. "I'm not sure," Kyle says. He closes his eyes. "I know it's about defenses." "So it is the shield," Dr. Probst says. His eyes still closed, Kyle shakes his head. "I don't know," Kyle says. "I keep getting flashes of fighting and war. Then I see a shield covering some old planet, not Earth, followed by the shield collapsing." "That doesn't sound good," Dr. Probst says. "It isn't our planet," Kyle says. "It's just an example of something that already happened to a different planet." "Keep working it out," Dr. Probst says. "I'll help however I can." "As will we," one of the 3 scientists says. "No, you'll stay back and zip your lips," Dr. Probst says. "How was I not clear on that?" The scientists shuffle their feet awkwardly but don't argue. The elevator stops and the doors open. 2 of the 3 scientists squeal like frightened toddlers. The third faints and collapses onto the elevator floor. "This isn't about the shield," Kyle says, as he steps out into an atrium the size of the Roman Colosseum. The Earth's actual core swirls and flows around the atrium, but doesn't penetrate the structure. "Nope," Dr. Probst agrees. "What are they?" Kyle closes his eyes once more. Lining the atrium are 6 stasis pods. Stasis pods that hold 25-foot aliens. They look nothing like Trey. Each one is identical and closer in approximation to a bullfrog. If bullfrogs were nearly 10 meters tall, wore thick, dark brown robes cinched at the waist with cords made of pure energy, and had 4 arms and 4 legs. "Kyle?" Dr. Probst asks when Kyle doesn't open his eyes. She waits, but Kyle doesn't respond. She reaches out and touches his shoulder. Kyle's eyes snap open. "What did you see?" Dr. Probst asks. "What are we supposed to do here?" Kyle takes a deep breath and shakes his head, then stares at the huge aliens. "We're supposed to wake them up," Kyle says. "Oh, goody," Dr. Probst replies. While Lowell knows that the Isk Kaiju is probably the ringleader and he should go straight for that bastard so he can chop the proverbial head off the proverbial snake, Lowell's time in prison taught him that you always go for the biggest guy first. Drop that son of a bitch, and everyone else starts to second-guess their role in the fight. Not that Lowell thinks any of the Orb Kaiju will second-guess their attack on Earth. They came all this way, after all. But prison training is hard to let go of, and the strategy always served him well before. So he gives a tilt to his right wing, feeling the solar winds under his feathers, and aims for the four-armed Nachaza freak. The Kaiju is the largest of the four, but the truth is Lowell really just wants to punch that ugly torso face. "Do not let it grapple with you," Trey warns, his Kaiju aimed for the Grongu tadpole Kaiju. "Its strength is unbreakable." "Now you tell me," Lowell shouts, just before he's in reach of the Orb Kaiju. Nachaza roars and swipes at Quetzalcoatl with all four fists. Lowell barely flies out of the way of the quad strike, diving down under the Kaiju and around to face its back. Sort of. "The motherfucker has a mouth on this side, too?" Lowell yells. "What the holy fuck?" Then a thought hits Lowell. A foreign thought from outside his mind. "Shit," Lowell says. "I heard it roar. Did you all hear it roar, too?" "We can hear your banter, Earthling," a voice echoes inside Lowell's head. "Your pitiful, secret strategies are not secret." "Oh dear," Terry says, and ducks her Kaiju under a swipe from Isk's spiked tail. "While I applaud your instant grasp of our language," Lowell says, "I have to deduct points on gameplay. You probably should have stayed silent about hearing us talk. That would have been a serious advantage." "We do not need an advantage," Kessel hisses. "You are inferior foes. We will play with you until bored, then kill and devour you." "Cocky much?" Lowell replies. Nachaza spins like a dervish, all four arms extended to their full lengths, and flies straight for Lowell. He tries to get out of the way, but the Orb Kaiju moves way faster than he anticipates, and Lowell finds himself being pummeled repeatedly by the whirling fists. Then exactly what he needs to avoid happens. The four arms wrap themselves around Quetzalcoatl, pinning its wings to its body, immobilizing Lowell and his Kaiju. "Fuck!" he shouts. The Orb Kaiju all laugh. "Bunch of smug assholes," Lowell growls. "Focus!" Trey yells. Lowell has a few choice responses ready, but he doesn't get time to shout them as he feels Quetzalcoatl's body start to crack under the pressure of Nachaza's strength. Unbreakable? Lowell thinks. Nothing is unbreakable. Pain radiates up and down the length of his Kaiju, and he winces inside, suffering along with it. Nachaza squeezes harder, and Lowell starts to panic. He tries snapping and biting at the Nachaza, but the Orb Kaiju has perfect position, its arms just out of jaw reach. And with no head, there's nothing sticking out for Lowell to focus on. More pain shoots through Quetzalcoatl, streaking from its snout to the tip of its tail. A thought occurs to Lowell. It's not a pleasant thought. Certainly not one that will keep him from being harmed, but sometimes you have to push through the pain to get the win. "Nachaza, right?" Lowell gasps. "Quiet, pig," Nachaza replies. "Let me enjoy your death in silence." "Yeah, silence isn't my thing," Lowell says, feeling what might be about a dozen ribs start to crack. "Oh, damn. Ow." He takes a deep mental breath. "So, where do those mouths go?" To Lowell's surprise, the pressure eases up. Nachaza is easy to distract. All brawn, not so much brain. "Do you have a giant Kaiju asshole?" Lowell asks. "An alien sphincter that is airtight so you can fly around space without leaving a trail of Kaiju pellets behind you?" The pressure returns, increasing considerably. "You would be called a funny guy in your language," Nachaza states. "Is death funny to you?" "Depends on whose death it is," Lowell replies and gasps even harder. Shit is hurting bad. "So, about that poop shoot of yours. It's not like one of your mouths, is it?" "You are ignorant," Nachaza says. "We absorb all we eat. We do not defecate like you primitives." "That's a relief," Lowell says. For a second there, I thought I was going to have to shove this up your ass. The pressure increases. But I'll do this instead, Lowell barely manages to say right before he whips Quetzalcoatl's tail up and jams it inside the mouth on Nachaza's opposite side. Ha! Nachaza cries. I have 2 mouths, you fool! You will now lose that... The end of Quetzalcoatl's tail explodes out of the mouth facing Lowell, spraying flesh and blood all over both kaiju. Nachaza's grip loosens immediately. What goes in always comes out, Lowell says, then flexes as hard as he can, breaking Nachaza's grip on Quetzalcoatl. Lowell also screams a little as broken ribs grind against each other. Nachaza floats limply out into open space, its body leaking fluids everywhere in a gory trail of blood and guts. Nachaza! Kessel cries, then turns its attention on Lowell. You will pay for that, slug. Slug? Bitch, look at these feathers, Lowell yells. I'm pretty as fuck. No more restraint, Isk says. Kill them now. Be quick and erase the shame of Nachaza's death. Bring it, bitches, Lowell yells. Lowell, Terry snaps. Stop taunting them. Lowell doesn't get the chance to respond as Grongu dives at him, then turns around suddenly before impact and gives Quetzalcoatl a hard smack with its huge, flat tail. Quetzalcoatl tumbles across open space until it slams into the surface of the moon. One giant leap, Lowell gasps. Christ. With excruciating pain, Lowell wriggles Quetzalcoatl up onto its tail end and is able to dive to the side before Grongu's direct attack smears him across the moon's surface. The orb kaiju skids through the lunar dust for a couple of kilometers before coming to a stop. Flee all you want, bird snake, Grongu shouts. You cannot escape my teeth. Or your breath, Lowell responds and waves a wing. I can smell that fish funk from here, man. Lowell, Trey yells. Focus! Lowell's sarcastic response is turned to one of alarm as he sees that the Africa kaiju is unable to avoid Kessel's swift attack from behind. Trey! Lowell shouts before having to duck under another of Grongu's tail swipes. Terry, help him! I'll try, Terry yells, diving under Isk's attack with its spiked tail. Pain erupts from Lowell's left wing, and he sees blood spurt in a slow, low-gravity spray away from him. Without thinking, acting only on Quetzalcoatl's instinct, Lowell whips his head down and bites into Grongu's skull as the orb kaiju chomps down even harder on his wing. Both kaijus roar in agony as teeth press deeper and harder into kaiju flesh, neither willing to let go and attempt escape. Lowell barely registers Trey's screams as Kessel begins to dissolve and devour the Africa kaiju. He only has time to register 2 things, his wing being torn off and sent floating out into space, and the satisfying crunch as Quetzalcoatl's jaw crushes Grongu's skull. For a brief, peaceful second, Lowell savors the win. Then the agony of his severed wing and the continuing screams from Trey slam him back to the now. Once more, Quetzalcoatl's instinct takes over, and suddenly a massive burst of plasma energy streams from the kaiju's mouth, washing over the nub that was once a majestic wing. Flesh sears and cauterizes even in the almost zero atmosphere of the moon. Looks like Mr. Licorice was wrong, Lowell says. Q's got a gun. Unable to accurately maneuver without both wings, Lowell reverts to his prison skills again and assesses the situation. It helps he now has some serious firepower. Trey is wrapped in Kessel's death hug, while Terry is barely avoiding Isk's constant attacks. The leader of the orb kaiju has Antarctica on the permanent defensive, a position Lowell knows only delays inevitable defeat. This is gonna suck so hard, Lowell thinks, then coils Quetzalcoatl's body into a tight spring. He launches directly at the spot where he anticipates Terry to be. Despite her decades of combat training, even Lowell can spot her patterns. He just hopes she keeps to the pattern for just a moment longer. An Isk claw comes dangerously close to decapitating Quetzalcoatl, but Lowell manages to dip his head just in time. He shoots past Isk and collides directly into Antarctica.
"Terry, spread those scales," Lowell shouts as he shoves away from Antarctica. "All of them, now!" Terry doesn't question the order and pops every single sharpened scale into an extended position. The sunlight glints off the edges, and Lowell smiles right before Antarctica slams into Kessel and Trey. The orb kaiju screeches and begins to thrash, its body suddenly receiving 100 mortal gashes from Antarctica's scales. Fluids of all kinds drift and swirl across space, and the Africa kaiju is quickly free from Kessel's death wrap. "You!" Isk roars, and Lowell is yanked backward by a claw to the back of Quetzalcoatl's neck. Lowell thrashes against the grip, but his focus and attention are on the Africa kaiju, which floats limply down to the chunks of earth and the defensive shield. "Trey, eject!" Lowell yells. "Get back to the facility before your kaiju dies!" Lowell has no idea if Trey is conscious and hears his cry, or if the alien ally is already dead from Kessel's attack. All he sees is the multi-limbed kaiju collide with a part of the defense shield and start to burn up. "Trey!" Lowell yells again, but then he's forced to focus on himself as Isk rears back its arm and tosses Lowell out and away from the fight. Suddenly, Lowell is tumbling tail over snout directly toward the sun, which he decides is not a good direction to be going in, considering the end result would be a very fiery death. He desperately forces his remaining wing to somehow stabilize Quetzalcoatl's body and stop the tumbling. Lowell manages to get stabilized, which he's more than relieved about, but he isn't strong enough to stop his progress, and Quetzalcoatl continues to float quickly away from the fight. And from what Lowell can see, it isn't much of a fight. As Kessel's leaking body collides against the shield almost directly on the burning Africa, Terry is able to twist her kaiju so that Antarctica lands on a good-sized chunk of Earth. She regroups and launches herself up at Isk, but Lowell quickly sees she's made a huge mistake. Even with the sharpened scales protecting her kaiju's body, Terry has left herself wide open. From the body language she projects, Lowell can see she's entirely focused on colliding with Isk and turning the space brawl from a 1-2 punch affair to a grapple fight, hoping to utilize Antarctica's massive muscles against the orb kaiju leader. Except Lowell knows Isk sees the move as well and is already countering. "Terry, put your fists up!" Lowell screams. "Terry!" But he's too late, and so is Terry. With combat experience older than the destroyed planet they fight above, Isk doesn't even hesitate. The orb kaiju flaps its wings, twists out of the way, and brings up its spiked tail directly into Terry's face, the one part of Antarctica that isn't protected by scales. A bulge appears at the back of Antarctica's skull, and Lowell doesn't need to see the tail emerge to know it's done its job. Antarctica goes limp and slack around the tail. "Terry," Lowell whispers. He gets no response and doesn't expect one. Isk flicks the dead kaiju off its tail like it's a squashed bug, which, Lowell thinks, to the ancient kaiju, it probably isn't even that significant. "You're a dead hunk of sci-fi horror bullshit, you squid-faced cunt!" Lowell yells. But either he's too far away or the orb kaiju is ignoring him, because he receives no hint of a response or indication Isk even heard him. Lowell turns his head to see that instead of heading for the sun, he's aimed directly for the permanent shadow of Mercury's dark side. A few calculations later, and Lowell expects his impact to be in about 50 to 60 days. Everyone he's come to care for will be dead long before that. He needs a new plan. Can't fly, Lowell thinks. An image slams into his mind. "Really, Q? Hold the fuck on." Lowell squirms about and reverses his position so that his head faces Mercury and his tail is aimed for what's left of Earth. He straightens out, his eyes going wide from the pain in his ribs and other assorted areas of the kaiju's body, opens his mouth, and to his surprise, unleashes a burst of plasma. "I really wish you came with a manual, Q," Lowell thinks. "Could have used some plasma before, you know." The burst of pure energy does the trick, acting like a rocket engine, and launches Lowell away from his date with Mercury and once more into the fight. Backward. Lowell pictures the entire scene and runs more calculations in his head.
He'll be close to Isk's last position in only a few seconds. Only problem is, he won't be able to see Isk until the very last moment when he can risk whipping around face forward again without losing his momentum. But Lowell's calculations are for nothing as he feels claws grip his tail. He's suddenly spinning in a wide circle as Isk rotates over and over again. The Earth, the Moon, the Sun, open space. All of it is a carousel of images as Quetzalcoatl is whirled around and around. Then the view is only of Earth, and Lowell knows he's about to find out what it feels like to slam into Earth's new defensive shield. It isn't pleasant. "Fuck me!" Lowell roars as fire erupts throughout Quetzalcoatl's body. He's like an earthworm wriggling on summer pavement, and there's nothing he can do about it. Off to his right are Africa's and Kessel's bodies, both still smoldering and smoking. Despite his predicament and the agony it brings, Lowell notices that the shield is obviously weakening due to the constant surges of energy produced by the burning kaiju. Shit, Lowell thinks. Then he doesn't have time for more thoughts as he's plucked from his part of the shield and whipped away by his tail. "You will prove yourself useful, insect," Isk says, whipping Lowell over his head right before slamming him down on top of the other two kaiju bodies. If space had atmosphere, Lowell would gasp all of it in as Quetzalcoatl collides with the burning kaiju. Pain is a constant eruption, and Lowell is fairly sure something important inside his kaiju has broken. He has no doubt that the core facility can repair Quetzalcoatl, but he also has no doubt he's in no position to think he'll live that long. Lowell is whipped back up, then slammed down onto the burning kaiju again and again. There is a sound like a thunderclap, and even in space, Lowell's kaiju ears ring from the noise. A noise which signifies the end of Earth's defensive shield. Lowell's first thought, as he tumbles past hunks of the planet, aimed for the surface below, is that the defensive shield really isn't all that if it can be short-circuited by a couple kaiju corpses and some body slams by Quetzalcoatl. His second thought is how disappointed in himself he is. He thought he could do it. He honestly thought he could pilot a kaiju up into space and whoop some alien kaiju ass. He really believed he could do it. His third thought is about the people he now considers friends, and even possibly family, after all the shit they've been through together. He's obviously the black sheep of the family, but still, it hurts to know he's let them down too. His fourth thought is a resounding ow as he impacts against the surface of the planet. Isk lands right next to him, the orb kaiju's feet touching down with an ease that really ticks Lowell off. "Still gonna beat your ass," Lowell grunts. "Bitch." "Poor little worm," Isk says. "There was talk of this kaiju waiting on this planet, and I had hoped it would have been an admirable foe. Perhaps with an experienced pilot it would have been. Unfortunately, all that could be provided was you." "Blah, blah, fuckity blah," Lowell replies. "Just fucking kill me and get it over with." "Kill you?" Isk laughs, and it is like nails being shoved deep inside Lowell's skull. "Not yet, little bird. You are needed still." "Fuck you," Lowell gasps as Isk drags Quetzalcoatl across the landscape, directly for the core facility spire. "Your curses have no effect on me," Isk says. "The translation is meaningless." "I could describe the act," Lowell says. "Silence is preferred," Isk says, and bashes a fist into the top of Quetzalcoatl's head, which achieves the desired effect. Lowell groans and goes quiet, his mind a swirling mass of confusion and disorientation. Then he feels himself being lifted into the air, and his eyelids are yanked open. Lowell is staring directly at the entrance to the core facility's kaiju chamber. "Command it to open," Isk orders. "No," Lowell manages to say. That one syllable takes all of his effort. "Command it, and I will make the last seconds of your friends' lives mercifully short," Isk says.
defy me, and they will be tortured for eternity. That is not hyperbole. My kind have the ability to make pain last forever.
Lowell, Kyle's voice says. Don't respond. He can't hear me. Only you can.
Lowell barely shakes his head. No, Isk responds. A wrong choice, but one that merely slows me down. It does not stop me.
Nod, Kyle says. Show him you're opening the core. We need him confident.
Lowell musters the strength and switches his motion from a shake to a nod. A change of heart, Isk says. Sentimental fool. I'll torture your friends anyway. I enjoy doing that.
The core facility irises open, and Isk moves in close, but is suddenly sent flying backward across the surface of the planet, covered in half a dozen smaller kaiju. Unfortunately for Lowell, Isk's grip remains on Quetzalcoatl, and he's wrapped up with the surprise melee, every part of his body bouncing and ricocheting off the planet's surface.
Motherfucker!
He gasps as the tumbling fight comes to a halt. Lowell isn't sure what he's seeing, but if he has to guess, his guess would be he's watching a Cthulhu motherfucker get its ass beat by 6 weasels. He blinks, which is an excruciating event in and of itself, and takes another pained look. Yep, 6 really pissed-off weasels are swarming over Isk, biting, scratching, and tearing into the orb kaiju's flesh, sending ribbons of skin and muscles flying up into the air, preceded by a mist of alien blood. Isk roars and struggles against the weasel kaiju and manages to disengage one and tosses it to the ground, stomping on its head before it can attack again. But that's all the progress Isk can make before it's brought to its knees and claws.
There will be more coming, Isk says.
Lowell struggles to force Quetzalcoatl to slide closer until Isk is within tail reach.
I'm sure there will be,
Lowell gasps and manages to raise Quetzalcoatl's tail over his head.
But at least you'll be dead.
Quetzalcoatl's tail strikes Isk's head, piercing an eye and shooting deep into the kaiju's brain. For a moment, Lowell panics and worries that Isk's brain is in its ass instead of its head, but he soon sees Isk's life drain away. He withdraws the tail, and the orb kaiju collapses onto its face, dead. The weasel kaiju clamber away, dragging the corpse of their fallen comrade with them, then form a circle. Lowell hears chanting just before the 5 standing kaiju and single fallen one explode into flames. "Kyle?" Lowell calls, watching the kaiju immolation with a stunned and shocked mind. "What the actual fuck?" "Can you get inside the facility?" Kyle asks. "Can you go fuck yourself?" Lowell responds as he lies Quetzalcoatl down with zero intention of moving ever again. "No problem," Kyle says. "Eject and I'll see what I can do from here."
"Kyle, Terry didn't," Lowell starts to say.
"We know, Lowell," Kyle replies. "We know. Trey made it, though. And you?" There's a hitch in Kyle's voice, and Lowell is surprised to find himself choked up.
"I'm sorry," Lowell whispers.
"Just get inside," Kyle responds. "It's over. For now," Lowell thinks. For now. 20. A week of mourning is declared across the facilities. Not that anyone has time to mourn as they try to make sense of their new realities. With 7.5 million survivors spread out haphazardly across 12 facilities, the focus instantly becomes organization and disbursement so that the larger facilities take on as many people as they can, easing the burden on the smaller facilities. Water doesn't seem to be an issue, but food resources and future production plans quickly take on an air of desperation, despite Trey insisting that the facilities will be able to provide all basic needs, including food. Fear hangs over the facilities like a net ready to drop and tangle what's left of humanity into a ball of fighting, scrambling animals. Yet, Despite the constant need to be productive and solve all the problems at once, a few survivors are able to take a moment and give one of their own a proper send-off. Lowell stands just outside the doors to the substance atrium, ready to enter and pay his respects, but pauses when he sees Dr. Probst hurry by the end of the corridor. "Cheryl!" Lowell shouts. Dr. Probst backs up and gives Lowell a wave, then disappears again. "Cheryl, wait!" Lowell shouts and heads her way. "What is it, Lowell?" Dr. Probst asks, not unkindly. "I'm extremely busy, and—" "You're not going to Terry Morgan's memorial service?" Lowell asks. "I wasn't planning on it," Dr. Probst replies. "I assumed it was for family only." "But you got Lou's invitation, right?" Lowell asks. "I did, yes, but it just doesn't feel right," Dr. Probst says. "I really didn't know Terry." "I didn't either," Lowell says, "but I sure as fuck got to know her family and what she meant to them. You spent as much time with Lou, Kyle, and Bolton as I have. You should really be at the memorial." "I don't know," Dr. Probst says. "Yes, you do," Lowell responds. "Memorials are about the living, not the dead. Come on." Lowell takes Dr. Probst by the elbow and steers her back to the atrium doors. She resists at first, but gives in and allows Lowell to drag her inside once the door's iris open. "This place leaves me in awe," Dr. Probst says as they enter the huge space. She looks about and frowns. "It's empty. Why aren't there more people here?" "Kyle made it known that the atrium is off limits for the next hour," Lowell says. "Folks are learning to listen to Kyle when it comes to the core facility." Dr. Probst leans in and whispers, "Should we be worried? I love Kyle, but he's only a teenager. Can he handle the responsibility now that the Corps has chosen him?" "Jesus Christ, Cheryl," Lowell says with a laugh. "How many adults can you name right now that you'd rather have controlling the Corps?" Dr. Probst pauses and thinks. "Exactly," Lowell says before she can answer. "Not a motherfucking one." "I wouldn't say that," Dr. Probst says. "Bull and shit," Lowell says with a laugh. "VanderVoort is all right simply because she's an insane badass, but the rest? Fuck that. Plus, the Corps hasn't reached out to anyone else. Kyle was picked, and it's his fucking burden to bear. We just have to help him." Dr. Probst regards Lowell for a long time, long enough that he starts to fidget and get nervous. "Are you going to eat me or something?" Lowell asks. "No," Dr. Probst replies with exasperation. "I was just thinking about how much you've grown since I first met you. You've become a leader, Lowell, and you even seem to have gathered a little wisdom along the way." "Don't get all very special episode on me, Cheryl," Lowell says. "I'm still a hardened criminal and murderer. Can't erase the past." "No, but I'd say recent events, like saving the planet, may have changed people's perception of you," Dr. Probst says. "Plus, millions of people don't have a clue about your past. They only know about your present." "Oh? And what is my present?" Lowell asks with a sneer. "Hero," Dr. Probst says. "Hey, you two!" a voice cries from the topmost catwalk, ringing the atrium before Lowell can respond. "Get your asses up here!" "On our way!" Lowell shouts. "Are we climbing all the way up there?" Dr. Probst asks. "No," Lowell says, then gestures toward the atrium wall. Again, he takes Dr. Probst by the elbow and guides her to a small platform. He steps on with her, and the platform instantly begins to rise. The movement is so smooth that neither of them lurch or feel jostled, although both would like maybe at the very least a handrail encompassing the platform. The open-air vibe is a bit much, especially once at the top. Lou greets them at the edge of the catwalk, giving both big hugs. "Thanks for coming," she says. "Kyle says you two were worried you shouldn't be here because you aren't family, which is bullshit. You are. There are very few people I trust now, and the two of you made the cut." "Well, do I feel fucking privileged or what?" Lowell says, then stops. "Wait. Kyle was listening?" Lowell turns to Dr. Probst. "I take it all back. The boy must be stopped." "Ha ha," Lou says. "I asked him where you were, and he found you outside the atrium. He wasn't trying to snoop, but he can't really help it. "Oh, I get it," Lowell says. "Trust me." Which it sounds like you do. Nice. The Marshal and the Khan getting along at last. "Don't be a dick, Lowell," Lou says. "My mother did just die." "I know," Lowell says. "I was there." They stand in uncomfortable silence. "What's going on over there?" Bolton shouts from the spot on the catwalk where Kyle, Chrissy, Tony, and Biscuit wait. "I'm just killing the mood," Lowell shouts back. "You know, because I'm a killer." "Asshole," Lou says, but there's a small smile playing at her lips. She punches Lowell in the chest. "Come on, shithead." "Don't call Cheryl a shithead," Lowell says. "Can I choose a different family?" Dr. Probst asks. "Nope," Lowell says, as Lou leads them to the group. "You're stuck with our asses." "Yay," she says, and twirls a finger in the air. Everyone nods to each other, then all eyes turn to Kyle. "You called for this memorial," Bolton says to Kyle. "It's your show, son." Kyle shuffles uncomfortably. Whether at having to lead the memorial or at Bolton's use of the word son is unclear, but after a few seconds he nods and begins. "I was raised by my grandma," Kyle says. "Mom was around when she could be, and I now understand more about the reasons she was gone so much. But it was really my grandma and Steffi that made sure I was clothed, fed, and got all the love a boy could want." He smiled. "Sometimes a lot more than I wanted." Everyone smiles. Kyle takes a deep breath. "I thought losing her would be harder, but in a weird way, I already lost her once," Kyle continues. "I thought that Linder guy had killed her and Biscuit back in Montana, and it nearly killed me, too. If I hadn't been so angry at that man, I don't think I would have made it." At the mention of his name, Biscuit lets out a low whine and lays his head down on the catwalk. "Jesus, dog," Lowell mutters and wipes at his eyes. "There's so much I can say about my grandma, about Terry Morgan," Kyle says. "But there's only one thing that needs to be said, because I want God, the universe, and any of those aliens out there that might be listening to know that she was a hero. A hero to me, a hero to those she met along the way, and a hero who gave her life to save everyone from extinction." Chrissy sniffles loudly, and Tony hesitates, then puts a hand on her arm. They aren't the only ones sniffling, crying, and comforting. The whole group moves closer together in remembrance of Terry Morgan. "If I can take one lesson from my grandma, it's this," Kyle says. "Be honest with yourself and always do the right thing, even if it means making the ultimate sacrifice." Lowell notices a worried glance shared between Lou and Bolton, catches their eye, and gives them a confident smile. He knows the kid is going to be fine. He has a strong family to support him at an alien facility that will do everything it can to keep him from failing. Not bad for a kid who hasn't even graduated high school. Plus, and Lowell is pretty sure Kyle knows this, there's something called the staff waiting in the wings. Whatever that is. "The last thing I want to say is to all of you," Kyle says, and turns to everyone standing around him. He clears his throat. "I have no idea what's coming for us. I don't think the Corps even knows. But what I do know is that with the lessons my grandma taught me, and with your help, we'll be able to do our very best to keep everyone alive and thriving. Like my grandma, I have faith in that." "Jesus, kid," Lowell mutters and flicks the tears away that stream down his face. "I'm the tough guy here. You're not helping my image." "No one's fooled, Lowell," Bolton says, dealing with his own stream of tears. "We all know your soft touch." "Bite me, Sergeant Slaughter," Lowell says with a smile returned by Bolton. "May I?" Tony asks. There are puzzled looks, but Kyle nods and steps back. Tony steps forward. He looks out at the atrium, then up at the substance that glows down upon them. Several seconds go by, and Tony says nothing. Then he nods and says, "Thank you, Terry Morgan. Thank you very much." Chrissy loses it and starts sobbing, which pretty much sets off a group sobbing jag. Biscuit joins in with a long, mournful howl. Then a loud beeping interrupts the emotional tsunami, and all eyes turn to Dr. Probst. "Really, Cheryl?" Lowell says, grinning. Sorry, she says, and pulls a small radio from her pocket. She wipes her eyes, clears her throat, and answers the beeping. "This is Dr. Probst." "Hey, Dr. Probst, Dr. Hall here," Dr. Hall calls over the radio. "I have Trey with me, and we were wondering if you and Lowell could join us in the main Kaiju chamber." "Isn't this the main Kaiju chamber?" Dr. Probst whispers to Lowell. "They can't hear you unless you press the button," Lowell says. "Fuck off," Dr. Probst says. "This is the substance atrium, which can be used to house—" Lowell stops talking and holds out his hand. Dr. Probst gives him the radio. "We'll be right down, dude." "Oh, hi, Lowell," Dr. Hall says. Good. Thanks. See you soon." Lowell gives Dr. Probst the radio back and faces everyone else. "Duty calls," he says, then lowers his chin to his chest and shakes his head. "I sound like Bolton. Shoot me." "Shoot to kill or just shoot to wound?" Bolton asks. "The jokes!" Lowell exclaims. "Now he's trying to sound like me. Maybe the Corps had us switch bodies without our knowing." "That isn't funny," Lou says. "Tell me about it," Lowell says. "Cheryl, let's go chat with the uber nerd and the alien, shall we?" "That's where I was originally heading," Dr. Probst sighs. "Never mind. Let's go." There are hugs of varying degrees all around. Awkward ones, desperate ones, and knowing ones. Lowell is surprised at how easily he accepts all of them. He truly never thought he'd ever feel connections to people again. He just hopes those connections will last. Now that he has them, he's loath to give them up. "Okay, so what you're saying is that we can make any kaiju we want?" Dr. Hall asks as he, Lowell, Trey, and Dr. Probst stand on a platform and look out at a single kaiju, Quetzalcoatl, which is secured against the chamber's wall. "Like, any kind?" "He said any kind, dude," Lowell says. "Keep up." "Don't be a dick, Lowell," Dr. Probst says. "This is a lot to take in for anyone, especially anyone on the periphery like Dr. Hall here." "I don't know if I've been on the periphery," Dr. Hall complains. "I was in the White House's underground situation room, where I was an integral part of coordinating—" "Dude, unless you were busy fighting for your life every single fucking moment, then you were on the periphery, like Cheryl says," Lowell snaps. "I killed a man," Dr. Hall says. "Not personally, but it was my fault he died, and I watched men and women die around me." "Well, shit," Lowell says. "I believe the word in your language is awkward," Trey says. "May we continue to discuss the process for creating new kaiju? Having our offenses and defenses ready to go will be integral to our survival." "Defenses!" Dr. Probst exclaims, then cringes. "Sorry, that was loud. I just meant to ask about those other kaiju, the small ones that helped rescue Lowell." "Hey, Quetzalcoatl and I didn't need rescuing," Lowell protests. "We had it under control." "Human attempts at humor are puzzling," Trey says. "But to address your inquiry, Dr. Probst, the smaller kaiju were a last resort defense. The pilots were clones with a lifespan only as long as their services are needed. The same with the small kaiju they piloted. Once the mission was completed, they returned to the molecular framework that is the universe." "One and dones," Lowell says. "Weasels go poof." "Badgers," Dr. Hall says. "Yes, they were in the weasel family, but from what I could see on the hologram footage, they were closer to badgers than simple weasels." "Oh, you're going to be lots of fun to work with," Lowell replies. "How soon can we get started on making more kaiju?" Dr. Probst asks. "Currently, the core facility has 6,000 different templates ready for use," Trey says. "However, the majority of those may not be suitable to this planet's new makeup and environment, nor would they handle the rigors of open space." "Let's not use those," Lowell says. "We ain't got time for wussy kaiju." "I am unfamiliar with that word," Trey says. "But when narrowed down to only kaiju that can accomplish all that we need of them, 85 templates remain." "Sweet," Lowell says. "That's still some good variety to choose from." "Does this facility have the resources to make 85 different kaiju?" Dr. Probst asks. This chamber can make 12 kaiju, right? Dr. Hall asks. And if I'm not mistaken, new kaiju chambers are already being built?
Told you,
Lowell says to Dr. Probst. Shut up, Dr. Probst responds. No, what I mean is that matter is finite. Does the core facility have the materials needed to actually build new kaiju while also sustaining all the lives that are slowly but surely moving here?
You're asking if we can both eat and fight, Lowell says.
Pretty much, Dr. Probst says.
Trey, with his many eyes, looks annoyed.
I have expressed to all of you that the core facility will provide everything we need, he says, and points up to the substance. It is finite too, but it would take the entire population of this planet trillions of years to deplete the substance to a point where you would need to worry. Your sun will devour this galaxy long before that.
Good to know, Lowell says. Cheryl, you cool?
I am cool, Lowell, Dr. Probst says. So, what now? Now we work, Trey says. Dr. Hall is a zoologist and cryptozoologist, so his knowledge will be invaluable in the creation of appropriate kaiju. I'm also an ethnobotanist, anthropologist, as well as a xenoarchaeologist and senior researcher and fellow at SETI, Dr. Hall says.
Lowell gives him a slow clap, then says, How's SETI doing these days? Any progress on discovering intelligent life out in the cosmos?
Dr. Probst snorts. Humans are tiresome, Trey says with a long alien sigh. I believe my expertise in geology will come in handy with the BCCN, as well as the substance, Dr. Probst says. As far as I know, I'm the only human expert on those subjects, right? Correct, Trey says. And also correct that your expertise will be handy, as you say. My knowledge is considerably more than all humans combined, but I am still not an expert on all things substance or BCCN. My role was to wait and pilot the Africa Kaiju when the time came. Ideally, I would not have been needed and would have slumbered for eons. But the Ebony Man interrupted that slumber, and you all know what followed.
Lowell points a finger at Trey. Are more of you coming? Lowell asks. You know, good guy aliens?
I am afraid not, Trey says. Or, to clarify, not any time soon. We, even I, will be long dead before more can join us. I have sent a message to our side of this war, but I do not expect an answer before the current decade is up. Even with an answer, interstellar travel is not instantaneous. It will take lifetimes for reinforcements to arrive. That is why we needed to secure Earth for our side.
Then we've got plenty of time before more asshole kaiju show up, Lowell says.
Great. That is not what I said, Trey responds. I was specifically referring to our side. The enemy will have already planned to send more orbs in the unlikely, however completely likely now, event that ISK and its comrades are defeated.
Doesn't our side have orbs? Dr. Hall asks.
No, Trey states.
Oh,
too bad, Dr. Hall replies. It is, Trey says.
And we have no idea when the new fuckers will get here, do we? Lowell asks, then waves his hand. That's rhetorical, I know the answer.
He sighs and rubs his temples.
Great. So, really, my reward after all this shit is I'm pretty much back in a prison and waiting to get shanked at any second.
Yeah, but you've got a really awesome shiv of your own on hand, Dr. Hall says and points to Quetzalcoatl.
You literally got to pilot a mythical god.
Yeah, that part's not bad, I guess, Lowell says.
You think?
Dr. Probst says and smiles. For the moment, Trey says, trying to push the conversation along. We will all work to create a stable environment within the core facility and the other support facilities.
Support?
Dr. Probst asks. The core facility is what matters to ultimate survival, Trey says. The others are here to provide strategical backup for when an attack happens.
Outposts, Dr. Hall says. Or, as the military says, forward operating bases, or FOBs.
Yes, Trey says.
Cookie for the nerd, Lowell says. God damn it, Lowell, Dr. Probst says. Enough with the jokes.
Lowell smirks and holds out his arms.
Someone needs a hug.
Dr. Probst doesn't move fast enough to avoid the embrace. "I hate you," she says, her voice muffled as Lowell presses her face to his chest. "So fucking much." "Again," Trey says. "Awkward." VanderVoort is having her own awkward moment as she sits uncomfortably in a med bay, having moved from Wyoming to the core facility. She is dressed in the facility's version of a hospital gown, while a half-dozen medical bots whir around her, taking readings and checking her vitals. The gown and bots and med bay aren't why she's uncomfortable and awkward. The many holographs of former world leaders all standing in the med bay, arguing with each other, and a few staring daggers at her, is the why. "People," VanderVoort says. No one responds. "They aren't going to listen," Director Miles says from across the med bay. He's fiddling with equipment and trailed by a bot that has to restore everything he's fiddled with back to the original settings. "You can shout all you want, but none of these assholes are going to take you seriously." "We'll see about that," VanderVoort says, glaring at the images. "Kyle, do you have a moment?" "A quick moment," Kyle responds immediately via the facility's comm system. "What's up? Can you turn out the lights to all facilities?" VanderVoort asks. "You're the best," Director Miles says. "The core, too?" Kyle asks. "Nah, we're good here," VanderVoort says. "Proving a point?" Kyle replies. "Yes, I am," VanderVoort says and smiles. "I like you, Kyle." "You're not bad either," Kyle says. "For how long?" 10 seconds should do it, VanderVoort says. "Done," Kyle says. "All facilities just went dark, and the lights will come back on in 10 seconds. "Thanks," VanderVoort says. "That's all I needed." "Cool," Kyle says. "Chat with you later." "Good kid," Director Miles says. "And a good thing, too, because he could boot all of us out of here anytime he wants," VanderVoort says. She turns her attention to the very dim outlines of the former world leaders. Then she counts down and waits for the lights to come back on. VanderVoort is greeted with looks of fear, anger, horror, confusion, and cold calculation. The latter look is from President Nance, still in Wyoming, and VanderVoort doesn't need words to translate that look. "Fuck," Director Miles whispers. "He's really gunning for you." "I pushed him a little too far," VanderVoort says, then lifts a hand. "Volume." A cacophony of voices and languages assault VanderVoort's ears. "Chill the fuck out, all of you!" VanderVoort shouts. The cacophony lessens but doesn't die away. "I said chill, or I'll have more than the lights turned out." The people quiet down and all focus on VanderVoort. "Thank you," VanderVoort says. "That little demonstration was to prove that I'm not the one who holds the reins to these facilities. That would be a 16-year-old boy named Kyle Morgan." She lets that sink in, then continues. "After that, it's a toss-up between the alien named Trey or the former convict Anson Lowell. Me, I'm support and advice. Some seriously heavy support and advice, but still just support and advice. Those lights going off? I had to ask Kyle to do that. I know all of you cackling numbskulls think you will eventually be able to maneuver into taking some type of control, but you're wrong." "Cackling numbskulls," Director Miles says and laughs. "Hush, you," VanderVoort says, then addresses the images again. "Your days as heads of state are done. My days, being the behind-the-scenes puppet master, are done. We are now just citizens of this new world. No nations, just survivors. However, our expertise and experience running complex organizations and entire countries will be needed to handle the cajillion details that it will take to keep all people healthy and safe." "Are you proposing we form a new United Nations?" President Nance asks. "Oh, fuck no," VanderVoort says. "Talk about a waste of space. No, I'm saying that egos need to be checked at the door so reality can be let in. Nationalities no longer exist. Factions can be formed, but they'll be useless, since even if one of you morons wants to try for a coup or revolution, Kyle or Trey or Lowell or shit, who knows, maybe the core itself will wipe you off the map in seconds.
Mutually assured destruction, President Nance says. Christ, no! VanderVoort shouts. She winces and takes a deep breath. No. The only assured destruction is all your asses. Maybe mine, too. But there's nothing mutual about it. You cannot win against this facility. And Kyle Morgan is this facility. Director Miles turns and faces VanderVoort. They share a look and a single thought. A single thought that VanderVoort can see every one of the people before her are sharing. What if Kyle Morgan is taken out? VanderVoort voices. Then Trey and Lowell too? Ignoring the moral issues, I think that's some stinkin' thinking. I haven't been in this facility for long, but from what I've learned, we're nothing but ants. There is a universal war happening. Plays none of us can comprehend have already been put into motion. I'm sure of that. If we bicker and act like children, then when the adults get here, we'll be lucky if we're only grounded. So, what? President Nance asks. Everything all of us have worked for in our lives. All the sacrifices, all the pain and heartbreak we've all endured is for nothing? Again, Charles, a big whopping no, VanderVoort says. It's all for the good of humanity, just like it's always been for, right? The silence is telling. Listen, VanderVoort says with another wince. I have a baby about to pop out my woohoo, so let's table this discussion after I meet my kid, okay? VanderVoort grins at the shocked faces, and quickly, one by one, the holograms fade out, including the smirking President Nance. Shit, really? Director Miles asks. You're in labor? I've been in labor for about 30 minutes, Gordon, VanderVoort says. Want to be useful? Go find me a human doctor right the fuck now. It was nice of Trey to activate these, but I swear I'm going to break every single one of these fucking alien bot things. All of the bots freeze for a moment, then jump back into action. So does Director Miles as he scrambles out of the medbay. Gordon! VanderVoort shouts. I meant use the comms system! Don't you fucking leave me alone in here! This isn't half bad, Bolton says, looking around the rooms assigned to Lou and Kyle. Plenty of space, a little breakfast nook over there. Nice. Lou smiles as Bolton moves from room to room, a running commentary never stopping as he points out how nice the place is and how much space there is. Connor, Lou asks, finally grabbing his arm and stopping his rambling and shambling. Would you like to move in here with me and Kyle? Bolton tries to look stunned, as if he wasn't fishing for that exact invitation, but he fails spectacularly. Yeah, he says, an honest, heartfelt grin spreading across his face. I'd really like that. I thought you would, Lou says, then points to a room. You can stay in there. It's supposed to be a closet, I think, but you can fit a twin mattress on the floor. Oh, that's hilarious, Lucinda Morgan, Bolton says, and takes her in his arms. I think I'll take the master bedroom and put you in the breakfast nook. Or, and I'm just spitballing here, Lou says, maybe we both stay in the master bedroom. I think I can make room. Can you? Bolton asks. But before I commit, how's the bed? I tend to toss and turn, so maybe we should try it out and make sure it's big enough for both of us. Should we now? Lou laughs. Bolton picks her up and tosses her over his shoulder. He carries her into one of the rooms, quickly retreats, and carries her into a different room. The door irises closed as Bolton and Lou laugh. A welcome sound after all they've been through. Hello? Kyle? Are you listening? Chrissy asks as she, Tony, and Kyle sit in front of an impossibly large screen with Biscuit asleep at their feet. Tony is busy playing some sort of video game that none of them have seen before. It's like a weird Kaiju battle simulation. There are no controllers, and Tony's face is scrunched up in concentration as he figures out the hand gestures needed to operate the game. He looks like he's the happiest he's ever been. Earth to Kyle, Chrissy says, and tosses an empty cup at Kyle's head. Dude! Huh? Oh, sorry, Kyle says and shakes his head.
I was going to ask my mom something, but what? Chrissy asks. She's with Bolton, Kyle says. You know, my dad. Are they having intercourse? Tony asks. Fucking gross, Chrissy shouts. Never say that again, Kyle shouts. Tony shrugs. Sorry if you saw anything, Chrissy says after an uncomfortable silence. But I guess it's nice to have your mom and your dad here. Shit, Kyle says. I should be saying sorry. You lost everyone. I lost everyone too, Tony says. She isn't special. Most of the planet lost everyone, Chrissy says. So none of us are special. Jesus Christ. Billions down to millions in days. Hours, Tony says. Dude, Kyle says. Play the game so you can show us how it works. On it, Tony says. Are you really in charge now? Chrissy asks Kyle. In charge? I'm a teenager who will be living with his parents for probably a very long time, Kyle says. So not in charge. In control? Kyle snaps his fingers, and a panel in the room slides open to reveal an assortment of what look like liquor bottles. We're going to be the best of friends, Chrissy says. The best of sober friends, Lowell says as he walks into the room. Kyle? Lowell, Kyle replies, then sighs. He snaps his fingers again and the panel disappears. Fine. Happy now? No, because I was going to snag all that booze, Lowell says. He snaps his fingers. Nothing happens. You'll authorize my booze-making powers later. What's up, Lowell? Kyle asks. Everything cool? Yeah, totally, Lowell says. I just wanted to make sure you were okay with me addressing the remaining population of the world instead of you doing it. It's sort of your show. It's really not, and I wish people would stop thinking that it is, Kyle says. I'm like the plant manager, not the CEO. I need you and Mom and Bolton and Trey and Dr. Probst and... Got it, kid, Lowell says. I just didn't want to step on any toes. Thanks, Kyle says. But making a speech is all you. Speech? Chrissy asks. Yeah, I kind of need to relay to all the facilities what we're up against, Lowell says. Bring the mood way, way down, lower than it is, but then maybe pick it back up with some hope. Keep hope alive, Tony says. Sure, Lowell says, and grimaces. Any advice? Chrissy and Kyle look shocked. You're asking us? Chrissy asks. Shouldn't you ask some adults? If you don't know by now, adults are fucked up, Lowell says. You guys will shoot me straight. You're not wrong there, Kyle says. Yeah, take a seat and tell us what you've got. Lowell has been through hell and back, but having to lay it all out there for 7.5 million people might just be worse than fighting ISK. Well, maybe not that bad. You're up, Kyle says. I know, Lowell says, and taps his temple. I'm connected too. He clears his throat and looks down from the catwalk at the thousands of people filling the substance atrium. Tens of thousands more are listening and watching him across the core facility, as well as millions more across the planet. Maybe someone like VanderVoort should do this, Lowell says, surrounded by Kyle, Lou, Bolton, Trey, and Dr. Probst. She just had a baby a couple days ago, Lou snaps. Get on with it, Lowell. Right, Lowell says, and clears his throat again. Right. He takes a deep breath. Hi, Lowell says. I'm Anson Lowell. Some of you know me, most of you don't. I'm not going to get into specifics about who I am or why I'm here, except to say I have some insight into the situation we found ourselves in. I know everyone listening is hurting from this, apocalypse, and I respect that pain, so I won't sugarcoat it. He pauses and lets that sink in for a moment. If you don't already know, these facilities were made by aliens, Lowell says. Hard to believe, but we're probably all past the disbelief point, right? We've all seen shit that ain't exactly normal. Lowell glances at Quetzalcoatl. Like Q over there, he continues. That big guy is what the Japanese call a Kaiju. I am its pilot. I was put inside that thing through an energy transfer thing that... You know what? Everyone can get details on that later. What's important now is that all of you know that these facilities are safe, that we can't, and let me stress the can't part, that we can't run out of food and water, so no need to get all Mad Max or anything, and that, well... Lowell glances behind him and receives encouraging looks from his friends. That we're going to be here the rest of our lives, Lowell says. And so will everyone's children, and grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And they get it, Bolton whispers. Yeah, you get the picture, Lowell continues. But even though we'll be secure, safe, and well-fed, doesn't mean we don't have work to do. He points at Quetzalcoatl. We will be making more of those, Lowell says. A lot more. Which means we'll need pilots. A lot of pilots. It's going to take some time to get up and going, but when we have shit figured out, we'll let you all know. We'll be asking for volunteers to help start some sort of training program. You know, a training program for Kaiju pilots. Lowell laughs. Never thought I'd say that while not on drugs, Lowell says, then grimaces at the disapproving grunt from Dr. Probst. Anyway, people more qualified than me will be working on the day-to-day operations of the facilities, while I and my good friend Trey here will be working on the Kaiju training program. Lowell looks at Trey. My pilot buddy here has let us know that we need this program because one day in the future, whether next week or next millennium, the war will be back, Lowell says. And it'll be a lot worse than before. Right now, we're it, the last of the human race. We have to protect what we have left and also do our part to help win this war. Because if we don't, then everyone who has already died will have lost their lives for nothing. Lowell swallows hard against a lump in his throat. And you know what? That's fucking unacceptable to me, he says. I don't know about you, but I can't live with that thought. No way. If human beings are anything, and trust me, I know from pure experience, it's that we're fighters. Probably some of the best goddamn fighters in this motherfucking universe. Jesus, Lowell, Dr. Probst says. Children are listening. Sorry, Lowell says. But I mean it. We've been fighting amongst ourselves forever. We now have one shot to stop that crap and focus that ingrained violence outward. He points up. Out against the space jerks that nearly won, he says. When they show back up, we're going to be ready. We're going to show them that if they mess with the human race, then they're going to get so much more than they bargained for. We will not go quietly, and we will not go without the biggest motherfucking fight this universe has ever seen. Lowell lifts his arms into the air. Silence. He lowers his arms. Thanks, Lowell says. And sorry about the cussing. Silence. Lowell backs up and turns to face everyone. I don't think that went well, he says. I wouldn't say that, Kyle responds. Listen. A sound slowly reaches Lowell's ears. A sound like applause. Lowell turns back to the crowd below to see cheering, clapping, crying, shouting, but mostly smiling people. People who he helped save. Fuck me, he whispers. Then he's surrounded by the others, and they're all clapping too, and hugging and laughing and just being human. Except for Trey, who isn't human. But he joins in too. They're all in it together now, after all, and will be for a long time. This concludes Out of the Stars by Jake Bible, narrated